insurance by naming the trust as the beneficiary. This pays off the mortgage and taxes tax-free, leaving your kids a fortress instead of a legal battle. Stop being a line item in the file. The orange card is active. The fuck are you working 30 years for a house that belongs to a judge the second your heart skips a beat? Most of you are walking around proud of a clear title. Don't be a fucking idiot. A title in
Mm-hmm.
Him dying happens like immediately after, like that detective is ruling out that he said other things after this. Guess we'll take that as a no. We've had like 3 conversations in which you're supposed to be typing this out. Like, what are you typing that's taking so long?
Contradiction. You know, if he's typing in the chat, it is really hard.
Oh, man. For a second, I was like, yeah, she's definitely she spreads a lot of love. Like, she's good vibes, isn't she? I mean, I can see what you're saying. Most good vibes. Hey, we got Larry here, too. By the way, folks, we got a trifecta because, you know, my last name. So we got Larry, Mo, and Dr. Curly. Awesome. That is a trifecta and a half. Oh, welcome, everyone. Holy cow. Must be that other cluster. Good morning.
Morning. I figured I'd come up and say hi.
So, for all of you who were at the clusterfuck this morning, was it everything you hoped for? Was it everything you dreamed of? The narcissist and the religious snake oil peddler? Did you get everything you needed from those 2 fucking shite?
Hey, one thing I was thinking when you said about like wanting to control everybody, I was just thinking how when he goes, okay, unmute right now, unmute, like doesn't give a drop of a dime, you have to be right there.
You don't even know what it's like behind the scenes. You don't even 2 times with like severe consequences for going against the whatever. It took me like 6 months to basically just be I couldn't conform. I didn't want to conform. I refused to conform. And it didn't work out for us. But along the way, I discovered that his right-hand man is a full-on liar about his degree.
Good riddance, right?
Good riddance. No, I feel like, I don't, weirdly, I sound resentful, but actually at this point, I don't even think about it. I'm much more solid in my interpretation of what happened now. Initially, I was like, what did I do? This is ridiculous. You know, I was really grinding on that one, but after a while, you just like, fucking man. People that I can count on, who I care about me, you know what I mean? I have people in my life who try to throw their toxic snot all over me. So you can suck a bucket of dicks. I'm serious too. I'm pretty fierce in real life, but like in a loving way. I'm fiercely loving, like in a good. I was talking to Pauline this morning, and I was telling her, I was like, look, we're together. We've chosen this. So my decision for this relationship is that there's 1,000 things, 1,000 critiques I could easily say, but really, all I want to do is lift you up. All I want to do is be loving to you. That's my agenda. If you're having a bad day, I'm going to be here. You know, if you need me, you can ask for anything. I'll do my best to meet you. I don't want to be the one tearing you down. There are too many people in the world who can easily do that. And that's how I want to live out my relationships. What do you think?
100 agree. Me and my husband argue a lot, and it's really over the same old stupid little bullshit. But I tell him all the time, I'm like, if we're gonna spend time together, I'm like, let me think. I'm like, I need time and energy. And when we argue, it makes me not want to be around you, and then I avoid you, so I want to stay away. I'm like, I don't want it to be like that, you know. There's one thing. One thing is, he just is one of those people that like to be a shit, and he just, I don't know, can just be harsh with his words a bit, and it sounds like, I don't know. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do. Well, no. I do. I know exactly what you're saying. This is the way I put it. Sometimes the way my relationships go. But so I have said this before. Something to the effect of any critique that you may offer me, thinking you're being helpful, just know I've already thought about it, and I can't get rid of that thought. I am constantly thinking the thing you probably want to point out to me as like some novel new idea. So, if you could just maybe reframe that in a way that like is more uplifting, I would appreciate it. But you do you. I can't. I'm not going to try to change you, but I'm just letting you know. Here's the feedback. I know. Also, I do not consent to this interaction if it's going to remain in like you being critical and me having to just sit here and receive this nonsense that I'm already aware of. You're not my supervisor at work. You're not my supervisor at school. This is not constructive. This is not helpful. This just hurts. So would you like to continue, or would you like to maybe change directions? What do you think?
I think that's great. I mean, it's like, if the approach isn't working the way, then try a different approach, right?
Right. And then other times it's just like, everything remind people about stuff, but, I don't know. Why make it any easier for pretty solid grounded? We know we're decent people. We know we're imperfect. We're not trying to make people feel bad. And, there's some people that are, as they say, hurting, and therefore they hurt other people. But it's not for you. You're not their messiah. You're not their therapist. You're not even their friend if it's Clubhouse. You're just a voice. And it's like, I really think I need to give you time in my world if that's what you're here to do. It's like that crazy person that came in yesterday. We gave him his minute of fame with us. I don't know if you were here for that guy who was from, the second I mentioned I was a Freemason, oh my God, it's like we triggered his QAnon crazy. He just went fucking nuts and started saying all this crazy shit. And then I was like, I took the pro approach where I was like, okay, let's just see how deep this rabbit hole goes. So I didn't kick him. I just listened. There were a lot of very rational, intelligent people in the room, so they fully handled him just fine. But eventually, it was just like, now this is all we're talking about, so then I booed him. It's kind of like that. Do you remember that guy?
Yeah, but I had to leave, so I wasn't here during all that.
He went off the.
Oh, shit.
Pleasure out of the I'm smarter than you kind of vibes, or we're smart and you're not, so you can't be here. I'm not kind of into that vibe either, which is why I can't hang out in some of those other rooms that even some of our friends hang out in, because I'm not into the we're secretly just making fun, even though it sounds like we're curious about your life vibes. I think that's a pretty low vibe too. So I mean, I'm not trying to be above that either. I'm just saying, I mean, we don't do anything profound over here. I'm just saying if we could come in as equals and just, not hurt each other, that'd be cool. I think that's a success. I don't know how, this is great. I mean, no, I appreciate you being a little open.
And if I find out, well, it's like you in your band can keep them.
Oh, shit. Crazy lady. Maybe I should make you the mod. That's the kind of attitude I like. Crazy ladies coming at you.
But that's what boundaries are for.
Yeah.
These are the rules of, okay, and for those that don't understand that, okay, these are the rules of engagement.
Yeah.
You cannot abide by these rules, well then check it out. I'm not giving energy.
Deep end. You're just like, oh man. I know, I love you, James. I think to say.
Twizzlers and fizzles.
That's the kind of relationship I think is a good, you want to build reciprocal. As long as the reciprocal isn't,
Toxic.
dirty, toxic, yeah, right.
You guys are just pushing in my head, okay? So,
I love that. Yeah. Yeah, I want to welcome the Anon here. We love our Anons. The more Anons, the better. Come on. If you're on stage, you have a plus, you can just Anon up. It's like a great way to show us that you care. Well, it means they're paid users, so more paid users in here, the more value we have to be at. You don't have to be Anon. But it's safe to say. If you want to come up, feel free to come up, folks. There's nothing fancy going on here. I mean, you can listen if you want. There's nothing fancy.
I know I'm new, so I need like a little while.
Well, so you're not new to the Crazy Lady? Are you really new to the app? Honestly?
Yeah.
You see
Yeah, for real. Like, no, I used to be over at Podbean and they took away their live feature, so I stopped getting them. Like, they do away with that.
What's Pod? Like Podbean?
It's like a pod. You do podcasts on there, but you have like a live feature where we had a panel of 8, and we had to chat, but you could hang out or do whatever.
There's a little bit of like I think Indiana was saying on TikTok too. It's confusing. I mean I find that I don't really find a lot of, like if I'm going to a room that I'm not hosting, I don't usually find them in my feed. I usually have to scroll through my friends that are online and see where they are, and then I check out where they are. Have you? Oh, look at it.
Yeah, well, but they did away with their live feature, so yeah. It became more because a friend of mine who was a fellow puppy found this, so we were trying it out. So far we're like we would do like a weekly creepy show. Yeah, it's a whole family.
Have you been to?
We're homeless, and we're looking for a home.
Yeah. Did you find? Oh shoot, the evening comedy show. We just had him here a few days ago. Hold on, I know his name is stupid, so hold on, I'll tell you. His name is Kevin. Runs a bunch of evening for me on the West Coast, evening kind of comedy rooms. There's a few like improv comedy rooms. Those if you're into doing kind of the fun experiential things, there's a couple of surrounded by little kids. I got the eye here. I don't like that. Okay. So that was weird. All of a sudden there was just like all these tween voices screaming at each other, but surrounding me. Okay, so I'm with yeah, so you've done any of those entertainment rooms that they have on this app? Those I don't know.
I found a music show that where they revisit like they choose different decades and stuff like that.
Nice. Oh yeah, that's Mo was hosting that room up until just like this week, right?
What room? Sorry, I was distracted.
Music room. What?
Oh yeah. Yeah, Friday nights. It's Coalition. You did that, right?
Yeah, I did that. Well, I didn't do this past week because Brandy Carlisle's here, and yeah, they're just a lot of, women that are needy.
Oh,
That, think they're better.
Hey John, you like that photo that you have on your profile right now was one of the ones where I was still trying to get the thing to do what you asked for, and it kind of merged her outfit with the disco outfit, so it left her with the fanny pack, which I thought was kind of funny.
I didn't even notice that. It's funny. There's one picture. The one picture where it gave me a blonde page boy. It is the best capture of what she actually looked like.
Right, because I fed it your exact. Because here's the thing: either you get it in the first try or two, or it's kind of like back to the drawing board. So by the time you were saying that's not quite right, fine tune it, it lost the plot, and that's when it gave you her hair. Yeah,
I've seen that too. You tell it things, and you have to be so specific. I mean, you just have to be so ridiculously specific that it's just not possible. You just have to say, look, forget everything. Let's start over, right?
Also, I love that you noticed left her beanie on her.
Yeah.
Your beard and hair.
The first one he gave was kind of amazing. I still don't quite understand. What did you feed it to get? Was it just that picture of me as a 20-year-old? Is that all you fed?
Are you saying the first one I gave you yesterday was the
first
best one?
You sent
Right. Let me see. I'm trying to remember which one it was. The first one was just you, right? Yeah. The beard was a little long. So yeah, for that one, basically what I said was something to the effect of make my friend be dancing in a really sharp disco outfit circa 1978 with Saturday Night Fever vibes at Studio 54. I said something like that, and it just did the rest.
So I put it in my PTR. I was astonished at how well it captured what I looked like, except for the fact that the beard is just, I never had a beard, and there's actually probably, my hair wasn't quite that neat. It was frizzier and everything, but the beard was the main thing. The face, though, I didn't know how it had gotten the face so accurately, because I didn't think you had anything that, would give it that, except for that picture of me, that grainy picture of me, head on. If that's what you fed it, it did an amazing job of...
Right, that's the only thing I fed it. Yeah. So, sometimes I notice if like, oh, there he's back. Oh, look at him, now he's showing his muscles. He wants the attention back, okay?
No, because the thing that you built for me with the Chinese sequence disco suit, I was a big chubby guy, so I chose the muscular.
Okay, so are you asking me to make one for you? Because I'm going to do it now that you've basically given me water.
I can make my own thing.
Yeah, but
I like that.
of all the people on Clubhouse, you're the one person that just basically violates people's consent around doing things like this. So I think I'm not going to wait for your now we're in a war of sorts of PTR pictures. I think you started the war sometime.
Oh, you want to play it that way, eh?
Look at
1,
me.
2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war.
Look at my PTR, George Carlin's face. It looks so much like John.
Yeah. Yes. Totally.
Yeah, there's that resemblance.
Girl, you know which.
And it gets even better when he loses his hair later on. That's...
Yeah.
We're kind of twins that way.
The question is,
I am a type with the bald head and the beard. It is a type. There's a lot of people that have that.
the question is, can John sing like a Bee Gee? That's the question.
Yeah, true. Because it does. A couple of them really do look like a Gibb brother. One of the Gibb brothers.
The original photo though does look a bit more like a cult leader in my opinion. I think it's got more of those like Helter Skelter vibes.
Totally.
It's like the quasi Jesus. It's the quasi psychedelic Jesus look.
That's as long as my hair got before it would fall out, and it was always frizzy like that. And you can tell from that photo that, it wasn't going to
Hey, I just wanted to say that I'm not funny. Like I went to the description. I mean the name alone, but when you read the description, it's just like a real like cult kind of vibes. It's so funny.
Yeah. Like hopefully it's not really a cult. I mean, at least that wasn't the intent. The intent was just a little bit of silliness. Don't worry, no one's gonna try to induct you into anything. No one's gonna like keep you.
I'm really happy to be inducted into such an interesting cult. It's so funny.
Yeah, I mean, basically the idea is if you're late, you're on time. And I don't know how. I've tried to do some. I've actually built out like a whole coffee table book out of it. Not that it's really a book that's being sold, but more just like in my personal notes, just having fun. And one of the things was I built up all these degrees, and I tried to have something be serious at the end of it, but I realized that was not possible. So there's pretty much nothing serious.
But anyway, it's so funny, and I just wanted to come up and just say it out loud. And you're so creative, and I love it. And I just added you.
Thanks, Mary. Thank you. That's nice. See, this is why I need to. I'm really reconsidering my block list. I mean, the fact that there are still new people like Mary that we just met that have made it through my block list means I haven't blocked every single person on Clubhouse yet. So that's
I also block people, and I asked like my friends not to mod me. Like, it's just oh my god, it's so funny. I'm glad that I'm not on your block list.
Yeah.
That is a warning, though, Mary.
Oh my god, shots fired.
But anyways, it was so nice to be here, and I had a blast. I wish you guys all like I don't know if it's day or night there. It's like 7:30 in Germany at PM.
Germany.
Yeah, and East Coast is I think 1:30, like New York time or something.
Yeah, Germany. So what do you if you don't? And by the way, you have the right to just not answer a question. You can just sort of silence can be an answer, or you can say no, I don't want to. But I still want to get to know you a little bit now. So you're in Germany, and what brought you to Germany?
Well, I moved around. Like for the first years, I was in Bavaria, and the German they speak there is so different. And I moved closer to Frankfurt, and yeah, I've been a student, and I graduated, and I worked part time. Yeah, and sometimes
I think, Mary, that Dr. James is actually kind of subtly suggesting, at least what I hear him saying, is he doesn't hear your German accent and thinks you moved there. Am I wrong, Dr. James?
Were you born in Germany?
No. Actually, like German is like it's my fourth language. So I'm originally from Iran, and yeah, like so many people in my generation moved out of the country, and
It's my bad. I'm sorry, it's my bad. I heard an accent, and when you said Germany, I kind of made it a German accent, and I can hear it. It's a very white accent.
Oh, thank you very much.
What languages do you speak, by the way?
Well, first is Persian, of course, and then I started learning like speaking English since I was 8. Nobody liked me because we were forced to learn it. And then I learned German for 1 year before I moved to Germany, and then I'm learning Spanish at the moment. So yeah, it's all over the place.
So do you find the more languages you learn easier just to pick up other languages, or is it not just as hard?
To be honest, I'm perfectionist, so that's why I laugh at this procrastinating title, because when you're a perfectionist, you procrastinate a lot because you want to learn this, to articulate well in other languages, and when you see that you are not reaching that point, it gets very frustrating. So sometimes you will just leave it. But people like in Spain, they speak Spanish very fast, and this can be very discouraging. But for example, in Mexico, they speak it so much more slowly, and I love Mexican accent.
For sure.
So,
Yeah, it's such a redundant, common fucking thing. I'm just not even gonna fight it anymore. Okay.
Admitted you are.
Yeah, everybody.
You did not.
I'm not gonna support the gang. Bang, bang.
Ben, how do you know he's gay? Did you see his dick at all? Did he send you a dick pic or something? What's going on?
Yes, he did, actually.
Hi, Marley. Dylan, you sent Bang a kid dick pic? I didn't know.
Yes, it was so weird. I added him on Snapchat, and all of a sudden he sent me a fucking little tiny fucking...
Are you sure it was not like a trans man or something?
He had like a very small here size dick, bro. I was like, what the fuck is...
What does his dick look like?
Like a face.
Bow wow. Bow wow.
Yes.
Bow wow.
So John, please invite Yasmin.
Girl, it's fine. You
Well,
just...
if she doesn't want to come, I can just sell you pictures of her pussy.
Yes.
Chinese picture of pussy?
Pictures of her what?
Bow wow.
He got like a big booty Gucci.
Let me see, Dylan.
Has everybody seen them?
Marley, how you doing, baby?
No, not me.
Fucking Daisy. Marley. Marley.
Yeah, I'm done ready.
You loser. How you doing? How are you?
What's up, Giuseppe? How's it going?
Where you from, Maryland?
She doesn't want to talk to you.
No, come on, Dylan. Where you jealous, bro?
Hey, Jacob. Yeah.
She can talk for herself, bro. She can talk for herself.
1 second.
Just answer the guy.
Yeah, exactly, Dylan. What's your problem, man? I'm trying to have a conversation with a beautiful Daisy girl. Look at her. She's cute. Are you jealous?
She's not interested.
You're not interested in Maryland?
I just answered his question.
Exactly. I'm not trying like to rob her or just to catnip. What the fuck is going on here? You Dylan? Just simply just because it doesn't let me talk to you for go. You're not really following me.
It's because he's the one who's gay. Because he's the one who's
I don't.
And first of all, that's great.
First of all,
I'm just I'm 5'2". Can I give you head?
hell no. Shut the fuck up, man.
Hey, you sound like an Indian. You sound like Indian.
I'm Indian, yeah. See, why did you believe it? Why did you believe it? Alright, anyways, whatever.
I'm 5'2".
How are you?
Okay, Marty, sorry.
Yeah. I can't hear you. What did you say?
You're busy. How old are you, Marley?
Hey, man, you gotta shut the fuck up. I'm really gonna knock you out.
I'm losing great cells fast.
I'm talking to Marley. I'm not anxious with you, Dylan. You're gay and straight. I'm not interested with you. Okay, Marley.
Yeah, that's actually funny. I like that. I like the fucking pamphlet.
Hello?
It's more than just a
Marley.
Well, the thing is, Dylan, everybody here is like disabled, and you have to be really cool. The thing that learned this already, Dylan. I mean, you being on this app alone is like already quickly exposing yourself.
But I love it though. Like, I love the chaos.
Hey, John, could you show me what the fuck is this music?
Like people are.
Hi, Marley.
In the land, in the land of the disabled and the mentally R-word, I am gay.
Please show us that Marley.
Bow wow.
It's not upset. She's
Bow wow.
Dylan, nobody asked you a question.
Do I go to LA Fitness? Yeah.
You should go to Whitney. This room is like
You're retarded.
and aware of it.
Hey, Marley.
Yeah.
தமிழ் ஹிஸ்டரிய ப்ராப்பரா படிச்சுட்டு வந்து பேசுறதுல எனக்கு பிரச்சனை கிடையாது. ஆனா எல்லா ரூம்லயும் போய் நிலத்தை பிடிக்கிட்டாங்கன்னா அது வந்து தவறா.
It's famous, of course. And so the fact that there's this, again, for people that are concerned about bioengineering, that's what we're talking about. This can also be done through just simple synthesis, and I think that we're going to find easier and cleaner ways to do it. And again, I'm not who are using vape pens. A lot of the nicotine that is actually coming is actually the one that's the real bomb. Easy to grow, widely used in agriculture, and it doesn't make nicotine, but the molecules that it makes can be converted into nicotine. So a lot of the nicotine that people are using is actually coming from tomato plants. Crazy, right? So it is very possible, yes, in that same way, that the ibogaine that will be used in the future for whatever reason will be coming from tobacco. Why not? Definitely possible. But again, plants are factories of, and now new ways of looking at plant breeding. Thank you, cannabis breeders in the underground previously, but in the alluvial plains, when the glaciers retreated, the glaciers had ground the earth itself into such a fine dust that the plants just loved that shit. And it blew up megafauna where there was so much meat we didn't know what to do with, and it wasn't as cold as it had been for 2 million years. And all of a sudden there was all this flat land that would grow anything. And as soon as people figured it, so y'all, let's get out there, share with each other, be nice, go give a neighbor a hug, and give a stranger a hug too.
Well, and don't forget that you cannot buy consciousness for $5, eh? With 10 cents. Free 99, man. Free 99. 2 cents. 2 cents. A lot of people have their 2 cents. I mean, just to circle around on this, you know, the fascinating piece, and thank you, AI, for being a wonderful research tool in this, right? It also gives some reasons why synthetic ibogaine matters, right? So whether it's the total chemical synthesis, the semi-synthesis, or the biosynthesis, right? This bioengineering we're talking about. But the environmental sustainability, because the Tabernathia iboga shrub, which is the primary source of ibogaine, is slow growing, and it's only native to those central regions of Africa. I still believe in the power of the plant medicine. So Gabon, the primary producer of this, has created a big export market for it. So I hope that they don't. I hope they can continue to create and harvest sustainably there. I hope that that while they've been harvesting it, and now they're realizing that they need to. And I can't remember my poor brain thinking of all the different things I saw. But I remember watching a documentary about a guy that went to Gabon and was brought to an iboga field, and it was just thousands of acres of iboga plants, in this one field where it was. So it will be fascinating to see that. But I hope that the sustainable plant medicine and proper preparation and harvesting is still accepted. Which even this byline that there's an ibogaine shortage. When we dive into it, we look at there's not an ibogaine shortage. There's just not enough people doing the chemistry and agriculture behind it to actually make it readily available. So all those chemists out there, geez, they're decriminalized zone. Correct chemical building blocks, as stated. Hanging out with the Michael family in the Haight Street Shroom Shop. Another beautiful day in the Bay. guys enjoyed the discussion today. Thanks for being here. Just like I say, I hope you all have, a lovely.
What did I just say? I express my feelings to you.
Hello?
He's told you what
That's his favorite song. Johnny's late as kid food.
Jinx.
John, I can teach you to be blowing, not blowing as in blowing, being to John. John.
Which
John?
Which John? There's John therapy.
Could you put your second foot more like you cute? Oh my god.
Second picture.
That's good.
John, I'm gonna beat you ass.
Bro, he's annoying. Fuck. See your body's leaving. I'm only.
Yeah. You said you're black, huh?
Hello?
How black you are?
You don't want me?
But anyway, it's that. I'm black more than you. I'm African.
Bitch, shut up.
But I'm African.
Still ain't that look on you motherfucker.
Okay. Where black dudes is coming from? Originally from Africa.
No, usual nice. Come on, it's not Africa that have like fucking black people. There's black
Originally.
people.
Oh, this is
Originally, yes, but it's not all black.
Okay. So I'm from Africa. So I'm more black than you.
But
I'm
you
extremely black.
Hi, everybody. I just came back in the room.
Nobody gives a fuck. Shut up.
What did I miss?
Shut up.
What's being discussed?
Oh, shut up, you gay motherfucker.
You didn't miss anything.
Piece of
You
shit.
know, the good part of this room, it's only one mall. And I hope it always have only one mall.
Okay, Marley.
Jacob, this picture between two legs.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
It's actually two legs.
Hello?
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 Marley.
Hello?
John's funny. John has a good sense of humor. That's good.
Yeah, he's probably gay like
Come forth. The locks on infinite space is standing his woman called the Scarlet Woman. Is all power given. They shall gather
children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. A tear burn upon their brows, the splendorous serpent. 19, oh, azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
You don't think that the Islamophobia and the xenophobia also makes it easier to watch people that are Arab and Muslim being killed overseas as just like, oh, a consequence when we saw white people being killed in the Ukraine and everybody lost their fucking shit. So the same can be said the other way around. Your argument is mute.
I think that anti-Semitism has a much longer history than Islamophobia.
No, sorry, but anti-Semitism. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Well, anti-Semitism started in Europe. It didn't start it, okay? So this anti-Semitism problem that you have it in the US. Solve it for yourself, okay? Solve it there in Texas, New York, wherever the fuck you want to solve it. Just go there. Fix it there. Now, regarding what's happening in the Middle East, it's not anti-Semitism. Okay?
What are you talking about? Islam is anti-Semitic. Have you read the Charter of Muhammad in 660? The Charter of Medina, it's anti-Semitic.
one dumb fuck at a time. Okay, so our fight is not with Israel, just to be clear. Like, if we person, we have to take care of Israel, I don't know, within 70 years, we could take care of our fight with America. Like, literally, our fight with the dog and the master. So, you're part of the fucking problem. I don't care if you want to call it anti-Semitism. We got to a state where we
You hit my projection bell. You are the problem. You're the problem.
Because you're supporting
You're projecting that you're the problem. You're the problem. You. That's you projecting. Yeah, keep projecting. Keep accusing other people of being the problem while you are simultaneously the problem. All right, I'll be back in Anonymous. See you all soon. Bye-bye. Time to go back to the zone of truth.
About seeing people than the Republicans are.
I don't want your fucking sympathy, man. Sorry. We don't want it.
Wait, we don't?
We don't want your sympathy. Just get the fuck out of our region.
Wait, we know it's bullshit as an American. We know that it's both sides that have this because they're funded by the same PAC, the only PAC that able to operate within the United States without registering as a foreign entity. So we understand on both sides at this time. The people of America have and understand that two sides of the same shitty ass coin. So, I mean, for you to say, oh, Democrats, they're so innocent, and Republicans, we all know this is all bullshit. If you haven't woken up to this yet, I'm sorry. Again, this is another argument I have against your own intelligence or to actually...
Projection detection system engaged in overload.
Do you understand how insane it is that Firmus is able to talk to you right now and not physically smack you?
Uh-oh. You know how hard it is to talk to you without wanting to punch you in the face?
Wait, smack me? What?
What?
The figure of speech. Don't get hung up on it.
Listen,
don't act like you haven't been smacked before.
I think there is a clear, I get what you're saying. Yes, both parties have been funded by AIPAC. There does seem to be a pro-Israel law.
They're not talking about funding by AIPAC, apolitical. We're talking about funding by the U.S., the Congress and Senate. Being funded with military weaponry and given diplomatic cover to carry out atrocities with those same weapons.
The thing is, the Democrats at least.
It's both sides. Don't even go with the Democrats. Come on.
At least they provide limits and stipulations on Israel.
It's more evil to provide lip service when you have no intention of doing anything else. That means you think the mission is stupid. So just saying it nicely doesn't make it any better. It actually insults me even worse. And that's why they lost the last election.
Okay, and then look what you got, though.
They lost two elections.
I'd rather have somebody who's I'd rather have someone telling me straight to my face how it's going to be rather than somebody doing it behind my back and smiling at me. There's nothing we can do. That is bullshit.
So
the two-party system needs to be wiped out.
Do you really think Kamala was president? We would be
we'd be at the same place, just with better PR. Yes. Yes, with better PR.
This is the issue.
I would like to remind you that the Biden administration is the one that appointed Elliot Abrams, the Elliot Abrams, Iran-Contra Elliot Abrams, to head Radio Watermelon. Somebody help me? Ghost.
He clicked on the link and it's like it shows up as a radio something radio.
Yeah, it's that's the name of the account, Radio Watermelon.
وهذا اسم الحساب يا محمد، هذا اسم الحساب تبعه.
تبعهم. طب ايش اعمل الحين عشان اوصل رسالتي، اوصل معاناتي؟
ضفت الحساب عندك؟
حطيت عليه متابع.
So he followed the account.
He should DM them. Have him DM you. Okay.
Yeah, for
He's been around Ambrose.
Shut the hell up, bro. I've been listening to you for the last 20
But
minutes.
Edward, it's really
They're
effective
still
for.
engaging with you.
It's really look. To be honest, the guys from Radio Watermelon are not my cup of tea, but they're doing amazing work when it comes to Gazans.
No, I understand, but this guy, I'm 99% certain he's not from Gaza.
Can we allow?
I agree, Edward. I think I've had him in a room before and someone more.
Yes.
Yeah, people are talking about it.
Yeah, I don't want to be.
No, they're not. Don't get yourself involved in this, but they're not. He's verified.
This is what Radio Watermelon is for. So they.
One that claims, they're from Gaza, they're looking for money. Okay, this link, have these people verify you, they give you a seal, and then there's no dispute.
Revealed was Mr. Van Rast actually does have a soft spot for a dog. I saw a man. Just move on, bro. You're doing a breakdown. Have a soft spot. That was a fatherly figure trying to get that daughter dragged right. No, wait, just that's too much. Yeah, I need a guy. He's not Stephen A. Smith. I don't need a post-game break. I never claimed to be Stephen A. Smith. Talk about yourself.
someone say you had a soft spot for suffering. That might be true.
Hollywood. It makes him an expert in. And he's never, being on social media, okay, and making a living on media, he has not yet seen any genocidal proof on social media from Israel.
One point he did mention that stands out the most, that he is not pushing Palestinians out of Gaza yet. Not yet.
Sapien, did you say you didn't see any proof of genocidal intent from Israel? Seriously?
I never said that.
Okay. First of all, I'm sure some of you have heard about the Rawi, the reporter, a journalist. If you go to his account, there's a thread with over 106 different posts, all of them from various IDF officers making very, very genocidal statements, all of them from within Gaza, photographing themselves in uniform. That's number one. Number two, if you want, you can go to my feed on X and you can search in my highlights, and you will find a document from the GISS, the Jerusalem Institute for Security and Strategy, from April 2025, where it clearly states that in the portion about Gaza, we will put them in temporary transfer camps until we can find countries willing to take them. I can show you the voluntary migration program that was introduced by the Ministry of Intelligence back in November 23. There's absolutely no lack of evidence. None. And I can show you testimonies by IDF soldiers, by high-ranking officers. I can show you former prime ministers and former IDF chiefs of Israel that are saying that what Israel is doing is ethical cleansing. So the lack of proof. You're just not eager to.
Yeah, I never said that, and I have actually seen those quotes that do give me pause from the Israeli officials. They said they have said
and I'm glad you have a little pause.
I'm talking about people like Loki Alon and Ehud Olmert, staunch Zionists, both of them former IDF chiefs, one of them the former prime minister, both of them calling, unfortunately, only what's happening in North Gaza and the West Bank ethnical cleansing. Yes, they didn't go as far as genocide, but when it comes to expelling Palestinians from their land, this is good enough, even though just for this more.
Sapien, you haven't been here for a while. You're still a Jahash, bro. What's going on? That good person.
Ghost, your sarcasm is not very appreciated.
Why?
I don't appreciate your sarcasm.
You asked me what does Jahash mean. You asked me what does Jahash answer.
Listen, Ghost,
whatever. But anyway, Peru's left. I was like very short-sighted. I think that often in politics you have to vote for the lesser of two evils, and you can't get everything that you want. And that's one of my big beefs with like the Palestinians is that they seem to not, if they don't get every single thing that they want, they just
What do Palestinians want? What do they want?
They literally they want a one-state solution. They want to abolish basically the state of Israel as it is. They want to go back to the homes that they were expelled. They want the right of return. That's just it's kind of like a non-starter.
So what's wrong with asking for that? You literally said they want to go back.
What's wrong with it? It's not real.
Wait. You said they want to go back to the homes that they were expelled from. They want a one-state solution. They want their land. What's wrong with asking for something?
What's wrong with it is that Israel is never going to agree with it.
Okay, so what's the solution?
And unfortunately, the solution is to accept that that's not going to happen and to focus on getting your own state as opposed to replacing
Did the black slaves of America just accept their fate? Why? Look, the point is that it may look hopeless right now, but people are not going to give up on their lands. This has been proven in history over and over again. Freedoms cost lives. And when there's a tyrant in town, when there's an occupier in town, people will stand up and fight at any cost and every right to do so.
So what do you think the Lebanese people should do, Sapien?
Get Hezbollah up out of their shit.
What about the Syrian?
Syria, get all the Hezbollah, all the terrorist people, all the people that are trying to attack Israel, they need to disavow them and push them out and just not allow them to be there.
They're not in Syria. They're not in Syria. Syria a long time ago.
What about the Egyptian?
The Egyptians have signed a peace treaty with Israel. They're cool. I mean, on paper they are, but I mean, they kind of do little underhanded things like allow certain things to go through their tunnels and stuff.
What about Iran? Actually, hold on. Egypt. I just want to say on the Egypt front, that actual peace treaty is a bribery treaty. So it's a bribery situation. And that's
America's paying for it.
Yeah. Weapons and monies.
Yeah, again, I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know. I don't know. You guys want everything.
And that's really the problem, Sapien, is you don't know. And you should learn.
We're just kind of at a loss at this point, because it's just sort of like, you want everything, and you don't get everything you want, and
the moment you lost the sexuality of yours, you're at a complete loss. You have no clue what the hell you're talking about.
Okay.
To be honest with you, Mr. Sapien.
So Iran has made Lebanon a focal point. It sounds like for movement to happen with Iran, with the U.S., Iran has made Lebanon one of their red lines. I think this is why Israel is going all out in Lebanon now. They're trying to get as many or to cause as much destruction as possible before they're forced to leave Lebanon. Which tells you something about the state itself. If that's your objective, if your objective is destruction, and you're wasting your tax dollars, your citizens' money on destruction, which brings them no security, which is evidenced by the citizens in the north of Israel when Ben-Gvir made his comments a couple of weeks ago, and without being given any evacuation orders or anything, a lot of people from the north of Israel left the north and going to more central and south Israel, because they don't have faith that the military will be doing the right thing or protecting them. If anything, would be bringing more Hezbollah's wrath down upon them, like what happened in 2024. So, Lebanon is a part of this with Iran. And I don't think Iran is going to let that go.
Bro, to be honest with you, Lebanon is cooked, man.
Yeah, but
remember when we talked a few days ago and I told you watch Israel is going to attack Lebanon in a way to prevent any peace agreement with the states. And they were locked in on Lebanon.
They did, yeah.
Like even prior to this attack, between 800,000 to 1 million people were displaced.
Yeah.
From South Lebanon.
Yes, and parts of the north now, or south Beirut area. Dahia. People left there. People left. They're giving evacuation orders, meaning Israel, right? They're giving evacuation orders. People are leaving, and then they're claiming, okay, we're attacking to attack Hezbollah. Well, you gave evacuation orders, so people left. What are you attacking? It's literally just for destruction.
It's just like Gaza, bro. Like, they know Hamas was underground. They still destroyed Gaza. They know that Hezbollah is underground. They're going to do the exact same thing in Lebanon. But honestly, like, World Cup is in 11 days. So, like, how do you see this going?
That's not even in the news, the World Cup. I found out that it's in 11 days. Oh, I know. Nobody cares here about the World Cup. What I'm saying is, like, now it's going to be because it was Trump that brought it to the U.S., to the Palestinians, and as well as what's happened in Iran and what's happening in Lebanon. Because Israel's involved. I think Mexico said, was it, yes, exactly. It's a really fucked up. It's an embarrassing situation right now. I mean, what do you?
F. Rose, I have a question. So you were talking about how it's proven, or like how there's like undisputed evidence that Israel's officials have made genocidal statements and stuff like that. I'm reading in the chat. Ali said something interesting.
Ali he's another mental retard, just like you. You guys are.
He said no major international organization or court has issued a final, well-accepted determination that Israel committed genocide in Gaza. Genocide convention's definition. Is that true?
Give me a second and I'll answer you. I need a few minutes. Even if that's true, that doesn't negate the genocidal comments.
Well, the case is still going on.
Yeah,
that doesn't mean experts have not said that this is.
Can you repeat the question, please?
So Ali said something very interesting in the chat. He said, no major international organization or court has issued a final, well-accepted determination that Israel committed genocide in Gaza under the UN Genocide Convention's definition.
There's no legal ruling, but there's an independent UN committee that accused Israel, that found Israel guilty of 4 different counts from the genocide definition. I have a list of 58 Jewish/Israeli lawyers and human rights lawyers and academics, researchers of Holocaust and genocide, all calling it a genocide. We have Amnesty, Humanity for Children's Rights, Physicians for Human Rights, B'Tselem, and more. All of them calling it a genocide. Do you want all the reports, or just one is enough?
Oh, I was just asking you what you thought of this comment. I mean, I believe you, but I was just wanting to hear your thoughts
I
about.
think you misunderstood him.
Sounds like you were trying to school her and you got schooled, so we're back.
I was not trying to school her. I was just asking for her.
You were, yeah. Well,
I don't know what you were trying to do.
Take
Take a
up
better
the
question.
intelligence of the room.
Actually, Ferris, the one who is a scold is the alley down there. Maybe he can come and talk for himself.
You know, Ali also said something else that was interesting in the chat as well. He said there were never a group of people called Palestinians. It was an area called Palestine resided by Arabs, some Jews, and Christian. The term Palestinian people is a new made-up term.
Okay.
That's not even worth respecting with an answer, seriously.
It doesn't matter what the people that are indigenous call themselves. We can call ourselves Martians. It doesn't change the legal status.
Adam says he likes poodles.
Poodles? No, I step on poodles.
It doesn't matter what those humans
It doesn't
call
matter.
themselves. They still existed there.
They have been here for centuries. And actually, there's a museum of Palestinian artifacts and historical documentation. It's in a Palestinian community called Inhod, right above Tentura. If you ever visit Israel, I recommend you go there. There's some beautiful tattoos that you can see all the way back to, I think it's 1700. So yeah, they were here, bitch.
Rose's such a classy girl. She always ends up with sentences and sentences of a bitch.
Like, if you're asking what do I like,
I'm trying to be vulgar, and it's not my strong suit, so don't mock me.
Bitch is Hebrew for period. You know, just put a period at the end or something.
I hear you, Rose, but one thing I do notice is like when the conflict was happening, and even like before, like in the 20s, 30s, and 40s, when like in the newspapers they would describe the conflict, they never referred to the Arabs as Palestinians. They just used the term
Because everybody
Arabs.
there was Palestinian.
What kind of Indian are you?
Everybody was there.
Chicken tikka.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
What do you
Well,
eat?
there were the publications at the time. I think.
But seriously, not even Golden Meir had a passport Palestinian.
Yes.
Exactly.
And there are newspapers that were called Palestinian, whatever the exact name. I mean, how can you say?
But do you know what else? Do you know what else the newspapers really loved to quote the Zionists on? They really loved to call themselves colonizers. They were like super proud of it because colonization was all the rage. So everywhere you see Zionist reporting in the papers, it's all about colonizing, right? So do you want to talk about what was it, the papers back then? That was all the rage. It was super cool to call them.
I was gonna, to be fair, the oldest reference to like Palestine is Herodotus, I believe, one of them. And he called them Syrians. He said the Syrians in Palestine.
Syria meant something different back then. It meant Palestinian.
No, Syria referred to the whole area.
Assyria.
I'm joking.
Not Assyria, Syria. Yeah, but like that. But even so,
Assyria, I said, not Assyria. I said as Syria.
yeah, Assyria, exactly. Yeah. So like the people who were there were even the Lebanese are Syrian. Yes, exactly.
All right. We have Syrian supremacy speaking
Listen,
out.
I am 100%, and I know it's going to be a not popular opinion, and one that I share with many of them because I am an Arabist, that we should go back to all being Syrian. Of course, keep our own identities, but because it's not working out, this little independent shit.
Okay,
Stronger together.
does this Syria have
Can you name a period in history in which Palestine was prosperous but Syria was not, or vice versa?
Oh my God, this is a
It
Syrian.
wasn't Syria, it was Damascus.
Okay, this is a picture of the Syrian.
Party put it in Beirut, okay? So they didn't even start in Damascus.
Carlos Bonilla has been around. We've used it for a very long time.
But he knows better, don't you know that?
I was just reading what Ali put in the chat.
Bro, you just shut the fuck up.
We've already debunked Ali so much. Why are you using our already debunked? We have debunked it way too many damn times. For you to be using it.
Why are people like Kleinbach in this homosexual sapien, whatever the freaking? Why are these people even being allowed on stage? Like,
Because they're not fascist and they actually want to have a conversation. They're intellectually secure enough to have a conversation with people that disagree with them. Unlike
Come to Amsterdam, we'll have an intellectual conversation. We do instant
threatening violence again. Threatening
violence.
Oh please.
When did I even said I'm gonna break?
I don't want him to come to Amsterdam. I just want him to leave the region. Can you just get the fuck out of the Middle East?
Come to Amsterdam.
I'm not in the
Honestly, Sapien, what you need to do is take some time off of this app. You need to go and dive into some papers, do a little reading, have a better
Brain surgery.
understanding. If you're having cognitive issues, help with that, and really guide you into.
I'm starting to love Mrs. Trolling.
I can do like a whole teach you the whole SARS method, in order to analyze and see what the biases might be on papers, how to at different pieces of information. I mean, if you really want to come and have a more well-rounded idea of what the region is like, because like I've told you before, it's a very complex situation and it takes more complexity to understand the different moving parts and historical context.
I know it's complicated, but also it's not.
If you remove the human interest in it, then you know what I mean? It's just
isn't it that simple?
The law. There's such a thing as the law. Because they know that you'll be accused of violating the law.
Just stand there, would you tell me?
Don't forget about the law. Don't forget about the law.
Maybe I would be hurt less.
Well, if you're a goyim, it's okay for that to happen to you.
I know, but at the end of the day, you talk about resistance. Resistance is
we're not going to get to religion.
It's not a religion.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's a little rude. We're not trying to do that.
Is it religious though?
Yes.
Does it just say that we, as in the
Torah?
Well, you can look at Islam or Christianity, and you can find some very problematic.
That's actually not true.
I was about to say.
Okay. No, yeah.
No, Islam. That's not true.
If you're interpreting it a certain way, yes.
I mean, we can't do it on our own. Like, you can't just read the book and say.
Breaking your wife means breaking means. It's from my understanding, it's withholding from them affection, right? Strike them with you. Basically, withholding emotion. Some interpret it as actual striking of the wife.
Yeah, we don't care about the ones that interpret it like that. I'm talking specifically about the Jews. Yeah.
I mean, we could be misinterpreting. That's a possibility.
And that's our mistake. It's not the religion itself.
No, it's not the religion. It's the people can misinterpret anything in any religion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sapien, for interrupting your lovely conversation. Sorry. Can we go back to unboxing and makeup stuff? Go ahead.
Unboxing and makeup stuff, you said?
Yeah, that's what he does on YouTube.
What do you unbox on YouTube, Sapien? Is it the same? Do you go to the store and get something and then unbox it and then return it?
Did you leave?
I've never done an unboxing video.
Bro, shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
You can go back to meowing. You can go back to meowing.
Retard Zionist.
Wait, you Zionists don't learn how to have manners, bro?
Support the IRGC and you're lecturing.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck the IRGC, bro. Fuck the Zionists, fuck the IRGC. And fuck you, bro. Hey, Sapien, fuck you, okay? Specifically you. Edward, don't you get annoyed when this motherfucker talks to you?
Who is Sapien?
Yeah, this Zionist bitch-ass nigga.
Oh, whoa. No, none of that. None of that. You're not allowed to do that, dog. What is wrong with you? You go from meowing to racial slurs?
Bro, this guy...
No, you can't. You have to apologize. If you want to stay in here, you apologize to him for calling him that name.
Alright, apologize.
Alright.
Apologize.
So I use others as human shields to interact with them. So we have Ambrose and Feiruz and Ghost. Adam.
You use me as human shield? Bro, what?
No, I listen, Sapien, I've known for a couple of years. He purposely does not want to learn anything, and he comes into these spaces just to be able to tell us, to make little snide comments towards Palestinians or Muslims or brown people in general, because he wants to feed into his own racist ideologies.
Okay, so don't you get annoyed when he does this?
I'm racist.
You are racist, Sapien. We have the recording. And John Kitover right now is recording you, by the way. Just FYI. Sorry.
Hey, Sapien, really quick question. Has Israel ever returned the 200 tons of enriched uranium that they stole off the boat?
I don't know what you're talking about. Perhaps
I'm talking about your Sharmuta mother. Oh, I'm muted, my bad. Did Israel ever return the 200 tons of enriched uranium? Operation Plum that.
Maybe you should ask Elon about that. I feel like he knows more about what's going on.
What did you say I should ask? I misheard you.
Elon. He probably knows more about that than I do. I don't know.
Elon, is that? Who's Elon? Why don't you look into
there's something I don't understand about this guy, okay? Like, I do understand some Zionists, they are just born in Israel and just want to be Zionist, okay? This guy, I don't know what is his objective. And after Edward said he's been here in this platform for so many years and still does not want to accept the truth, that makes me more like, come on, bro. What's wrong?
What is the truth that I need to accept? Like, I don't know I feel like I know what you guys want me to believe. I just don't.
How do you mean what we want you to
everything
believe?
that you said.
Why do you support baby killers? That's what we want to know.
Yeah, why do you support?
They're not baby killers. They're not baby
Oh
killers.
my God.
If you kill 3,000 babies,
that's a bloodline.
Listen to me. If you killed more than 3,000 babies that never reached the age of 1, let alone the babies that all died after the age of 1 before reaching the age of 2, how would you call that? If you killed more than 100,
I think you're purposely
what do you
using
mean
that
purposely?
as like to mask your own antipathy towards Jewish people.
But you're not Jewish. You're
I
from
know.
Poland.
I know. What?
You're from Poland or something. Like
I'm not from Poland. I'm not
Sapien,
Jewish.
Sapien, you keep saying Jewish.
Because that's what this really is about. This is really what it
It's not about Jews.
No, that's in your head, Sapien.
You're making it about Jews because that's how you try to win people over by saying Jews. It's about Zionists, okay? It's about Zionists, you Sapien.
Listen, one thing about me, I'm not naive. I'm not.
But you're not very bright either. And so both of it doesn't matter if you're naive or not.
Bro,
You have a little bit of intelligence.
No, Edward, let me tell him something. Sapien, you're naive for thinking that you think you're pro-Palestinian. That makes you a naive, okay?
No, he says pro-Palestinian here.
Sapien?
Yeah, he says pro-Palestinian, and then at the same time he says he's a Zionist, and when he's with exactly. going on 3 years. Even if Zionists understand your bullshit, Sapien. They know that you're not consistent and you play for the audience. And speaking of audience, why don't you give us your YouTube channel? I have a couple of comments to make about your videos.
Why do you keep bringing up my YouTube channel? That's nothing to do.
Nobody was talking to you.
He actually was.
Because I want to just put a couple of comments down on your YouTube video when you're doing your unboxing, and I just have a couple of things to say.
Okay, can we get someone else to talk and advocate for? We need to get this conversation is going in a weird direction. Let's get back to the topic. And I prefer get someone else that's pro-Israel come on stage and argue.
Oh my God! Someone contradict me. Someone help me.
Sagan is again a genocide supporter. Why would we want genocide supporters to speak? They're deluded, deranged, immoral.
What makes you think I'm a genocide supporter? Who said anything about supporting genocide?
I'll let others speak on that.
It's interesting, Sapien. You seem to seek out these types of environments on Clubhouse at the same time, and only to defend positions that most people would never defend, to stereotype and generalize a group of people as Jew haters and Jew killers and whatever else you say, in the very spaces that pro-Palestinians are in. Like, what are you getting out of this? What do you want out of this? You're not coming to learn anything. That's obvious, because we've been down this road hundreds of times in the last almost 3 years.
Surprised me, in all honesty, is why y'all don't from these cockroaches blocked. What are you gonna do?
It's in your head. It's like in 1 ear and out the other. In 1 ear, out the other. Sapiens in 1 ear, out the other. We've schooled him less than he actually acknowledged that we've taught him many things about what's happening. References provided and everything, but it goes in 1 ear and out the other. I don't know what's
The thing is, I'm a very open-minded person, and just because I hear you say what you say doesn't mean I'm not opposed to hearing what the people on the other side have to say.
It's about time. Almost 3 years. You should have your own position by now.
He does have his own position.
Yeah, and the position is what? Palestinians want to murder all Jews, right?
I said Palestinians, they're very unpopular. Palestinians need to accept that the fact that Israel is there, they need to drop
That's wrong.
What I think should happen, I'm a pro-resistance. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about it. Because what I think should happen is that all these resistance groups, resistance fighters, they need to change their strategy. Instead of having these attacks happening, one time from Palestine, for example, one time from Lebanon, one time whatever, they need to all, join together, become one big army, and just fuck Israel up to. That's what
they tried. They tried that in 1948.
Let's ask moral things. Hamas, the baby killers,
Ali supports her. What do you expect from her?
I expect more from Ali. Ali is fairly intelligent, but he's very off the mark on some things, which is...
Bro, what do you expect from the Palestinian supporters?
I know. So, baby killers? No, first of all, that was debunked. Even President Biden had to backtrack on Hamas killing babies. Actually, what eyewitnesses said, there was on October 7th, it was the Israelis, their own people who were firing at us and them, Hamas, indiscriminately. They're not baby killers. Hamas specifically does not speak. They speak about targeting combatants. They talk about people on IDF. They talk about taking hostages. They don't talk about killing babies. They don't kill about innocent people, women, and so forth. And this whole rape propaganda was also debunked. Anyhow, the baby killers of the Israelis, they have killed tens of thousands of children. That's a proven fact. They have a starvation campaign. A proven fact is stated. Intent is proven by their ministers, by from Bar-Gvir, Smotrich, and all these extremist, deranged, terroristic Israelis.
You want to talk to him? He wants to come up. You want to talk to him?
Well, let's deal with Sapien first. Sapien, I'm not talking about what you think should be done, but what is the moral position you think? Who is in the right and who is in the wrong? Who is the oppressor and who is the oppressed? Number one. And then number two, is it a genocide? Because you've been learning and studying this for about 3 years now. Who is in the right, who is in the wrong? I mean, essentially, who's the oppressor and who's the oppressed? And do you think it's a genocide? Let's hear your position. What's the moral position you take? That's more interesting.
I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's a very, you can't just make it so binary. I think it's like this, a lot of things have happened.
You're retarded at this point. Your girlfriend got whacked. Did you pray for this human hippopotamus in my profile picture?
Let him hang himself more by speaking further.
I think that I don't think that the world is not, in geopolitics, you got to kind of take morality out of it, because that's just, it's not, it's nice to talk about.
I'm not going to cop out. I mean, look, it's slavery, the transatlantic slave trade, black people were killed, raped, maimed. Let's take morality out of it. Just tell them just give up.
Why do you guys, this is another feedback from Palestinians. Why do y'all always bring up black people to try to justify your point? Why?
If you're Chinese or Mexican or something, you're black. So I'm bringing that so you can at least
let me just remind you.
Think about it.
Let me just remind you, Sapien, that you're racist towards the black people. Let me just remind you.
Take a moral position.
Me as a black person being racist against other black people, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, Ali, currently there's a million slaves in America. There's actually, look up slavery in America. There's an institute that studies slavery. America has over 1.1 or 1.2 million slaves. So America is leading the continent perhaps in slaves. Anyhow, take a moral position.
But this is another thing I have an issue with. Like, whenever anybody brings up anything that the Arabs or Muslims do that are wrong, you guys immediately deflect it to. Well, what about America? Or what about Israel?
We'll get to that. But first, to address the question. In the situation to Israel and Palestine, who are the oppressors and the oppressed? And it's a genocide, because you've studied this for 3 years. You've been talking to both sides, and you claim to have a brain and a heart. So what is your moral position here?
Clearly Israel has the upper hand. They have more power. They're definitely a more powerful entity than the Palestinians. And it's very easy to frame them as the oppressors if you just look at it in a very one resolution way. But if you look at it in another way,
you look at it another way, oh my god.
Some people could argue that the Palestinians have sort of made their bed, now they're lying in it. You can make that argument. They have.
Well, why don't you make these arguments, Sapien? Instead of saying you can make the argument, go ahead and make the argument. Make the argument that the Palestinians, they're the ones that brought this occupation on to themselves.
Yeah.
Make the argument that the Palestinians brought the genocide onto themselves.
Okay.
Make these arguments. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. The first one, the occupation of the West Bank that you guys like to call, that area, if they had just simply accepted the 1947 partition plan, that could have been theirs from the jump, and all this could have been avoided.
Hold on, Sapien.
Edward, I'm not going to escape this. Moral position. Who is the oppressor and who's the oppressed? And number two, is it a genocide? Moral position.
This is so low resolution.
He already said that he doesn't believe Israel is an oppressor. I mean, that's that's the mentality you're dealing with.
I said it's easy for them to be viewed as an oppressor, but I think
Well, because they are oppressing. Are they not oppressing?
they currently hold more power over the Palestinians.
Are they oppressing? Go ahead, you can say it.
Bro, it's a fucking yes or no question taken. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Probably. After 3 years, you're like, probably, I'm not sure. Like,
I think that the Palestinians have put themselves in a position to be
oppressed? Really?
Yes.
So the Palestinians, it's the Palestinians' fault that they're oppressed by Israelis. By the way, you mentioned the partition plan. So are you telling me because Palestinians would not accept people from Europe coming in and taking over their land, then that means that they deserve to be oppressed because they did not accept foreigners coming in and taking over?
I didn't say they deserve to be oppressed. They put themselves in a position to be oppressed.
Yeah, they were the Palestinians. They were hating the Hergun, not letting them free way. Sorry.
I mean,
and then also, listen. The reason why things, and also the reason why things are so bad in the West Bank is because of the Second Intifada. All these checkpoints, all this stuff. This is a reaction that Israel is given due to all the
checkpoints were around before the Second Intifada.
But they got worse. They increased.
Wait. Why even have one?
I mean, I think that the fact that there was a Second Intifada should tell you.
I have one. If you want to accept that Israel is a nation, then why doesn't Israel build a wall like they did in Gaza around their borders?
Because people like you would bitch about it.
Oh, so they're not building a wall because I would bitch?
People like you.
This wasn't this game.
So we can bitch for Gaza, but we not bitch for West Bank.
And when they did build the wall during the Second Intifada, that greatly reduced the suicide bombings. Y'all were bitching about that.
I roasted you on this yesterday. I roasted you on Lebanon last week. I roasted you. When I say I roasted you, I brought receipts. I brought all the facts. You couldn't dispute them. I roasted you. And yet you bring it up again. Is this a fetish of yours? Do you like to be roasted?
Wait. When did you roast me about the wall? You brought up facts.
Yesterday, I roasted you about the wall. I specifically told was the reason why suicide bombings stopped from the Palestinians. And I made it very clear, not just yesterday, multiple times to you over the last almost 3 years, that the wall was built in sections and Palestinians, thousands of Palestinians daily, go through that wall into Israel and come back into the West Bank illegally every single day. So if you wanted a suicide bomber to go through, they can go through at any time. The wall did not stop suicide bombings.
Why does the building of the wall directly correlate with the reduction of suicide bombings?
It does not. It does not. It does not, because the suicide bombings still happened up to 2006 or somewhere around there, maybe the first half of 2006. It does not. Palestinians decided that suicide bombings were immoral. We decided. It wasn't nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with the wall. The wall did not stop suicide bombers. Like I said, if thousands of people could, unless you don't believe that the wall was built in sections where they have huge gaps for Palestinians to go through, if you don't believe this, you could look this up yourself.
That's why you have checkpoints.
So suicide bombers were used as checkpoints?
We are back at the same discussion like yesterday.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He was saying yesterday, right?
With all the respect to the autistic people, but I'd like to speak to an autistic person.
You should speak to Ali. I think you should really bring Ali up because I love you about stuff.
No, I brought somebody better than Ali.
can't deal with resistance.
Yeah.
I can't deal with resistance.
You can't deal with resistance. That's the problem. We can deal with resistance. We've been doing it for
The
decades.
reality is you just can't deal with the truth.
This the truth is wrong.
It's constantly a continent. Everything that comes out is just behavior, and it's persistently incontinent.
That is hilarious.
It's just a pointless talking to him. There's no.
Can you please bring Ali up? Bring Ali up.
Ali's not very well versed in this topic.
I mean,
and
it's
he's
not so
more-
expensive,
it's
but
not-
who's
Why?
going
Because
to
he
meet
doesn't
your
agree
friend
with you.
every morning?
I speak with Ali at times about belief, religion, or other topics.
Ali wants to listen. I don't feel like I'm doing a good job eating right now. I've been doing this.
Oh, is that it?
Well, when you lie a lot, usually it does fatigue.
I'm getting like.
What's your-
I'm kind of being
What?
jumped.
You know what? So
I'm
do
being
you?
jumped.
So do you? You haven't answered the question. When you do your unboxing, do you then take whatever?
Lame.
Because you don't have the money to keep buying all these expensive things and unboxing them.
Gets a budget from mom and dad. Are you raised by two men or two transgender women, Sapien?
You know what I don't like about people like this? Like I said, they either blatantly just liars and scum, or they just really not educated. I'm going with the first one. They're just liars and scum because he knows that even as what you animals try to classify as suicide bombing, that didn't start nowhere near the first Intifada. That's when Israelis started wanting to kill, gun them down when they wanted to peacefully protest. And those martyr bombings started years after. Like, 2-3 years after that. So what do you,
Bring up the second Intifada.
Well, how are you going from 2 to skipping 1?
Because
We don't mention 1 because you know why. Because you know the Israelis started doing terrorist attacks first.
Can you bring Ali up, please?
No, shut up.
No, this isn't for you to have as many men as possible in the room.
Bring them up too. Mind a couple.
Okay, by the way, just
You
to
can
Ali,
Ali, another intellectual.
No, by the way, we're talking about two different daddies. There's two.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they're talking about.
okay,
Go ahead, Ali.
wait, let me finish.
Ali, بلاش.
Oh, what?
إن فاهم بزي okay.
Okay. In fact, you just mentioned that why you just converting a problem of type, geopolitics to a moral problem. Like, do you think that we can talk geopolitics with you? Like that's much more complex. Do you know that? And what do you hope if we talk about geopolitics? So what do you think that happened? Like, are you capable of talking geopolitics? Okay, whatever.
Yeah, 2 comments. John, I am not the top of any specific leadership or group of Iranians trying to take the leadership in Iran. As a matter of fact, I have really very little interest in the Middle East. I decided to become interested. I learned something about Iran and the Middle Eastern issue, particularly the fight between.
Really quick, what did you learn from Iran?
Okay.
If you say like I'll learn.
Can you just let me finish? So I have okay. We can have okay. I'll go on mute.
No, I'm music. Go ahead. Don't be so sensitive. You support baby
Well, I'm not
killers. So
sensitive.
you cannot be sensitive.
It's
It's
about
about
your
baby
being
killers. Like,
rude because you are just rude.
yeah, be upset about being
I would
rude while you
ask
support baby
to
killers.
Let Ali speak.
Yeah, let's see.
Ali's not speaking. Ali's not speaking.
Yeah. Let's Ludwig, please. Let's see his point of view. Go on.
So, thank you, appreciate that. So I really I like I said, I could care less actually what's going to happen after the current war in Iran, regime change or not. So my interest is really confined to the 2 things that I mentioned: the trouble in the Middle East, as well as the plight of Iranian people under the IRGC, which I've taken some interest. Apart from that, I really doesn't matter. That's number 1. Number 2, I did comment regarding the 2 comments. One is regarding the let me see.
It was about Palestinians.
Yeah, of course, that's a very general thing. I wanted to be more more specific. In terms of the in terms of the suicide bombing, and then Palestinians, I think correctly, so they realized the return for the act of suicide bombing really was not paying off. Virtually was not getting them anywhere. And the second, it generated.
How do you know that that's the realization they came to?
Well, because I read about it.
Oh, you read about it? Oh, you read about it? So you don't know. Are you a Muslim?
Let me finish.
Are you Muslim?
It was a more of
No, Ali is an atheist.
Oh, he's an atheist. He doesn't understand. Okay. Ali. This is not. Suicide bombings are not allowed under Islam. It's prohibited. You understand? So we.
Ali, you're a fake atheist. You're gay. You got a name Ali, and you don't believe in God.
Ali's not gay. Ali's not gay. He's an atheist.
No, that's a gay atheist. Because if you keep the name Ali and you say you're atheist, that means you're gay.
No, he is
So your point is,
Guys,
Yes, thank you. So I think it was a very smart strategic decision on the part of Hamas and Palestinians not to continue with the shooting because the payoff was not good. Not only that, it generated this reaction globally.
Not to continue with what?
It did not make any sense for them.
No, you say not to continue with what? No, I didn't hear it.
Okay, I'm just going to let you guys do whatever probably will not answer because
No, I didn't hear what you said. You said it was a good decision for them to what?
To stop suicide bombings.
It's not suicide bombing because it wasn't basically
yes.
the optics of it. It actually covered more on the public, international community cause, and that's actually a fair point. That's a fair point.
But it's not a true point. It's not true. It's not why they stopped. Suicide bombings were not popular with Palestinians before they happened. When Hamas first started doing suicide bombings, they were a fringe element. Palestinian society in general rejected suicide bombings. And when they started happening en masse was because they were happening in the 90s by Hamas. And Hamas was a much smaller group then. Much smaller. And they would recruit people and they would do it in secret. And even the person's family would not know that this person was being groomed to be a suicide bomber. They would have to be groomed. In the early 2000s, when Ariel Sharon came into power, the butcher of Palestinians in Lebanon, Palestinians feared that them and their children would be butchered by Sharon. So Hamas and other resistance groups, they had there was less resistance for suicide bombings. Now they were still not accepted by Palestinians. They were not praised by Palestinians. But these resistance groups, no, they were not. These resistance groups, however, gained more power because of Ariel Sharon and because of what move away from the confines of Palestinian culture and attempt to normalize suicide bombings. It failed. They have suicide bombings, but eventually
the first was a Christian woman.
That's true. And so they had a run. They had a phase of suicide. We knew the resistance, but it was a small part of the resistance. We didn't know who exactly was doing it at the time. Meaning we knew Hamas, but we didn't know, what part of Hamas. It was all done very secretively because Palestinians did not accept suicide bombing. And we wouldn't have ever accepted it because the majority of Palestinians are Muslims, and Muslims know that suicide bombings are prohibited in Islam.
Particularly, there's authentic hadith for the Prophet, peace be upon him, Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, whoever intentionally kills himself, then certainly he will be punished in the hellfire, wherein he will shall dwell forever. So it's
cut and dry. It's it's black and white.
It's
You
clear.
know
You're
what's wrong.
not supposed to kill yourself. But the thing, though, is that, and this is not unique to Palestinians, the Japanese kamikaze have done it as well, where actually, this is a little information for Palestinians. Palestinians had to find unconventional ways to resist their violent terroristic oppressors, because there were very violent terroristic oppressors stealing their land, killing them, depriving their rights, and so forth. So they didn't have any jets. They don't have any tanks. They don't have an army. Not army. They don't have a navy. So they had to find ways where they could attack the enemy, the violent, ruthless, oppressor enemy. We should clarify that's who they are. And the Palestinians defending themselves. So when people are defending themselves, they get desperate, and they find ways to, unconventional ways to attack. Just like the kamikaze pilots in Japan did so. And they thought it was a very noble thing to die for one's country. Now, the second thing is that while there's no religious justification in the Quran and the Sunnah, the hadith of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and not evidenced by the companions, but a generation, I think it was the generation after the companions, there was one battle where a man, in order to attack an enemy, they were attacking Muslims, and they were going to attack them back. What they did is they had there was a walled enemy, and he somehow opened the door. Basically, they knew that if the person who was first going to open the door would be killed, and he did that, sacrificed himself for the sake of opening the door, knowing that he would be killed, and he was killed. So that was used by some. I think Hamas maybe referenced. I can't remember. I read about this a while ago. They referenced this instance as a legitimate method, although it was not done by the Prophet, peace be upon him. It was sanctioned, as we mentioned, hadith here, and also the Quran, that you're not supposed to kill yourself. And it wasn't done by the companions of the Prophet, but it was a later generation that did it.
Bringing it back to Palestinians, this was not considered. Well, I'll be quick. This was not considered a mainstream viewpoint or principle by Palestinians in general. It was actually considered a very radical viewpoints when it comes to suicide bombings. As a matter of fact, we didn't have the control that we have today over the resistance, and some of them did go out of control, and that's okay. That happens. We didn't have a government. We're under occupation. They went as far as to force the families, the parents, to not cry and pretend to be happy that their child was a suicide bomber after they found out through the news or whatever that their child was the one that killed 5, 10, 20 innocent people in Israel.
So, Edward, do you mind if I just...
Before you go another question. Now, there's been multiple surveys. Hold on for a second.
One second. Go ahead.
Right? That have it supported the facts. Okay, what? Do you hear me now?
No, you're breaking up, Ace. But Ali, maybe go ahead.
Yeah, that's quick. So Dean, I think the story that you shared, it's a good one. I mean, it's not unique in a battlefield, but for certain things to make it easy.
Okay. We need to stop this. I'm not going to continue down this path. I made it very clear, and I'm not going to have the Palestinian position and culture be defiled by this trash.
Trash.
This is not to be compared to. I'm sorry. Hold on, Dean. Dean. No offense. I know you meant comparing this to kamikaze pilots of Japan. Wasn't a good analogy because they did not do it for the same. It was considered fine in their call. It is not considered okay for Palestinians in Palestinian culture to kill innocent people and blow themselves up while doing it. It was not, and that's why it stopped. It was.
Although, Edward, to be fair to the Japanese, though, they didn't kill innocent people when they were doing that.
But the suicide part.
Well, that part, yeah, they believed they did it.
Right.
They would give them
Right,
a
but they were
blessing.
Muslim, is what I'm saying. So they
Edward, my intent is actually because Ali likes a lot of Muslims.
Yes.
I want to mention almost everything. The comments about slavery, the comments about this, the comments about that, the comments about that. So I tried, when Ali's on street topic, I pointed, you know what? This is not unique to Muslims. There are others who do this tactic. There's others doing this. He mentioned slavery. I said, America has over 1.2 million. America prohibited slavery, he said. Well, so did Saudi Arabia in 1962. It was enacted into law. So I try to bring examples.
No, I'm not. I understand. I'm not blaming you. You don't have to defend yourself. I'm just saying that this isn't a good analogy because it takes away from Palestinians having self-reflection and you know, not a strategic decision. It was not strategic. Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, so
yes.
This is what I want to get at because Ali's
No, you're in the Matrix again. Go ahead, Ghost. You were going to say something too.
Surveys that show that society is for this barbaric genocide. But when it comes to Palestinians, there's no consensus. There's absolutely no agreement. The actions are few are irregular. I don't know why people try to stick to this fucking minute point. It's actually irrelevant. I wish this Ali dude was here still. Shut his fucking face up. He's such a fucking racist fuck. Sorry, I hate that guy.
Can't defend Islam, can you? Gotta attack the man, not the topic.
I don't know if race.
Y'all didn't even let him talk. Y'all literally
he
said
said
like
about
2
black
sentences.
Oh, you did? Did you say about black people? Oh, okay. Well, I haven't sure to comment on race, but he could be.
I've talked to him before. I have destroyed him, and I've had I spent about 4 or 5 hours. And what was it? It was what's his name? Pepe's room, Pepe's house. I just happened to go in there, and Ali was, on stage. I went on stage. I think it was about, I want to say, between 2 and 4 hours. We went back and forth. I obliterated that guy for every single point he made. Was destroyed. I mean, he walked away from that. He's not a good debater. He's a good, pointing fingers. You did basically like Sapien. What do you do?
Propagandist.
What Sapien does. You did this. You did this. They did that. They did that. They did that. But you don't have proof of it. You don't have any context behind it, and you pointing fingers, especially if others have done the same or worse. And that's what Ali does. He points fingers.
No, that's what you do, Edward. That's called projection.
Nilek, how's it going? Would you like to say something? Andy?
Needlick, are you there? Needlick just came on stage.
He's warming up the maple.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. We won't attack you. We only attack the ones we have a history with.
Yeah,
Speak for yourself, don't say we.
Depends on what's said.
Edward, what do you think?
He's a Yiddish maple.
Edward, what do you think? What do you think goes through Sapien's mind? I don't still get it.
I don't know.
Air.
Yeah, it is real. Yeah.
Airhead. He's an airhead.
If someone who has a power is not paying you money, okay? And you're supporting the baby killers, the ideology of Zionists.
Israel is occupying the Palestinians. He hasn't figured out a position on that yet.
Yeah, this is. Second, do you read history?
No. Let me introduce you to Sapien. You mean your history on your Instagram?
Sapien, I'm appalled at Sapien. You're not very firm in your moral position on this matter, and you've been educated by so many people on this topic for 3 years, and you've chosen the side of the genocide of the oppressor. It's clear as day, but you don't get it. And I think that is because you have some underlying biases. You're anti-Muslim, I think, and I think it deals with your homosexuality. That Islam is, prohibits homosexuality, but also traditional Orthodox Christians do as well. And many Christian communities throughout the world, they ban homosexuality. All Christian countries in Africa have laws against homosexuality. It's not allowed. Absolutely not. You can't publicly.
Jews do as well. Judaism. Yeah, it was also Judaism.
Yeah, also Judaism as well. Yeah. So I think that there's some bigotry that is affecting it's clouding your vision on this matter. It's clouding your heart. It's very clear as day, Sapien. There's an oppressor, because historically the world knows it. The land of the Palestinians have been stolen. There was a Nakba. They were forced out of their homes year after year, decade after decade. They know who has the upper hand. Who's stealing, right? You can laugh, but you can't laugh at facts. You look somewhere foolish when you laugh at facts. Palestinian land has been stolen. It's a complete fact.
But he was when Daniel was in the room, Amir's room 2 days ago. Sapien was trying to defend the Zionist position. They don't want to ethnically remove Palestinians. They don't want to, from the West Bank. They don't care if Palestinians stay. And Daniel was like, no, we want them gone. We want to remove them. We want them to go to Egypt and Jordan. We don't want any of them around. And I'm like, Sapien, what do you think of that? Well, I don't know. It's just, it sounds like a controversial position. I don't know about this position. It's really controversial.
Yeah, Sapien. The prime ministers of Israel, the cabinet members, Knesset members, from generation to generation, from year to year, from cabinet from term to term, have all, at least several of them, have openly stated this position. Eretz Israel, our goal is to take over the land from.
So it's pretty obvious.
Yeah. The Likud Charter is from the river to the sea. They say the same exact thing as the Palestinians. But the Palestinians don't mean to kill all Jews. That's a lie. It's been promoted by Zionist-dominated media. They promote this lie that Palestinians want to kill all Jews. If that was the case, Jews would not be living there at all. But actually, historically, and you don't need me to say this, but many Jews, historians, rabbis, have attested to the fact that Jews have been protected under Muslim rule. The Muslims haven't genocided Jews. You don't see anything like this happening when Muslims are in control. Were there instances where Jews were killed? Of course. The Hebron massacre is that's a topic we can talk about. 75 people were killed. That's they were traitors. It's not as simple. But there wasn't a genocide. There wasn't a goal of extermination. Of Palestinian exterminated Jews, right? But so the thing is, you had so much time to really reflect on this matter, and I think there's just some underlying biases that are prejudices that are clouding your heart on this matter and your mind.
Sapien believes that if you believe or think the possibility of you not succeeding and liberating yourself, then you shouldn't even bother resist. You should just stay under the thumb of the
precedent. So basically, God forbid someone's being violated physically. If you believe the person is bigger than you, stronger than you, don't even bother fight back. That's his position. It's pretty pathetic, actually. I think it's based in cowardice.
Yeah,
I said you can fight. I said you can fight back, but once you lose, I think you should accept your loss.
What's lost? What's losing? What's losing? So if somebody gets away with harming somebody, they should get justice. They should just accept the loss and say, "Hey, listen, this happened to me. I'm just gonna let it be."
Try to get justice, but okay. Let's say somebody kills your family member, right? And so you end up pressing charges, and the person goes to trial. And for some weird reason, the court finds the person not guilty. Okay, you can't double jeopardy the person because that's against the law.
Wait a minute, we haven't even got justice. This is the problem. We haven't even Palestinians. I shouldn't be saying we. I just feel this is so like fucking gets me as a person who's a fuck. Palestinians haven't been given the opportunity to seek justice, and when Palestinians have done things like doing the peaceful means of, let's say, protesting at the border, the IDF shot the knees out of the Palestinian protesters. They weren't peaceful. They were peaceful. How were they not peaceful? How were they not peaceful protesting?
It's on video.
Their kneecaps were shot off by the IDF, and they were protesting peacefully on their own land. Peacefully. You know that, right? Their knees got shot off?
I've seen Daniel.
Do you know that? Do you know that? Hold on, Stephen. Do you know of that? Of instances like that? Do you?
Yeah, I've heard of that, but I think that yes, but there was also bad actors in those crowds.
Oh my God. For a second. What did those people do? They never did. What bad actors?
I honestly don't know read on that.
Yeah, so don't say that then. Don't say that then if you don't know.
Anything on Iran or any news? Any new news?
No, it's kind of weird, the back and forth. It's kind of, I don't know, there was Iranian, I forgot the name of this person from the government. He basically said that it seems like it's, this was 2-3 years ago, I think Al Jazeera quoted him, that it somehow seems to be almost like a meme that's going on here. None of this is really being done in good faith. It's pretty interesting that Trump, the fact that even that in this agreement, there's a $300 billion for reparations, technically, for all the damage over the years. Do you know? So they have $6 billion assets frozen. They don't want to give that. But America is in a very weak position. I don't know why people don't see it as that.
Yeah, we have to pay. And the thing is, Iran is holding out, and I think why Trump it's so that Iran doesn't retaliate against Israel. If Israel, goes and destroys Lebanon, or goes and destroys the Palestinians, or attacks Iran.
Yes, I dislike those kids. So my brother was a motorcycle shade.
Ever heard this story about Michael
Jackson?
Jackson?
So the midterms, how his ratings looks like shit in America. It's not. Even if you look at some of the things that Trump's been getting away with, even that's not true.
But if he wanted to, he could just say, well, let's you can dilute the uranium down as long as we witness it, which I don't think the Iranians would have a problem with, and we'll lift sanctions.
He's saying we'll lift sanctions slowly. He's already made that.
But then
that
would be enough for Iran.
It's not a win for America, right? So he also needs to make it look like somewhat of a win.
But
just
the
think about
uranium
this.
would be a win.
I know, but so JCPOA took 22 months to negotiate. 22 months. And this is not something that can be done overnight, especially the way that the U.S. has done this, right? But the point is this. There was a situation that did occur. I think I told you, I think we talked about a week ago, where Iran said, because we don't have trust in America, they'll break their word, right? We want to just relocate our uranium to a sort of a neutral ground, right? They said Russia or China. Okay, and if you guys don't pull onto your end of the agreement, then we're just gonna, which is fair. And then of course, U.S. said no. He could have taken that even and said, okay, made some sort of, he could have made it look like anything, but said no. So there's more to.
Yeah, and then you have to ask yourself, then what is $300 billion? And to me,
international law, you know that, right?
And you really have a very difficult time
under international
with
law.
your job.
I mean, not that we abide by it, but this is actually stipulation in international law.
Crabs, things like that.
That's one thing.
yeah.
Secondly, you know what they want? They want U.S. contractors to be building in Iran. That's what $3 billion is. And do you know who those contractors will be? The Kushner. It's gonna line the pockets of Trump and his cult, if you want to call it. Do you see how this is very nefarious in a sense?
Yeah. That could be it. How that Iran would allow American companies and Americans to come in and profit off of them that way. There's no way. Because they don't need to. All they have to do is wait Trump out, and his political position would be severely weakened because the gas prices are going to keep climbing.
That's across the world, even. I mean, this is bad, actually, all over the place.
Here, July, June, end of June until the beginning of August, especially, but really the summer is when people travel and do, across the country and tourism.
Our agriculture also is hitting, you know, right? This has been a big hit.
Yeah.
Already.
Lower than average yields is what farmers are saying.
Well, it's the cost of that, what's it called again? So that was the type of fertilizer. It's not potash.
Urea?
Something like that, yeah. That is, the price is not 100%. 67% of the world's supply goes to that. And what I've been hearing from the suppliers is that the true cost of this war is going to be felt. Not even now, because it's going to be felt next year. Because people have planned ahead, right? They have things in stock, but even when this all ends, the whole rate of pickup again is flowing. And the shipments, the cargoes, the slowest way of things here. It's that there's going to be the harshness.
Even their morality is subjective. But what's most
But how come yours is subjective? You're basically saying you're right because you have a definition of what God should be, and He doesn't meet your definition.
It's rational.
No, but you're assuming.
There's no right or wrong. I'm saying it's irrational.
My underlying view of God is that this is not really a rational decision in many ways. Okay, you have faith, you don't have faith.
Thank you, Tyler.
I mean, so
you agree then?
But no, I don't agree with everything you're saying because I think what you're saying makes no sense. You're trying to defend your lack of faith or lack of understanding by saying, "Oh, there's a reason for it." No, you're trying to defend it.
I'm not defending anything. I'm actually
if you don't believe in God, that's fine. No one here is actually requiring you to believe in God. But you're trying to make the argument that the reason you don't believe in God is because you don't think that God meets your definition of God. That's a little crazy.
People crazy. People crazy. That's how they
But that's like ass backwards, you know?
No. I'm attacking the argument of
Sure. What's the question? Sure.
She don't know what she's attacking.
I know what the fuck I'm attacking.
No,
you just want to blindly believe in a religion that oppresses you at school.
No.
Let me.
You're going dark board while wearing a blindfold.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? I don't care what you say.
Hello?
Don't care what you say.
Single time. The other whole I don't care what you say. That's stuff that my baby niece says.
Alright. You're still saying things I don't care?
Hello?
Okay.
Just try reading the book.
Like an idiot.
Yeah, try reading the book.
Still saying things I don't care? You think
Go
I'm
on
gonna
mute.
go there with you? I'm not
Go
gonna
on
go
mute.
there.
Mute up.
I'm not gonna go there with you. Like, you're a teenage girl.
You can't go anywhere.
You're a teenage girl.
You're a dumb bitch. How about that?
Let the girl go.
Okay, Tyra, I heard what you said, Jay. Something to deal with that you don't feel like God is. You said something about God is not real, or God is not. You said subjective, and you said something else. I was washing dishes. because it's confused. Because I can see why JD can get confused. If people don't understand the definition of God, they don't understand what it means. All religions are all the same, just they praise them different.
No, what I didn't. What I think I said was that in order to believe in God, there is some element of faith. Faith is not necessarily a rational concept in many ways. You can rationalize it. You can say, I believe because of X, Y, and Z. But underneath it all, there is this unknowing, right? Or this unknown faith that basically, and you can say, because I believe in everything the Bible says, because I've seen miracles, there are lots of things you can say, but it requires an underlying faith. I do not think she has that underlying faith, but in order to not have it, she's trying to pretend. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say pretend. She is justifying it by suggesting that God has to meet her definition of good, and if he doesn't, then he can't be God. That's nuts, because I think it's really the underlying issue. People who are atheists generally sort of feel like that, this, or at least that's where they start off generally, that it's a concept that came up because people were scared of dying, right? Or things like that, right? That's what people get. But she's coming up with, no, there can't be a God. She's trying to rationalize our underlying irrationality in a way.
Some people don't read books.
Yeah, it's called intuition. Like, people, Christians do not even think that God meets their definition of God.
How do you believe? How do you breathe?
What is the truth?
JD.
If you can't even breathe,
Are you calling me
and you
JD?
were born at your birth,
Her name is Ada.
what's the truth
It's
gonna
a
be in your
dog,
death?
actually.
A dog,
It's a dog.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm not.
I mean,
How do we breathe?
Yeah.
With our lungs? Like, why is this relevant?
You gotta suck it.
We breathe in oxygen?
Okay. So who did it? How did you
Science?
Okay. So thank you. So can you see? Oh, I got you. Can you see oxygen?
No, but you gotta suck it to get it in your lungs if you want to take a breath. That's the truth.
Can I see oxygen with the naked eye? No.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, so if you don't believe in God,
Why did they kick me? Why did they kick me?
it basically means life. Natural is life. Natural, that's life, right? So if you believe
I mean, all this can be true. How do you
saying that God is not real,
I don't believe in God.
but you believe in life.
Well, no, I don't believe. I don't believe in oxygen. And I believe in how it has come. Yeah. It's not what I said.
Keep going.
Exactly what I said. Yeah. So if you're talking about belief in there's no evidence. There's no logical bricks that we're coming to this conclusion of, and you're just believing it because someone told you to, then yes, I think that's irrational, and I don't see a reason to believe in it. But if there's some type of evidence that we can use that can bring you to this conclusion, then yes, I have. And now I'm not saying that if you have a sincere belief, I guess I should. Then I think you're probably God should be looked at as much as people look at astrology. When people sincerely believe God exists and they do it by using no type of evidence, and then when they create the story of God, also doesn't make sense. It's just all these things are in sense, and it's just no reason to believe in it. I find no good reason, no good arguments to believe in it.
So do you assume let's be the religion. Are you in tune with your spirit? It's gonna make you feel
I'm not gonna do that.
No, I'm just asking. Because
You're trying to say she don't have a spirit.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm spiritless. I'm spiritless.
You believe in fire.
She just said she ain't got no spirit, Scarlett.
Oops. I'm a horrible person. No spirit.
You have to define spirit.
What's the difference between letting it flow and
Yes, my God. Yes, because I don't know about that one. If you want to eat on earth and what's good and what's bad, and tell you how different people, they tell you about these people's stands and stuff like that.
Welcome to the stage, Andre.
I know, because I don't think you really
Welcome to the room, everyone.
I'm very happy that you have this topic because I am trans, and the bigotry, the hatred, the racism that's inflicted on trans people is just growing out of proportion to the reality of what some people consider the problem. And personally, I'm so happy that you have this to bring awareness about trans ideology, and I'm just happy to be here. Thank you, Black.
You're not trans, I know you are, but I guess.
No, I am trans. I'm also a Black woman.
You're not trans at all.
Don't you dare tell me who I am. Don't you identify me. How dare you? Excuse me? No, this is I.
If you want to stay on stage, just don't troll. You can stay on stage as long as you don't troll.
All right, well then you're projecting and you're the troll. Have a good day, sir.
Shut up. Listen, let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. I'm about to end this bitch because I'm tired of hearing this at this point. So either find another subject or we all just gonna leave and part ways because this is done and done. What a good God you are.
Who doesn't?
Hello. What a mighty God. What a mighty.
I'm very arrogant. I haven't thought about this. Y'all sound exactly like that. What are you talking about?
Who said that to you?
I said that like I watch you change the subject.
As I listen to it, when there's a question, the question is frequently batted away. So when she asks you, and hello, when she asked you, when she said, sorry, First Lady, that the people usually don't use such arguments, they begin with a cosmological argument. You don't know what that is. That's why.
Yes, I do. I'm trying to explain to you why I'm not having an argument right now.
I got it.
Like,
Let me just
we're
finish.
happy.
Let me just finish.
Like, you're saying this like it's common.
Okay. It's different. When someone is using this period of not just 4 times, a set of terms from the Christian God to disprove the Christian God, based on those terms, but
knocking each other in a quasi state of nature, they wouldn't have had a conception of good and evil because they were working on survival and self-preservation. That's the point. I was not saying it was inherently good insofar as it names it as axiological judgments. I was saying it was good from a Christian perspective because it separates man from beast. And what you were calling for is for us to not be human under that conception.
Yeah, and you say that I don't think about the arguments when you make arguments like that, and you don't define any of those terms, because I can simply disagree with everything that you just said. I can disagree
what terms you define? I define every term.
That, well, one, you define free will. I'm not the first person I asked you to define it, you laughed in my face. Obviously, it's a definition. I also disagree that your version of free will is the only thing that makes us human, and if we don't have it, now we're beasts. I can simply disagree with that.
Under the problem of evil.
You haven't thought about any of this. Okay, you have to define that.
Your definition is fine.
So my definition
about the problem of evil.
Okay, that's fine. You still need to define your terms.
Evil?
Can alligators commit? I mean, it depends on how you define evil. You have to define your terms. You're talking about, I haven't thought about this. Y'all clearly haven't thought about that. Y'all defending this actually. Hold on.
Evil in the discussion that we're having.
In the discussion that we're having, I would say yes.
Evil,
I would say yes.
Let me just give you a question.
I would say yes.
Under the
okay, an alligator can commit an evil act. No. An alligator. Wait, can I just do this? An alligator can commit what we view as an evil act. They can eat a person, right? But are they knowingly committing evil? That would be the issue.
Do they have the requisite intent?
I just asked you. Yes.
I would still say yes. They are knowledgeable of what they're doing.
Wow.
What are you talking? No,
they're knowledgeable of what they're doing.
Oh my! Yes. An alligator knows that they're eating a. It's time to boom it.
Yes. And you react to the way you do without actually thinking through it doesn't mean that you know more about what the fuck you're talking about. You doing oh my gosh doesn't mean you actually negate anything that I said.
So you said it can be evil. Explain how it could be evil. Under the problem of evil and what we're talking about. How can it be evil? Maybe you're right.
Under what I'm talking about and what I consider evil, it's committing evil acts and being aware that you are committing evil acts.
And so alligators have a sense of morality.
I didn't say that they have a sense of morality.
Then how can they know they're committing evil?
You don't have to have a sense of morality to commit evil.
Huh?
Oh.
Can I help you? What the fuck?
Wait.
You can be simply there's plenty of people who don't have a sense of morality
that kill somebody by accident is evil.
Wait, you have to have
Actually, she didn't quite answer that question when you asked it about the baby.
What do you mean?
In that case, the baby picked up the gun unknowingly shot someone who was committing evil, just like the alligator, right?
Wait, you said someone who
Remember what the gun can do? They just press it and it happens.
Oh my god. You're really conflating terms right now. So you think having awareness of a thing means that you have a sense of morality?
No, what I'm saying, no, exactly opposite.
I'm saying man said that.
No one brought up morality.
No, he did.
Just let me answer the question. You ask questions, then when I'm answering, you start speaking, and then you say, I don't answer the question. So for it to be evil is to violate. It is to violate standards. That's evil. And especially in this discussion. Because you said all good, all knowing. That's suffering. It's dealing with human volition. Obviously. An alligator isn't evil. We don't say, now you might say, a hurricane comes through, or that was horrible, what happened? You might use it metaphorically, but in this one, it has to be a contravention of morals, a deep one.
I don't necessarily think because you are aware of a thing that you are have a sense of morality. And I don't also think just because you violate, that's what I mean when I necessary way to define terms. I don't think because you violate moral standards, whatever that means, that you are now committing evil.
Here, let me go to the dictionary. Evil.
I mean,
Profoundly immoral. Here we go. Definition. Profoundly immoral.
What's immoral?
Immoral. Cool. I click on. Not conforming to accepted standards of morality.
Well,
What's
I would think in this case,
principle concerning the distinction between right and wrong or good and bad behavior. Particular system of values and principles of conduct, especially held by one person or a society. Okay, when do alligators get taught in bad behavior? And how much is the tuition?
okay, look, you said. Okay.
We're so committed.
No, I think what's
I
happening.
just don't think y'all have thought about this enough. And I actually think y'all underestimate how much animals do have like control over their own
I didn't say anything about the control. I'm talking about the axiology, the value.
No, not the. I mean, value.
The moral value. We're talking about moral. Come on, you cannot be serious.
Man,
Just, bro, stop saying like.
Go ahead, Brian.
You haven't thought about this. Just bow out. You haven't thought about this. Don't ever say I'm trolling. I haven't thought about this.
I don't think you're
thought about this.
I don't think you're trolling, but
And you haven't thought about this. You see that? You see that?
You
I didn't say that. That's not what I said. I said I don't think you need a moral sense to commit an evil act.
Go ahead, Brian.
You said that.
wait, how
And now you're gonna go around and say people and tell people that I said that. Because in this particular case, evil the intent, which it can be awareness or purposeful causing of suffering or harm. In this particular sense.
It's causing purposeful suffering or harm.
Yes, when they eat a baby.
And it knows they're hungry.
Yes.
My God.
Do you think? Because I mean, that can simply be defeated by a simple hypothetical. It's so for someone to commit an evil act, they must have a sense of morality, basically. Is that what you're saying?
Start again.
For someone to commit an evil act, right or wrong.
Like my nephew for this stuff.
I love you. This shit comes from my end. I'm sorry.
That's not what
Take it back.
No.
Yeah, Jim. Kills me to sit back and watch.
Not finish what you were going to say.
Well, I forgot already.
And don't forget.
I can't not notice that he's fucking.
Talk to me like that.
He was charged with what's called for a license. What's he throwing away? Who got it? It's a garbage thing? It's already taking his planets. Now he's fucking with mine.
What am I supposed to do about it?
I don't think so.
Sorry,
Talk to me in the chat is on my side.
And you're shaping this harmony.
You know I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
That's my nephew you're talking about. How dare you want my own too?
Come on, Junior. This fucking guy was supposed to be laid out on the enterprise in your building. I know it. You know it.
That's why I said early man who had no conception.
Warning, atmospheric decompression detected on deck 8. Environmental compensation sequence has been initiated.
Oh, shit.
But it does not extend to.
My dear Captain, you are a criminal. You've been apprehended invading one of our secret facilities. The least that will happen is for you to stand trial and be punished.
What do you want, an apology? Fucking Whitman sampler? What?
Perhaps you're aware of the incision in your chest. While you were under the influence of our drugs, you were implanted with a small device. It's a remarkable invention. By entering commands in this pad, I can produce pain in any part of your body. Various levels of severity. Forgive me. I don't enjoy this, but I must demonstrate. It'll make everything clearer. Surprising, isn't it? Most people feel at first they can't steel themselves against it, but they're completely unprepared for the intensity of the pain.
I got food poisoning. You think this bothers me, you fuckhead?
This is all good. I need you to close your eyes.
You've got to help me. Sorry, so sorry.
Why are you pointing a gun at your own head?
It's not my head. It is my head, but it's not my gun.
What happened to you?
We have to shoot. The body is humming in the...
You're gonna die.
Stop them! Stop them!
With me.
Stop holding my hand. You won't do that to me.
This is wrong.
She's saying that we are irrational for believing in it because the triune God with all the omni properties cannot exist.
Correct.
And Brian's response
We all
is
agree.
not. 1 second, let me say you didn't want to speak. Brian's response is apropos because even if everything she said was true and the God didn't possess all the omni properties, doesn't mean that he would that means he doesn't exist. Right. It just means that we would. Come on, your mama, don't take it out on me, bro.
I said correct. She didn't say that.
Y'all sound the same, my man. Listen, you know how y'all are passive aggressive when y'all don't get y'all fucking way. So,
Ain't nobody passive aggressive. Give me your address. Yeah. Who passive aggressive now? Yeah. Pull up. Shorty said she gonna pull up for the day.
with overnight bag?
No, if what I'm saying is so stupid, you wouldn't have to lie about what I say. But
Yeah. I'm saying, look at the definition of evil. It says, I'll say it again, profoundly immoral and wicked. So at the core of that, the first adjective here is immoral. So in order to be immoral, you would have to have a set of moral standards and a consciousness of such standards. Right? If an alligator can commit evil based off this definition, they would therefore have to have a moral sense. Maybe people are using evil. I don't like the natural evil thing. There's actually a version of natural evil in Christian theology, which is different. I understand what Brian was doing, but that's just like happenstance, instinct, tragedy. We use these. Obviously, in a discussion on the Christian God and the allotment of suffering, vis-a-vis human will, we're talking about having a moral sense. That's why slavery, rape, and that's why murder, rape, and genocide have been the primary examples. Those have been the primary examples. Not a rhinoceros running his horn through my chest.
I mean, that doesn't negate.
Can I move it along a little?
You literally said that alligators can.
This only way you think you can win is to meet me.
There's nothing to win.
He did.
You bring
I made
the
it
Christian
here.
framework argue against the existence of God. How about this? Let's use the Hindu framework. The framework around theodicy has no bearing on the existence of God, which now I've said, Kira said, Brian said, etc. So let's move on, Christians. Let's bring the Hindu framework
mean, if God, I don't know about their God, so.
Right, that's what the argument is. That's the point.
What's the argument?
Your strongest argument for how the problem of evil eliminates the possibility of God? What's your strongest argument? That because evil exists, therefore no God.
I mean, it depends how y'all are defining God.
You define it. Put it in your terms, your strongest logical argument.
I would think that God is an omnipotent being, right? Y'all would agree with that, or no? Because if God is just Joe on the street, if God is just Joe on the street, okay. I mean, we would have to agree with that, because if God is just Joe on the street, then maybe I could believe it.
Also, it could be any supernatural.
The majority.
It's not a supernatural being.
Okay, a supernatural being, usually.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord, who cometh forth from the dark. And my birth is from the house of death.
Hello? Hello? Want to say hi to my friend Honey Badger down there in the audience. I saw Honey Badger at the bar I was at last night on the wall, and I thought about you.
Does he live in Chicago? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I live in Chicago.
No, I was gonna say.
I'd like to play a little song for my friends here. It's called Wizard Banishing. minutes. But I'm going to play for you my new political campaign song called Brandon Johnson is the Scam. I hope you enjoy.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Reports guilt and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allow thieves to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to get onto his chronic non-profit. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam.
What'd you think?
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan, John. I think you want to just focus on your own strengths, you know?
Focus on my own strength.
Yeah.
Well, you're fired. All right, I'm going to focus on my own strength. What'd you think? I want to dedicate this song to my friend Daniel Nero. Wherever he is, whatever he's doing, I hope he's doing it well. Never had one lesson. Raised in the catacombs of an opera theater. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. This one's dedicated to Daniel. Massive melons. Melon rainbow. Watermelon rainbows. Massive watermelons.
Catching me on future. Catching me on future. Catching me on future.
Do what thou wilt, shall be a whole of the law.
Love is the law. Love on your will.
He lowers the lance and turns to east the praise. Takes the lance in her right hand.
Ooh.
Left hand she offers the path. The priest kneels.
Mysterious energy, twofold, mysterious meaning, in fourfold and sevenfold division. The interplay of which things weave the dance of the veil of life upon the face of the spirit. Let there be harmony and beauty in your mystic loves. That in us may be health and wealth and strength and divine pleasure according to the law of liberty. Let each pursue his way as a strong man that rejoiceth in his way, as the course of a star that blazeth forever among the joyous company of heaven. The people. So won't it be? So won't it be? The people. Be the hour auspicious and the gate of life open in peace and in well-being, so that she that beareth children may rejoice, and the babe catch life with both hands. So much
Check my phone, read the city news. All these headlines, we got more to lose. Talking about the neighborhoods that need some love. Dreaming about a leader we can be proud of. On the south and the west, every single block. Time to build it up, time to talk that talk. We're trying to move on, trying to find our way. Lift the whole town up every day. The rhythm's here, the vibe is strong. Voice of the people gonna sing this song. Now we filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a beat in the pouring rain. Go to Chicago, Mayoral.com. Go Chicago strong, keep pushing on. Go try Kitover, lift up every stage. Young Kitover, 2020, something for this place. One step, two step, marching down the road. Every single ward in election mode. Future of the city in the people's hands. Time to back a vision with some real plans. Tax reform talk, make the burden fair. More for the schools and the homes right there. So bold, so bright this year. Every voice in the crowd so clear. Go to Chicago, Mayoral.com. Choice ring out like a song. Now we're filling up the empty space. Every street and every place. A little bit of hope, a little bit of change. Rising like a beat in the pouring rain. Take the jump, Kitover, Chicago.com. Spread the word around, keep pushing. pushing on. Oh, John Kitover, the very space. John You log in, like the countdown just begins. So spin every his name on your lips like something new. You pull that palette from your pocket, right here, say I was even talking. But tonight you want an option, it could be a better option. You got me, do it at the midnight moves, yeah, right here. On the screen inside my room, already on his name, tired of his name, ready for changes, we're breaking through. You got me, oh yeah, do it at the midnight moves, coming like I'm stuck on truth. If this is your moment, I don't want no blow, it only these at the midnight moves. Real talk, about the taxes on my mind. Scrolling, chunk it over, it's your time. We have the chaos in the mix. One vote for a city we can fix. You let us message for the drama. So real, but we can heat up every dollar. Said tonight you want an option. It could be your better option. You got me, you got me. Doing at the midnight moves. Oh yeah, right here. On the screen inside my room. Playing on his name, tired of his name. Ready for changes, we're breaking it up. You got me, oh yeah. Do it at the midnight moves. Talking like I'm stuck on truth. If this is your moment, we'll let you know. Only these have to make and move. Lights fade, but the votes go round. Don't slow, we're big running all through the town. If this is just a one night try, then let's stay up. Give them you got me. Do it at the midnight move. On the screen inside my room. Wait on your name, time of the name. Ready for changes. We're breaking through. You got me. Oh yeah. Do it at the midnight move. What's going through? Skimming like I'm stuck on truth. This is a moment I don't wanna know. Only if these happen. Oh you, yeah you. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnston is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Red questions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1 billion to give out to his crony non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax man in criminal lies. With Christians and socialism for black slaves. They allow sneaks to take over the streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his non-profits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and C2 Mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam.
Brandon is the smell. Shaking hands on Milwaukee. Listen more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that sweet look in his eye. Created in the details, you can see when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero we watch. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicago is taking back our shot. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on encouraging his back home, standing up to every fall. Every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the trees. Faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicago is taking back our shot. This is our city, not a hell on the street. This is our city, every dream is gonna liberate Chicago, street by street, road by road. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicago is gone, take your shot.
But to love me is better than all things. If under the night stars in the desert thou presently burnest mine incense before me, invoking me with a pure heart, and a serpent flame therein, thou shalt come a little to lie in my bosom. For one kiss wilt thou then be willing to give all. But whoso gives one particle of dust shall lose all in that hour. Ye shall gather goods and store of women and spices. Ye shall wear rich jewels. Ye shall exceed the nations of the earth in splendor and pride. But always in the love of me, and so shall ye come to my joy. I charge you earnestly to come before me in a single robe and covered with a rich headdress. I love you. I yearn to you. Pale, purple, veiled, voluptuous, unworld pleasure and purple, and drunkenness of the innermost sense. Desire you. Put on the wings and arouse the coiled splendor within you. Come to me. To me. To me. Sing the rest of this love song unto me. Pour out to me perfumes. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. Two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and some top and bottom of the square that's shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping, the lines define an hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices. Star drawn, these devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edge divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale. Thou who art I, beyond all I am, who has no nature and no name, who art when all but thou art gone, thou center and secret of the sun, thou hidden spring of the truth.
If this video gets one like,
You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the fire like a place of worship. Now every step you take feels like you tried. So let it go.
we send off my war rig to bring back gasoline from Cashtown. Once again, I salute my brutal fury of talent. I salute thy half-life memory. I'm your redeemer. It is my man. You will rise from the ashes of this world. Y'all keep chasing something. I don't have anything funny to say to this idea.
Or even weekly usage, daily usage of the phone makes the phone dented up and cracked, and the screen gets cracked. That seems like an extreme circumstances that your pussy gets up and cracked.
No. Let's think about it another way. Let's shift the perspective here. Every night you put that phone on a charger so it could be rejuvenated. Some of y'all will wipe the screen off from it. Some of you
said he was all that to be. I was down and out, living on the streets. There were times I could have died, but the Lord was by my side. Saved by the blood of Jesus. Eyes to the eyes. And it set me free.
I absolutely love this song, man. When I found Jesus, he was holding on the beautiful song, Anthony. Thank you, Mike.
Yes, bro, yes, bro. Honey, repent from your sins, man. Turn to Jesus Christ, man.
My friends, move to
Jesus said
Mayoral.
on the cross,
To this,
in between the
what's the
two
name?
thieves today, you'll be with
What's
me
the name of
in
the
paradise. Repent from your
yeah.
sins,
So
honey.
they live in
Your blasphemous speeches.
They live in some settlement near Hebron. I'm not sure. And then they see themselves as peacemakers and want to coexist with the Arabs, right? I think they're that type of settler.
But
Ended on the hilltop youth.
the hilltop youth are wayward youth. Like very often, it's like the gang movement. In my opinion, the way I see it, it's like the gang movement in the United States for certain groups of people. It often like that's what Ben Gavir.
Yeah, we know that they're like kind of troubled kids, but that doesn't change that they've become a growing, very influential, like problematic force. Like it's not a small movement, you know.
Well, of course, they have a presence in the government now. Ben Gavir was like a recruiter for the Hilltop Youth, and now he's in the Knesset influencing with his politics, and like that's the danger point that we've kind of reached, and that's why people that are like, I guess you can say, left of Naftali Bennett are really having to come together if they want, like Naftali Bennett's being fairly over the top about it, but he's literally saying we need to come together to save the Israel that is.
Here's my prediction about it. You can't, either way you cut it, it's either Haredim or Arabs. There is no way to make a government without anti-Zionists.
Yeah, that's true.
I gotta remove you, John. I
Hello?
appreciate you, but
It's projection. Take care. Hello?
yeah. So, okay, here's my advice for the halfling Jews who the halak Jews don't recognize. I think you should just make your spiritual journey and your just make it your own. Like Naftali, no one's stopping you. There's no one that has an authority telling you you can't read the Torah portion and know what it is and learn about Judaism on your own. Like you don't actually have to convert, you know. You can engage in Judaism in a personal way as much or as little as you want, and no one can stop you, you know.
It sounds like a psyop.
I think you should personalize it and not follow some like stupid rabbinical, you know.
Yeah, but having said, I more or less agree with you. But having said that, like the ways to one of the most impactful ways to choose a Judaism is to be conversant in its traditional language, so that you have what to choose from, right? And that with the understanding that those have served us, right, not just because of the obligatory nature of the system, but because of the value propositions in play underneath the practice, right? So, like, that doesn't mean be Orthodox, but it does mean study the text, right? Know what our tradition says, because when's the shit gonna hit the fan for Naftali?
I'm encouraging him to study the text, but then he doesn't have to convert. He can read what I just posted on top of this page, which is the Torah portion, which he didn't even know.
So where the rubber meets the road is if he wants to join the halachic Jewish community. Right?
So
to the extent that he doesn't, then it doesn't matter.
So Naftali, do you want to be in a religious community or would you prefer to live your lifestyle and just be recognized? What like? I think you should try to live in a religious community and see if you actually like it, because it could be very suffocating.
It doesn't matter. Just find a Jewish woman and have a Jewish kid. That's it. And then fucking keep the Sabbath. That's all it fucking counts. That's all it is.
I agree with you, Bella.
It's all fucking bullshit after
I don't
that.
think you need the paper. Who needs the fucking paper?
It doesn't fucking matter. Just believe in
It
God.
comes with a lot of strings that you don't need in your life.
The thing is, I have reached the point through my journey that I do have it, like especially when I'm living in diaspora, I do have a desire to connect with the Jewish community, and the only way to connect really completely with the Jewish community in diaspora is through shul or synagogue community or religious community. So ultimately, that's what I
just read for them. Read your parsha. And that's all. That's it. Like this read for the
Go
Torah.
to the matzah ball. Go to all the singles events.
No, really, I think the thing to do actually is actually try to find a community and be transparent about it. Be honest about it with them. And if you're willing, right? If they say we have a boundary, right? We're willing to have you in our community and you can observe Shabbat and we'll study with you and you build a relationship with the rabbi and people there, right? But maybe they say we can't give you an aliyah. We know that you believe that you're Jewish. We see that, right? We don't recognize that, but we're going to respect each other and we're going to let you come to shul, right? I think if that is the thing you're willing to do, I don't see a problem. I don't see a problem. I think you can make it your own, right? And I sympathize with the idea that a certain kind of religious community feels like what I want to choose, but it also has stuff I really don't like.
I think the Chabad people will take you because you're in kind of a far-flung place. Chabad is probably good for you, but they're not going to force you to convert. They'll accept you and just give they'll just have there's also non-Jews go to Chabad. It's all the riffraff can come to Chabad. They literally take anyone.
So I agree. It's complex because
Not that you're riffraff. I'm just saying they're welcoming to anyone, any lifestyle.
Yeah, I tell you, in my heart and hearts, through the research that I've done, through what I know of where my mom comes from, because it cuts off at a certain point, I believe my maternal line is of Western Sephardic origin. For me, that means because under that diaspora group, they followed Maimonides' law. For them, Maimonides said that if you had to convert under threat of death or coercion, the conversion isn't valid. So I truly believe that I have a Jewish soul in that way. But I recognize that in an Orthodox community, if I told them that, they would go no. Some of them would go, yeah, that means you're a Jew. But you can't prove it. Others would go, no, it means you're not Jewish. And others, it would mean you're not a Jew, but the process quickens, so to speak, to rejoin the community, right? So those are the three answers that I've heard. So it's complex for me.
It's so interesting because Val's in the same position and it's not complex for him because it's so normal. There's so many people that have Jewish fathers and they're able to engage with Judaism in sort of their own.
Yeah, you know how many fucking hybrids I know?
But he's doing it in his own way. Yeah, but that's how he is doing it in his own way. You just have trouble with believing he's Jewish, right?
Val is in Boca Raton.
Yeah, but that makes a difference, sure. But he's explaining. I haven't heard Naftali say anything they said to me in my journey, right? Which says to me why isn't it okay for Val and Naftali to be in different places and having different wants? That should be okay, right? Yeah.
I don't think he knows what he wants, Kali. He doesn't really want to.
But that's not up to you. That might be true, but that's not up to you to be like.
That's why we're helping him figure out what's right for him. You know, he might come out might be. He might like Orthodox Judaism.
You want that advice?
There are elements within Orthodox Judaism that I don't like.
Egalitarian, it's all like things, you know, so he's just virtues ignoring.
I have had the honor of meeting some women in terms of Orthodox and Judaism that are incredibly knowledgeable and skilled in that sort. I believe we can evolve from the civilization we were at one time into a civilization that.
Can you just make bullets? Like, what are the things that you object to in Orthodox Judaism so you can figure out?
First off, women are not included in
Some of them are along philosophical model lines.
Trust anyone that has to.
Why do you think top 3 things are the issues you have with Orthodox Judaism? What are 2 words?
One, trust me.
I believe women should be able to learn Torah to the Talmud.
So Chabad wants that because the prolific people don't believe in learning something. So you're fine with Chabad.
I believe that there's no need for things like a mechitza anymore.
Okay, well that's deal breaker. It's a deal breaker for you. Can you split with the mechitza? You live in a synagogue. Have you been to the synagogue where the genders are separated during prayer?
Yeah, I have. I went to
Did it offend you?
Not particularly, but I can understand why it would could offend women. And
you put on the will in the mirror that you would be in separate for prayer only so that you can have legitimate Orthodox conversion.
Well, it's deeply personal.
It's almost the least inconvenient part of being Orthodox Jew, by the way.
What do you feel are like the more inconvenient?
First of all, you're not a woman, so this doesn't affect. Are you worried about your kids, your daughters, and how they will experience Orthodox Judaism?
Yeah, I'm worried that I ultimately I believe support. Yeah, I would for my wife. I believe in supporting my wife. I believe that a woman's role is beyond the household, things of that nature. I think there are.
Orthodox Jews are women who work outside the home.
No, they belong behind stoves.
Literally all Orthodox women work more than their husbands, even in the most devout stuff.
What I'm seeing right now is.
If you go to Toro College, it's all second teenagers because they're all speech therapists. There's no such thing as the Orthodox woman that does something. Like even the really, really ultra Haredi circles, they're the ones who make the money. Like, so I don't know where you're getting this from.
I mean, maybe I haven't been around enough Orthodox people. I know it.
I want to know. You're focusing on women so much, as if your entire criteria for what sect of Judaism you want to be is based on what women experience. What about you? Do you want to be strictly keep kosher and never and have a community every Saturday and not turn on the lights and study? Be in an immersive religious experience where you're surrounded by other Jews who are.
What I want to make sure is that the next generation of me's can speak the language, knows about all the holidays, knows how to celebrate all the holidays, knows the rules around the holidays.
You want to be Jewishly literate. That's what you want. You want to be really knowledgeable. But it sounds like you have some of the legwork. Like you went and studied at a yeshiva, right? Or some sort of Jewish program.
I learned certain portions of the Shulchan Aruch. I want to learn more of the Shulchan Aruch.
Listen, unless you want to create an identity, you just gotta self-learn. That's all it is. It really is nothing more than that. I mean, unless you want to cut a hole in the sheet and then put it on over your wife, then maybe, yeah, go ahead.
I don't think that's a real thing.
Sure it is.
No, it's not. There's no sheet hole.
I'll put a fucking sheet over you, Annie, so relax.
See, you can move to Boca Raton next door to Val.
Hyperbole, so relax.
Natalie, I just don't think you need to jump full. You don't need to go deep. You don't need to go head first into the thing. You be Jewish.
Just learn yourself and then learn how to be like a pimp and just pick up women. That's it. That's all it is.
Learn the religion.
And especially because your only experience, it sounds like, with Orthodox Jews is just like how you perceive women experience it, which I don't think is accurate. And I'm going to be honest, I know a lot of Orthodox Jews, some ultra-Orthodox Jews who don't experience religion the way you describe it at all.
Yeah, don't try to tell me. I've got to see pretend that they're actually religious.
I've been in an institution that was full of women that are like about leading like a change within Orthodox Judaism though.
Yeah, so because there's a patriarchal structure within Orthodoxy, there's going to be feminists and people who fight the patriarchy, right? And they get a lot of meaning from it that they wouldn't if they didn't have those patriarchal structures at all. And that becomes part of their life religion.
You're so fast and loose with the terminology.
Who are we talking to? Me or Natalie?
Their rightful place in the tradition.
Which community are you talking about, Kale? Like the modern Orthodox people, or the ultra-Orthodox, or the Hasidic? Which ones?
Yeah,
Pardes is an example.
Yeah, Pardes people, the Nahakino people, South Jerusalem, Orthodox Jewish American immigrants. The Rachel Goldberg Polands and John Polands of the world.
Buttercup's wrong. Buttercup's wrong. Yeah, Rabbi's right.
Wait, I don't understand what I don't know what we're debating exactly. I do know some ultra-Orthodox Jews, including many in my family, and they identify feminists, and they study the Talmud as a line about the mechitza being side of the women's side, never being equal to the men's side, and that fuels their religious practice. Yeah, of course. Like, obviously, they don't need the baggage. They could choose not to have it. They enjoy participating in communal life, and they enjoy many aspects of just the rituals and the communal, you get like I think it's, for a lot of them it's like, the schmoozing at Kiddush is like the life, is like the main force in their religious practice,
It's like you just make things up.
What are you talking about, Colin?
Yeah, Buttercup.
You know about like from Jews. You know the from.
I know, but like
you know the
example
schmoozing at Kiddush.
The example teachers are so like anecdotal. They're so like they're only one kind, right? Yeah, there's the Kiddush Jews. Yeah, there's the toast and this. This is the one. This is the only way. And I'm just saying.
I never said it's the only way. I'm trying to help paint a colorful picture for Natalie here, who's joining us.
It's something you're trying to make it a monolith.
Buttercup. What I think Caleb is trying to say is, through Caleb, I've been exposed to some like very powerful leaders within certain Jewish communities that are pushing for a more liberal orthodoxy.
So you guys think you're the only
So it's called conservatism.
crusaders
What are you talking about? Liberal orthodoxy.
Colin thinks his particular brand of Judaism are the only ones that are crusading against the patriarchy, and the rest of them are just accepting their inferior role in their society.
Excuse me, you're making things up again. There's not one thing that I've ever said to you that will confuse that.
You're getting mad because I'm saying in other sects of Orthodoxy, there's women who crusade against the patriarchy, and that's part of it fuels part of their experience.
I didn't say there wasn't. I was saying there are other reasons that these women also engage.
Yeah, no shit. Obviously, people like religion because they like religion.
Right, good. So stop talking.
I like prostitutes.
Stop putting words into my mouth. You have this habit. Stop.
I don't know why you're fighting.
What on earth did I ever say that will lead you to say that? Because you made that up. You made that up.
My point is.
Let's say you made it up.
Well, he's saying that you hooked him up with a community that is very progressive and sort of tries to push the boundaries of orthodoxy.
I suggested a community that is one community among men that is good for people on the journey. Like, that's how.
So
reason, I'm stating the reason, and I'd like you to.
First of all, you came at me first. You're like, you've never met any of these people. You have no idea. You've never encountered. I know fucking from Jews. Get the fuck out of here.
So, Buttercup, no. All I was trying to explain, Buttercup, all I was trying to explain was that, like, my journey so far. And Caleb is a little bit privy to what I might have been exposed to on that journey, because he made suggestions. He made suggestions, and I chose to take them. that showed me certain communities that were were so way above my level of like just being someone that has like a fairly knowledgeable, a very strong academic knowledge of Israel and Jewish history in the diaspora, and is like really interested in the development in it. And he basically placed me in this community that is reading these religious texts in a way to some of them to connect it to the archaeological history. Others that are basically living out the civilization by moving with the involvement of how these texts are discussed and who are discussing these texts. And in no way am I saying that there aren't other feminist lay leaders in the world. I'm just saying that this happened to be a hot spot for.
That's great. That's good for you. I'm happy for you that you found that.
Like one really cool woman that I met in the 5 towns, wherever that is, and she comes from like a really ultra-Orthodox family that is like not gonna come to Israel until the Messiah comes. And she went from studying Harvard Law to going to Pardes because she wanted to study Talmud. This is a woman that is like representing a lot of people like that at this particular community.
That's cool.
God, what are we talking about?
I don't know. Well, I mean, okay, so you're seeing that there's many different ways to get closer to Judaism for people who have Jewish dads or aren't considered halachically Jewish. One way is by going to matzo ball and singles events, and living in Boca Raton. And the other way is by joining this intellectual, community of progressive Jews that are sort of pushing those boundaries.
I'm on a crusade to fucking really
And another way is just go to your friendly Chabad and just eat a free meal.
Yeah, and kind of psychological operation to disseminate all this bullshit that's been happening.
But all those are valid ways to participate in Judaism.
Is the rabbi asked me to do him a favor and run the food on Shavuot from his house to the function.
You're Shabbos going. That's all you are right now.
That's it. And I was aware of that reality, but I was also really happy to help him out because he's a really nice guy.
Yeah, but that's like Shabbos going. Like that's how they stop Friday or something. Do tasks and stuff. Yeah, fucking. Wait a moment. What am I doing?
Makes a difference what he was asking. When he was asking, was he asking you on Friday or on the Friday, first day of
It
Shavuot?
does make a difference.
Get rid of it.
What day was it?
Was it the
It
first
was
day of
Friday,
Shavuot or the second day?
but it was before sundown. I did all my running around.
There's no prohibition of carrying stuff that is in need of the holiday on the holiday. He wasn't treating you like a Shabbos club.
Yeah, but he couldn't drive, right?
Most of them are retarded, so yeah.
No, I mean, you had to drive it.
Actually, Val has a point. I gotta say,
It's not that.
Yeah, no, that's what they do. They're like, oh, you want to be? Oh, it's okay. Like, well, you're not.
you can turn on and off some lights over here, right?
Yeah, okay. It's a little cold. It's a little hot here, don't you think? Yeah, it's a little hot. Okay. But it is hot though. Right?
Please don't react.
Honestly, I didn't mind it.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
We're not gonna force you to be independent. I just feel like it's hello. It's an exclusionary.
He didn't have anybody else to do it.
Okay.
So if basically his choices was if he
What do you want to say?
wanted, like if
Fresh
he
30 seconds, Ken.
was gonna have to ask someone from the Jewish community that's not observant to do it, or he asked me.
No, he's not allowed to do that.
Fresh 30.
It's against the rules. You're not allowed to make a Jew do a crime like that.
Yeah.
Let's read to you a little something special here from my magic book of Jewish wisdom. It says, in Hebrew, the root kedem implies both the East and ancient times. The Jewish people trace their origins through Abraham to Ur of the Chaldees, which is today Iraq. Kadmon means original, primeval, ancient. Primeval times and people are Kadmoin. Kadmon, the primeval Adam. as of the whole universe, with all the 10 Sephirot in the shape of a human figure in correspondence, that macrocosm and microcosm are analogous. The alchemists express this by saying, as above, so below. When we look at the figure, we should imagine Adam Kadmon from the back, so that the Sephirot are in the correct right and left positions. In other words, Adam Kadmon should be internalized, not seen as outside of ourselves.
That was beautiful, John. Thank you. I appreciate how you kind of went over your time, but I think you realized that you had, and I like how you seamlessly just move yourself to the audience out of respect. He is very diplomatic. He got his point out, and then he, went back to the audience on his own accord. That was wonderful. Thanks, John. I appreciate that. You're a great example, actually.
You're welcome. Oh, it's been
like all of this fun man, and we're all like enamored by it.
I just love my
you
luck
see
so
how
much.
easy it is to scrub history right now
But
in the United
sometimes I think he
States,
doesn't care about me.
and how they
And I
can
don't
just
see him
rewrite it.
often.
So like I find it interesting that we're still so fascinated by all this old literature, and we like expect it to hold some kind of magical value or something. It's really interesting.
A beautiful begonia. Begonia, be gone. That's what a begonia actually means. It means be gone!
Thanks for sharing that bit. Next time, come up with like maybe some Bhagavad Gita information, or maybe some Scientology. I don't know. Anything else. Buddhism's fine. I like when you do the Buddhism.
He does all religions, to be fair. It's quite consistent about like his rules.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is here's how you're consistent in mysticism. Just do a lot of what you do, and then you just read a bunch of stuff and then reference it like incessantly. Because what else does it take? Like who's more of a mystic, really? Near you.
Narjas, obviously.
Really?
See what I mean? Like, what are we even talking about?
I don't know. Nargis is, she's gonna get there. I think she's already kind of there. Long way to go. Truth is like, with mysticism, you just mostly make up any shit. I just have to meet you, Nargis, and then it'll, it'll grow exponentially from there.
Hey, Hannah.
Is that they're all franchise model and they're trained on fundraising to support themselves, right? There is no money from Central Chabad to support any Chabad house in the world. No such thing.
So what's interesting, Caleb, is so I live in like a place, a ski resort town, right? So the Chabad is trying to serve need like they do in Cancun or Palm Springs, for a lot of the community from outside of the resort. So I've heard through the grapevine that Chabad Central is actually putting in a lot of money to support this particular Chabad.
How old is it?
Like 6 months old.
Right. They give money for 2 to 3 years, and then in that time, the rabbi is supposed to have their own students. They do it a different way. Some open a preschool, some, obviously donors, all kinds of ways. But in those 3 years, they're supposed to have developed their own revenue.
Oh, interesting. It's very interesting, actually. So some of the stuff he's doing is like he's doing like holiday dinners and things like that, which have been really nice. And he's like even invited people in with like a grand. still welcomed into the community. It's the oddest thing I've ever seen.
Which community was it?
The Chabad community.
Chabad community lets everyone in. They don't turn anyone away.
I know. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, it's like that's their brand. Their brand is that they accept everyone. They may not like. That's the whole point of it. That they're inclusive and there's no barriers and whatever.
Where did Rabbi go?
Oh, the rabbi left.
He fucking. I don't know why he always dislikes me for some reason. I don't know. Not for all the comments.
He dislikes me too. I don't know why.
He has a bad rap on here, unfortunately, because he fought all the crazy Zionists, right wingers. So, but I think he thinks that I'm like lumped in that group, but I'm like, I don't dislike him. I like him. But.
Yeah, I like Caleb a lot. But basically, what I'm saying is, I'm trying to take the good from the Chabad. And I understand how I could have interpreted him asking me to do that as offensive, but I chose not to. I chose to do, in my mind.
I respect that. Don't get in his head though. Like, it's fine.
In my personal journey, I did a mitzvah for him, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm an outlier. I'm someone who, is impressed by some of the things that Shabtai Tzvi did as a rabbi and a messianic figure. Do you know Shabtai Tzvi?
Shabtai Tzvi? Yeah, of course.
So, people know him now as the guy that influenced the Frankist movement and stuff like that. And that gives us a pretty bad rap because, the Frankist movement is associated with all of these weird, crazy, anti-Zionist conspiracies. But another thing that Shabtai Tzvi did was allow women to study, and he was quite a feminist figure in those actions.
Oh, so you're pro Shabtai Tzvi?
Well, it didn't end well. I don't think Jews should.
He was a false messiah. That's all I knew about him. That's what I learned about him in Judaism. That he's seen as a false messiah that misled all people and disappointed them.
It depends on how you look at it. I think it's a character study for mental illness in the Jewish religious community.
So he's mentally ill.
Yeah, I can send you a great video on him by Sam Aronow, who's a great historian.
Cool.
But his hypothesis about Shabtai Tzvi is that he was a mentally ill person.
I want this Baruch guy to come up. I want to know who the fuck he is. He's coming this way. Come on, Baruch. Alright, fine. He's for sure a troll. It's probably BB. He has 3 followers.
BB?
Yeah. It's probably BB Kapara.
You there, BB?
Just tell us who you are, or... Yeah, it's fine. Hey.
I'm a little weird. You on this app. Does this still have my last name? I'm trying to see if my
Oh no, it's still in your screen name. You should change your username.
Mr. Grossman.
I changed it to Baruch. I know it says Grossman there. It does.
Yeah.
So there's your name and then there's your username. So you also need to click on your username and change that as well.
Alright, I won't hang out with that often anymore. Okay. I'm in New York.
Okay.
I'm a little, just north of Manhattan. Where are you guys from?
Also New York.
I'm from the 6th borough of New York.
I live in Canada.
Canada? That's all. Huh.
Yeah.
That doesn't count, actually.
What's the 6th borough of New York? Is it Muncie? What are we talking about?
No. I live in the real 6th borough of New York.
Florida.
Florida. I live in Boca.
Okay, that's the 6th borough? Okay, gotcha. Fair enough. Yeah, people are moving all over the place now. Going to the beach, every new neighborhood is just people moving out.
I can't stand it. I lived here my whole life, and I'm like, okay, I get it, all the proxies that New Yorkers have been here, but over the years, over my 40 years I've been here.
I heard Mount Donnie is actually forcing Jews out.
It's a horrible thing. Now they're all
we're talking about how horrible Florida is. One thing at a time. 1 second. We gotta hit on one place at a time.
Okay. No, it's the locals here. We're speaking from the teeth because of the amount of people that have moved here. It's really ruined the
See, it wasn't always a tourist spot. It's kind of amazing.
No, I mean, tourists is one thing, right? But people coming here, moving down here, and the amount of actual like conservatives that move down here are just like ridiculous. So it's like, dude, I'm more centered, right? I'm like, whatever, I don't give a shit. But I live here, and then these people are just, I don't know, it's fucking wild.
Yeah, I can't take it when people can't see another perspective. It blows my mind. It's like just stupid.
Yeah. Agreed.
Hey, like that guy.
I just had a good yawn. I had a really good yawn.
Great. Okay. Everybody's just walking out. This must be me, right? It must be me. I don't know. If you want to go, you can go too. I'm not here to keep you here. But what's your deal? You're in Canada, right? Which part? Are you in Montreal or? Montreal?
I live in Vancouver.
Vancouver. You're Vancouver and must be in Ottawa, right? That's the one other Jewish place, right? Yeah. Vancouver's got a lot of Jews, but not so much.
It's got a good Jew.
Yeah. I mean, on here, you're the secular people. They like it. They like it.
Yeah. Where are you from? New York?
New York. You're talking about Nevada, Utah, Arizona, Colorado, all that stuff.
Tour? Like in a band?
No. Like a tour is like it's like to vacation. You know, to go around and hike.
Yeah, like travel.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's this is the church we're in. It's not a temple. It's not a synagogue. It's a church.
Apparently. Yeah, she's a loudmouth leftist on the set.
Yeah. It doesn't even matter. It's like loudmouth. It doesn't matter which side. Even if someone's like on your side, you can't even open a conversation with them. Like they'll just argue at every point because they're right. Yeah. It's an immaturity, but hopefully we'll all grow out of it.
Yeah. Maybe not her, but that's okay.
Everybody, I think, will. It will mellow out eventually. Are you like a younger person, older person? No? Because I don't think, is that really a picture of it all?
Yeah, that's me, posing myself. Yeah, the Pete and the Sally Bennett.
Oh, you're the best, man. How'd you get them all one picture? That's the joke.
And Pierre belongs to my right, but nobody notices him because he's a little cut off.
Yeah, and the guy on the right is dead, right?
Oh, on the far right, yeah, that's Menachem Begin.
I thought so, yeah, I wasn't 100% sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So the two on the left I know, the one right next to you on your left, I don't know who that is. Okay. I don't even follow American politics that much, so to follow Israeli politics would be a stretch.
Yeah.
I was there in 98, 99, and I was on the bus, and these two little kids said to me, "Are you Shas or was it? I can't remember the other party." And I'm like, I don't know what he's talking about. He's like, they're practically the same thing, just a slight nuance. I'm like, okay. And next thing I know, a few days later, there's some kids throwing on the sidewalk, another kid stomping me out and kicks me. Absolutely, but you don't mind.
I don't know. I've never heard of two kids being.
I'm just telling you what I saw. I actually saw those are the two parties.
I never knew there was a party named Gimel.
This is a long time ago, 1998. So, a lot's happened since then. I'll be looking it up.
Oh, you know, Torah Judaism. No, I mean it's cultural.
Why? Because within the religion is a big difference, but once you get into politics, we're more or less going through the same things.
Yeah, well, I mean, like it's
it's a little different families. I'm thinking they hate on each other sometimes. I think we get along a lot too.
Okay, maybe not the Italians and the Irish. Maybe that's a little far off, but like the Spanish and the Irish.
Yeah, they're not going to get along.
settled like all the way up the North African coast into like Spain, and even went as far as Ireland.
How far are you going back?
I don't know. Like 3,000 years ago.
3,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Hey, see the Phoenicians you said you're home? So you travel through northern Africa into Spain? Okay.
You know, like Tunisia, Morocco, like.
Northern, right next to, it's on the northeastern side, right, of Africa. Sure.
Yeah, it was known as like Carthage back then. And you see a lot of Phoenician influence through like Carthaginian culture. The worship of similar gods, for example. And then like the Phoenician.
The pagans were around yet, or they were still coming?
What do you mean?
The pagans. Is pagan a specific religion, or means anyone who doesn't believe in one God?
Anyone who doesn't believe in one God.
So why did they say that the pagans had like a holiday that was like a week-long holiday? That they could do whatever they wanted. Everybody was closed. The ports are closed. People could do whatever they wanted for a week. You know, race it.
No, that's just Roman. That was Saturn. Yeah, that's Roman. That's Saturnalia. But like,
pagan. Maybe they were practicing the pagan religion.
It was no, it was one way, one God's way of celebrating. Saturnalia. It's just a cult, man.
Okay, cool. All right.
It's just one example of a cult practice. But like, you know, like the Canaanites were basically a henotheistic tradition up until 3,000 years ago.
So yeah, I mean,
and the Canaanites, you know, first it was more than one god, and then it was like more than one god in the pantheon, but you had to choose one god. And
is this your area of study, or is it something you picked up along the way?
It's just something I picked up along the way. It's just an area of interest.
Nice.
Like I find the development of the area interesting.
Cool. Very few people know this.
Yeah, well,
the museums know a lot about their area. I've spoken to a few of them online. They seem to be pretty educated, but everybody's just completely clueless. They don't even know what happened yesterday from Africa. They don't even know what happened yesterday. It's unbelievable. I don't think there's any recorded history.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know much about Africa. I can't speak to that.
I'm not saying it's bad. It's sad, you know.
But like you see, what do you call it? 11, if you want to call it Levantine influence, all the way through the North African coast.
North Africa, Middle East, is that Levantine?
Yeah, Middle East, North Africa.
Right, together.
Yeah. But that's being a culture. There's a connection between those two cultures. And then the culture intermingles with the Maghreb culture. So like the Maghreb culture is considered to go all the way up to Spain.
Going back really far, it's a little hard to relate. Okay, cool. Alright. Any of the history that I know doesn't go pre-1400s. Like, I don't know nothing. You're talking about the Dark Ages. There are people who know a lot about this. I actually read a book, what's it called? Jewish Life in the Middle Ages. That's what it was called. Obviously,
the Middle Ages where?
Well, we're not talking about America. We're talking about Europe and mostly Europe, I think. Maybe Spain, Europe. I don't think he talks about Morocco.
Well, I think where Judaism stayed alive when it was being very like badly treated in like European context was it survived for a long time in like within the Muslim world.
Right. I think that's why we became merchants, because we couldn't hold positions within society.
Yeah. And
why maybe Columbus was Jewish. Maybe it was his tradition.
And through that merchant trade, we ended up going to a lot of areas and influencing a lot of areas.
It's mind-boggling that people can navigate the seas. I don't understand how you can find the same place twice at a time without proper equipment. You know what I mean? Like if I left shore,
we've come a long way.
No, I'm saying that. You know?
Now we have satellite technology.
Technology that maybe it's died out. It's not that hard for technology to die, by the way. It's not even so far-fetched. Well, you know, it's equipment that would disrupt our stuff, and we can't do anything more than that.
Right. So people with like certain gifts or something. You're not going with the ancient alien theory, are you?
No, I'm not for or against any of these ideas because I have no. It's like somebody was saying to me yesterday in one of these parties. Do you believe that we landed on the moon? So I say, I know my parents told me so. I know that I'm not on
we're at the stage where
what you say, but I've never researched it, so I don't know. You know? Yeah, I've heard all kinds of theories as to why it has to be that we were there, but it's all. It's like you stare at the internet, right? You probably have an idea how to analyze information. You know who to trust more or less, like pretty much. The new generation, worse than me. They have no clue what's true and what's not. They have no idea how to decipher anything. It's insane. So I'm going off of like, I don't know, I don't know anything. That's what I saw, you know. That's all they told me, you know. Yeah, I'm just uneducated. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't believe in conspiracy theories.
You don't believe in conspiracy theories? It's fine. That's fine. You're allowed to not believe in conspiracy theories. That's fine. Conspiracy theory. It's like the flat.
Hey, listen. I used to sit in her room. She would read the Torah every Thursday night. Let's just say Thursday. With this other guy.
You forgot the best part of it. It was drunk Torah.
Yeah. They lead a Torah when we get drunk and read the Torah. And to be honest, it's the most Torah I ever read in my life, thanks to these people.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you do Parsha or something else?
Yeah, we did the weekly Parsha. We did it for a full Torah cycle.
Cool. It's actually a new group that came around that's doing that now. What's his name? What's his name? Nissan is his first name. He's in Israel, so yeah, we were a little off on the Parsha this week because they're doing a different reading. They had the one day Shud where we have two, so we were doing Naso and they were doing Balosna, you know.
So I just learned what my Bar Mitzvah Torah was.
Yeah. What is it?
Hold on. It's Genesis 37.
Oh, I don't know what the name of 37 is. I don't know that well. Genesis, okay.
What do you call it in Hebrew?
Sorry?
Breshit, but the actual portion.
Oh, Breshit. The first one is Genesis? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I think.
That's all right.
Joseph.
Is already, that's the second to last, is already, Joseph is in Egypt already, by Vayigash. Maybe it's one before that. Maybe in the case.
It's sheet 37.
Yeah, I don't have one in front of me. I could find one.
I'm looking at it on Safari.
Okay, I found something. It's already on the shelf. Get the, I already came up on 37. No way. Alright, I don't think the numbers line up properly. None design.
pages does it take to find a Torah portion?
Oh, that's funny. That's very funny.
It starts with now Jacob was settled in the land where his father had sojourned, the land of Canaan.
Yeah, I found that. 37. Yeah, so it's Vayeshev. Okay, so it's one partially forward, I thought. It's not Miketz, it's Vayeshev. Do you guys read in Hebrew or English?
English.
Okay, cool. Do you know how to read Hebrew? No.
You know what? It's funny you mentioned that. I came in this room because I thought I knew all my Hebrew letters and whatnot, and I knew some words, but in December, what is this app with the owl? Duolingo had a special on learning Hebrew, so I am on my 150th day of learning. And so when I was outside in the hallway, I read that Naphtali's bar mitzvah was happening, and I was like, you know what? The Duolingo is working.
Cool.
There were in the room that we had, it was people at all different levels. So the people who could read Hebrew, we would use them to, like, if we got to a part of English that, like, because we would basically read and then discuss the portion. And if we got to something in English that, like, could mean something one or two ways, we would defer to the Hebrew readers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were a team. We took a team approach to learning Parsha.
That's how everything should be. Instead of fighting each other.
And that's great, Liz. I used Duolingo to learn a lot of words. I did a few Alpons. I have learned a little bit to read Hebrew. I still struggle with some letters, like Tzedek. I can never do the pronunciation of Tzedek.
So I think TS. It's actually not. It's more like, you know, when you if you're breathing out, right? So where you start sucking in and go, but that's not the right sound. It's the wrong sound. Usually, when you speak breathing out, not in. So it's set.
When you lived in Israel, like, did you speak English most of the time, or were you able to immerse yourself?
I spoke English most of the time. I was in a English-speaking environment, so I didn't really have to I had to do a little bit at the markets, but I pretty much got by at the markets. I'm going later this summer, so what I'm going to make sure to hone in on again is my numbers, so I can haggle and shit.
Well, that's the culture. It's a haggling culture.
Yeah, I know. I've been there.
I'm backing you up there. That's what I'm doing.
And I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Nah, we're good.
I've lived like 6-7 months there overall. All my time I spent there.
Nice.
I was in Jerusalem for 3 months.
We're in Jerusalem.
I was living close to Pardes, and I was also living in Kitover.
Okay,
so,
I got an idea what you're talking about. Okay.
So kind of on the border of like East and West Jerusalem. And then in one of the more Orthodox area, because I moved out of like a couple of Yahoo's house into an Orthodox house because I didn't like the Yahoo, like living with the Yahoos. And then
when you say Yahoo, you're talking about Christians?
No, not Christians. Just like people that were at my school. One of them.
Oh, okay. No, because I thought you were talking like Yahweh or something. But you're saying Yahoo, not Yahweh. Okay, got it.
Yeah. One was like a gay conservative Jew that was working to become a rabbi, and the other was ex-lone soldier that had broken from the religious movement and was very angry at Israel.
Y'all get whatever y'all want, man. We gonna ball out. I'm feeling good.
So I got exposed to all different types of Israelis. But
Let me know what you see.
Because like, yeah.
10,000. Liz, what's your experience? Have you've been exposed to anybody, all of the above?
Yeah, let's take some off.
In what sense?
Not none of mine.
Hey, Liz, your life exposure to different kinds of Judaism.
You know what? It's so funny because I have visited, I live in LA County, and I have visited nearly all of the Reform and Conservative synagogues and about a quarter of the Orthodox ones. And it's fun times. It's fun times. I've had more. It's very more exposure to non-Ashkenazi Jews on this app. I really hadn't visited any synagogues with Sephardic or Sephardic Jews.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of them out in California, I think.
Orthodox synagogues.
My wife is an uncle over there who's around that.
I think everybody's got an uncle over there who's around.
From my side of the family, I have no family over there. Nobody.
Do you work for the Jewish Federation or something, Liz? How have you been to so many synagogues?
When I converted, one of the things actually before like my conversion, the rabbi required that I visit a different Reform or Conservative and a Orthodox synagogue. And after I converted, one of the things that was very important for me is to not feel like there was any place that I felt like I couldn't go in as a Jew. So I made a point of just, what got it started was when I was leading Torah study at my synagogue. It would close down in July so that the rabbi could go take the day school kids to Washington, D.C. for a trip, and that happened every July. And so, since we weren't doing Torah study at my synagogue, I would go do Torah study at a different synagogue every week. And then over the years, I would just pick a new synagogue to go to every Saturday of July, and that's how I made my way through so many synagogues.
Oh, that's pretty cool. You're in the Matrix, Barack.
It's interesting. A very long time ago, I knew a Baruch in real life.
Oh, there you go, too.
Look at that.
What do you mean by I'm in the Matrix? I'm sorry.
You were earlier. Your connection was weak.
Oh, the Matrix. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, your voice becomes robotic and it's very choppy.
If you smoke, even if
anybody, and that's what people on this app call the Matrix.
Got it. I'm very known to Sam, so I'm like, I was on Tandem, and we were trying to. There's an interesting group of people there. We were hanging with in the Hebrew room. There's one guy who's like, he's studying to be a convert, and he started a Torah group. He's hilarious. This guy's so cute. But so I joined with that, but then they got bumped. Prior to me joining them, they got bumped off of Tandem because they were talking religion. So they got literally, like, they can't get back on. So now they're on this app.
Oh, interesting. So that's how you came upon this app.
Yeah, I only heard of Tandem a year ago, believe it or not.
Yeah, I've never heard of Tandem. I'm hearing of Tandem for the first time.
It's a language app, strictly language. So you're going to, like, the subject, you might have a subject on your party, but you're going to also write which languages you prefer people speak. And people talk about anything, but you stay away from religion or politics. Just every party in this app where a person call another person of color the N-word, and all freaking days all year. I was like, wow, on this app. I'm like, I can't get over this. It's unreal. But it's a completely different culture. Completely different.
Yes, Clubhouse has a fascinating culture.
A lot more angry people, isn't it? And you'll see if you hang out with the Spanish crowd, they're so warm and so patient. It's great. Oh, love it.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, how long have you been on this app?
End of a year. You heard of it and I went right on.
No, I think Clubhouse.
Days.
So, unfortunately, I mean, we're glad to have you, Brooke, but we are in season 6 of Clubhouse. Seasons 1 through 3 were awesome, and season 1 was unmatched, but those first 3 seasons, excellent. There have been some trials and tribulations on this app, and what you have left, present company included, are the bastards, cripples, and broken things. So you're gonna, as you go through a lot of rooms, you're going to witness far more dysfunction than was here early on.
I'm not judging the app by what I'm seeing. I'm sure there are other parties. This is the vast majority of what I'm seeing is pretty chaotic, you know. But you know, sometimes I'm in parties on tandem, and every other party, people are killing each other. I'm like, what? You know, and it comes and goes, you know. But you're saying there's a lot of the pretty serious people who are taking turns talking have gone elsewhere, maybe to another app.
Absolutely. Like there's been a mass exodus. Jewish Clubhouse used to have multiple houses and multiple rooms daily. We're down to 1 or 2, and it's only a handful of people.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's mostly people like me and Michael Brostein talking shit.
You guys were pretty angry earlier. It's good.
Oh, I'm not. I wasn't angry.
Not you. No, I'm saying you guys, the group. Because people were bringing up, the whole Palestinian thing. And
right, yeah.
When anyone brought up an opinion, instead of saying, well, what do you mean? They would just say, no, there's no freaking way, you know. And they were literally choking each other. It's like, oh, great. So I laughed. I'm not having this shit tomorrow.
That's true.
Oh, yeah. So you're saying, Liz, that the good days are gone. Whatever I'm enjoying is not that they're bad people. It's that I'm just seeing all the worst.
Yeah, you're seeing the people who really just, I don't know. I call it a bit of the tism. The tism, the OCD, the alcoholism, I can't stand my spouse, so I'm here all.
That's what I hate about these apps. You can't tell if someone's sober or not.
Yeah. A lot of people here are drunk.
I hate that. I hate it because I can't figure out if I should take something as the norm, or say, next time maybe it'll be better. Should I bother giving them another chance? Or it's hard to know. But some people will tell you that they're not sober. They'll tell you straight up.
Yeah. No, I mean, and I think that at this point, with what's left on this app, it's not hard to tell who's not sober. But I'm still here because I hold on here, and I'll pop in a few times a day just to see if there's anybody or anything interesting going. I don't see Naphtali that often. That's why I was like, oh, let me go see what's going. What's this about his bourbon?
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, go ahead, please.
No, it's fine. No,
I just said that I saw Naphtali's bar mitzvah and was like, oh, what's going on?
Oh, that was referring to him.
Yeah,
I didn't realize
the title of this room is Naphtali's bar mitzvah.
Yeah, I'm getting it. Yeah. I was asking where people are going from here, from this app. You know where a lot of them are going? What's the next hotspot?
A lot of people went to Spaces, and then Spaces on X, formerly Twitter.
Oh, okay.
It's a similar thing.
I've yet to be on any of these apps. Like this is really a stretch for me. Like right now, I had to call my filter company and allow this app because it's social media. And I cut out. I want social media. I don't want any of it. Like I don't have Facebook on this device.
What do you think?
It's very nice. Yeah.
Well, I will tell you. I just followed you. So if you look at the app and you go to your hallway, which is like a little house at the bottom of your screen.
Oh, I'm not seeing it now. Okay. Maybe depending on the device, you can maybe get a different view. Hallway. Well, anyway, okay.
So basically, since I followed you, if you follow me back, you'll see probably houses that I subscribe to or rooms that are on my interest list. Some of them are gonna be crazy, but if you actually see me in a room, it's generally somewhat normal people. I can't vouch for normalcy.
Can't vouch for everybody. It's funny. Well, Yom Haledet Sameach, even though it's not your birthday, no sorry.
He took off. Yeah, I don't know if you don't check your phone, but he took off about 10 minutes ago. I can go ahead and close the room if you need to go do something.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It was really nice talking with you. But if you want to approach another subject, we can go ahead and get in there. I'm quite bored right now.
Briefly, like I said, you know, I mean, your address or whatever you already
Cappuccino.
Oh, you stupid ass!
And then he was like, that was my burner.
It is. That's because you racist stuff. You know. They desired goat, and that's what they thought.
Absolutely not. How do you explain otherwise well-adjusted people? I'm gonna name names. ML, CEO, King Nani. That spend 6 hours in chillism every day. How do you explain that?
CEO was recruiting the other day. We should join it. It's very intellectual conversation.
Oh. This app is amazing. I say every time and then something happens, and there's a crash or
Matt Cool say, how do you explain Monica?
How do you explain Monica?
How do you explain John Kitover?
How do you explain? He was his meeting with a lawyer the other day.
It's not AC Frame no more. AC Frame is out the door. No attorney work product here.
It was insane.
Wait, where is he? How do you explain Matt Goliath?
Oh my God, steroids. Oh man, I mean, at this point, at one point I used to like, yeah, you would tell me. At this point, this app is impossible to jump in. It's just impossible. It's impossible.
Yeah, the people who left with their real names, it's like they can't come back now. Like I saw somebody in here today with her real name that she's been the whole time, but she took a break, and I want to be like, you can't be in here no more with your real name.
It's totally masquerade.
Yeah, how do you explain Rambo?
I don't know.
Remember the time when y'all were talking about the house in Mississippi and the house in California, and he was asked
for his analysis?
Yes, I know. After 2 weeks ago, I was driving, and we was talking about Roth IRA. David, I remember very well.
Just close to the near beach.
How do you explain Robinson's
But
solution?
it was mostly like gay guys that would come and hang out, have so much fun. There'd be a lot of free willies all over the place.
That's right. If we're gonna free the nipple, we better free the willy.
I saw a lady freeing the tampon string.
Ooh.
Yeah. In France.
Medical check. Medical test.
It wasn't a nude beach. It wasn't like a nude beach. Like I was wearing trunks and everyone I was with was wearing clothes, like whatever, just normal stuff.
Listen,
There was
when the hat is full, you gotta pull.
Yeah, there's like 6% of the people out there had like no tops on if they were women and whatever. It was like pretty mellow, but
Yeah, 'cause that's the fun of the beach. Like, it's the edge of law. What are you gonna do?
one lady had a string, dude.
What's wrong?
It was funny because she was wearing a bikini bottom, but then she had her towel kind of on short or something, and then she was changing like 20 feet to the right in front of me. And I just happened to look over when she's like, and I saw a string, and I looked away quick, and I'm like, oh shit.
Right.
That was pretty funny.
Holy
So up in my mouth.
Hey, some people just don't care. Some people don't even like.
Yeah, it's the beach.
Give a fuck. Yeah, she probably even give a fuck. She's like, who the
Yeah,
fuck
he's
is
a
this for?
stranger. She doesn't remember him. Like,
She's like, free show, fuck you. Who cares?
No, but the waves are no joke, bro. I remember me and my friend were swimming in the ocean, and both of us were getting whipped around, and like his willy popped out, and there's a bunch of ladies on the beach. Bro. The same thing happened to me though.
Deirdre was in the mood that day.
Usually I wear trunks though. I think we're just wearing our underwear or something. I also have one of those Muslim bathing suits that make me look like a seal.
The burkinis.
You mean like a bikini or a surfer suit?
It's like a burkini, but it's real. I don't know. It does look more like almost like a scuba suit or something.
The suits are good for like sun protection, but like they're still too like form fitting. I like pieces I can get in and out of. They have like good like swim shirts that have UV resistance that aren't like skin tight. Like I'm a superhero.
Bro, I love wetsuits. I would wear wetsuits all day.
Nah, maybe I'd rather not. Rather have something that feels like a shirt.
What more can it do?
Keeps you pretty warm though when you're in there, you know?
Sure, I get that. But like, to me, like the hot and cold variants is like part of the itch. Like I want to be so hot that I want to go cool off.
How's that man on the same app?
The other thing I'm praying for is like shelter. If you can make shade for yourself at the beach,
That's Honey Shakur. Why are Steve Crone and Honey Shakur on the same app? Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you, MG. Why is the CEO of T-Mobile on an app arguing with a woman who calls herself Kalisha, who says she'll piss on you? What's going on? Oh, God.
Dan, explain Isaac Hayes' son arguing with people.
Why is Isaac Hayes' son?
How about his son coming?
On the app, starting his own competitor app to compete not only with this app, but another app by a Nigerian who was with a Somali, even though what? That's not. What are we doing?
That's why I love this app. This dirty, clean app.
I think we are insane. I'm realizing now.
Yes, we are.
For sure.
How do you explain a 500 pound bench pressing nigga who's Jewish and calls himself Joseph back channeling with another nigga about Hamlet? This nigga been back channeling about Hamlet. You grown ass niggas.
That's fucked up.
That was insane.
I was like, oh, I remember Polonius' quote.
Hey, don't put our words together.
Spinoza and Plato. I thought, what the fuck is going on? Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, God, this app is spitting me. Oh, they got a piece of fish. Is this fish self-cleaning? Well, does it have a pussy or a pussy?
Exactly. The same app that they brought musicals with talented artists and graphics.
Yes, there was a Fela Kuti musical. There was a Princess and the Frog musical.
Lion King, Aladdin. I like the Aladdin one.
The same app was someone who dated a black woman who's now a Zionist, won an Image Award, and the same app with Ava DuVernay.
I mean, to Ben's point yesterday, the same app where you are able to re-meet someone who you saw on a stage play when you were but a boy. It's crazy.
So I just want to say that was nasty that you said you were but a boy maybe 10 times.
Also, here's one. Oh, go ahead.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
The same app that a rising actor had to go sit down after being on a stage and accused of anti-Semitic statements. He had to go sit down while his movie was in the theater.
Yes. Was this before or after the moan room?
Oh my God. How do you explain that in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of Omicron, I had multiple fake children who had temperatures at 104 plus with COVID suffering, and I drove 40 minutes each way, and the way I got through it was by listening to moan rooms. I had to get a Tylenol. I said, oh shit, that's supposed to put 40 minutes. Oh, here's a moan room. I go into the moan room, and who's in the audience? This guy called himself Michael, Gerard, all the magats, all the family values. The only one that wasn't there, God bless him, was Mr. Edward. All in the moan room. And this app is insane. How do you explain on the app, Joe Budden signed a $20 million deal so far? He got rooms with 8 people in the public room. Like, what's going on? Nah, man. Absolutely wow.
Explain King Los, the vegan rapper, telling everybody that the transatlantic slave trade was fake.
Who said that?
King Los.
Oh, God, I forgot he was on here.
Yep.
Don't forget the guy.
You can't read it. Wasn't no shit.
Don't forget the guy who ran a room every day in a club called African Journal, who talked about his Pan-Africanism and building with Africans, and 2 years later, he was anti-immigrant, voting for Donald Trump.
Oh my God, yes. Oh my God. Oh my. How do you explain an app where a man in the fit of
knowledge that the other person that they're arguing with is a pedophile and has documents and files on it. And we asked, well, and they've known this for a while. They can't get to the documents and the files. And then we asked them, well, why would you talk to someone that you've known this for so long? And he says, because I'm dealing with the argument. Don't be a child rapist. Why are you so talking? What do you think I'm dealing with the argument? I remember that. That was amazing.
How do you explain that?
Remember Amber Rose, man? Yeah. She went from here to the RNC. Yeah, man.
Yes.
She blew up. Explain Dr. Julio.
That's what I'm saying. How do you explain him and Amber Rose's relationship?
Oh, I think they became friends and they went to the
Yes.
together.
Yes.
Did
They both turned MAGA on Clubhouse.
Damn. Some people definitely made a little bit of money, and I gotta give them credit.
How do you explain a woman with highest doctorate that you can get from one institution with a family member who everybody probably knows from his stage plays, screaming and hollering at people on the app about big dicks? What?
Not the big dick deviants. How do you explain dick balls?
It's obviously how that is great.
Oh, it's at boy. Boy, oh boy. What a blessing. True laughs, man. Nobody can say that the laughs are like, We got true belly laughs. I don't think we learn much, to be fair. I don't think anybody really learned much. Except for when your mom and them used to actually do spaces where people could read books and stuff. So bracket that. But we had good laughs. Good laughs.
I disagree, man. Y'all give me a lot of books from y'all's talk, so some of us, we got some out.
That's true. Oh, boy. I got some, too. I wasn't the only one that does anything else. Hey, Mom, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you see the interview with Robert Carroll on C-SPAN that came out last week?
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's time to let it go. I know he's living to finish this book. The book, he says he's typed up about 950 pages. I'm going to say something which I don't think is just very controversial, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think Robert Carroll is incredibly overrated. I know I'm not allowed to say that, but I'm speaking.
Is this his new book on Johnson?
Yeah, it's the last one on Johnson.
He's
typed up.
90.
Huh?
Isn't he like 90 or 100?
Yes! Right now, he is 90. He was born in 1935. He'll be 91. He's got one book left. The last one came out in 2012. Like, it's over. Just let it go.
Let somebody publish it posthumously and clean it.
Yeah. He was like, I typed up. And you know it's going to be a long time because the editor died. But I watched the interview, and it's just like, I'm still upset about the Barney Frank interview. He died like, where's the key? We're talking about that. First lady, are you there? First lady, remember when me and Akiva were upset about that guy interviewing?
He was on life support cancer.
Yeah, he was in the hospital. He died.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he died. Like, he died 2 weeks later.
I remember you crashed out about that. How was your cancer? Why did you crash out?
Instead of doing what? I don't know if you have to always
your camera was on
in there. Yeah, they put the camera in there. Did you see it?
No, I ain't see it.
Oh, Jake did say it to himself. It looked like he died, went to heaven, came back because he forgot his keys, and then going back to heaven. Oh, yeah, he died. He died 2 weeks ago.
on that morphine, your mama, he was in pain. And at first, like, he was propped up. And then I guess the medicine started kicking in, and it wasn't good. Perhaps maybe if they wouldn't have turned the camera on, just, slowed it down, did an audio, it wouldn't have been so horrific. But to see it, if that makes sense. We've had some interesting conversations on this, and I appreciate that. It's very addictive, although I'm not addicted. I speak on.
Me too. I speak for any time I want.
But I do.
I just literally every addict. So. I just watched the first 5 minutes of it. Okay. Tapper he is a failed journalist.
Thank you.
Who looks for every opportunity to go after the left. The only reason he's interviewing Barney Frank in this interview is because Barney Frank is hitting on the left, knowing how progressive his record was when he was a member of Congress. It's insane.
Disgusting. With I was saying that there was no reason for it. Thank you. So you hadn't seen it.
No, I hadn't seen it. I don't watch it.
You should listen to it. Maybe you don't want to watch it. It is.
No, I saw. Yeah, I saw how dark his face was, how sunken it was. He couldn't open his eyes. I saw it. Yeah, it's crazy. That book, that's why when they came out with him and Al Thompson, when they came out with that book, that they are hungry seekers. They hate Democrats and they do everything to try to undermine them. Those are the journalists in my mind who gave the foundation for the rise of MAGA.
You know how people talk about, this is going to be a deep cut, but I bet you'll remember this. You know how people talk about how Barack Hussein Obama, why'd they get that boy a middle name Hussein? I don't even understand. They knew he was going to be raised by the white grandparent. Why would they name him Hussein? So everybody remembers how Barack Obama did that thing about Donald Trump, the joke about he'll never be. I'm gonna find it. I'm just finding it playing for y'all.
It's on, you mean at the White House Correspondents' Dinner?
Yeah. Y'all know about that joke, right?
Yeah.
About the White House Correspondents' Dinner, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What many people don't know.
Exercise today? Did you go outside? Did you talk to anyone?
This was Obama. This is to your point. Hold on.
Did you make plans? Did you drink enough water?
Okay, hold on. What people probably don't know. Let's see if I can find it.
Have you exercised today? Did you go outside? Did you talk to anyone? Did you eat well? Did you limit your scrolling time? Did you make any plans? Did you drink enough water? Did you get enough sleep? Have you exercised today? Did you go?
Stop with me.
Incredibly fast changing. Television.
Hold on, see if I can find it. I'm gonna find it. I bet you all y'all forgot about this. Well, if I can't find it, I'm gonna find it. Oh, here we go. Now remember what your mama just said. This is Obama's.
He's sad for now starting to leave the White House. Even the reporters have left him. Savannah Guthrie left the White House press corps to host the Today Show. Norah O'Donnell left the briefing room to host CBS This Morning. King Tapper left journalism to join CNN.
that? So y'all forgot about that.
Yeah.
Y'all heard that? Let's just do it again.
Is that his origin
See
story?
Jack Taper's face. He is pissed.
Tic-tac, left journalist. You want to see that?
And they laughing. He is pissed. You can see it in his face. He's doing that fake smile, and then he goes and takes a drink. You know how you get embarrassed at a cocktail party or dinner party, and the way you can hold that in when you're smarting is to take a drink of wine? That's exactly what he did. Huh? Telling y'all. I'm telling y'all.
Wait, is that
Jake Tapper has added out for Democrats for some time. It's pushed him over the edge. I'm telling you.
was that his origin story?
Now, he was already sort of being anti-Democrat. He knew where the money was. But that's where I think he really went. I think if you trace it from there to, what's the name of the book? Betrayal? What's the name of the book?
Yeah.
Betrayal, yeah. I think that's an arc in his career.
Yeah, the irony is, like, y'all, we were talking about Bruce not too long ago, and, like, the irony, there is some truth. He was already not covering the Obama administration fairly. It was always a tilted angle at that moment, even before he joined CNN. So, the fact that he would call it out is, why it's funny, but it has some truth into it. But I do think that's the case. If you guys just listen, I mean, if he did that, I thought of Barney Frank now, but the fact that he did that, and the sort of the question was around what the left is doing and how badly the left is flailing. It's insane. And I mean, he didn't have to put Barney Frank on the camera. They could have just said.
But Israel, because Israel gets a lot of their weapons from the U.S., also a lot of people donate to Israel, they have become spoiled in terms of their military doctrine. They are willing to waste money and waste resources on tactical victories that do not bring them closer to their strategic objectives. For example, when it comes to their fighter jets, when you take a fighter jet out, you have a whole crew of people that get it ready to make sure it's ready. The pilot, and then when you bring it back in, that whole plane has to be checked, paint, everything, the avionics. It's thousands, and the fuel. It's thousands of dollars to do a run. They, during Nasrallah's funeral, did 2 low-flying passes over the crowd to intimidate the crowd. They were like, I don't know, a couple of thousand feet above them. Very low during the funeral. There was no, military reason for this, or objective. No military objective at all. And it cost them thousands of dollars. No. So they're willing to do this. They're willing to do this because their doctrine is, intimidation. And
people.
Yeah, because they're getting, the jets. They're getting they're getting so much help from other, and not just the U.S. but other countries as well. They get so much help that they don't have to worry about the money for these kinds of antics.
So they're just spending indiscriminately then.
But yes, exactly. So when you say a mere tit for tat, that sounds good, but when it comes to war, that's a great way to lose, because that's not how you should be fighting a war. You should be fighting a war the way Iran fights a war, which is don't react to the other side. You control the other side. They take out, your people. It doesn't mean you take out theirs. Now,
that's not control.
Wait,
controlling. It's like the classic definition of escalation control for military doctrine. It's the reason why Iran came out on top. It's the only reason. And for example, so they didn't go after some people in Israel. However, when Israel went threw missiles or dropped bombs close to the Bashar, I forgot what it's called, the nuclear power plant in Iran. I think it's Bashar. Iran immediately
dropped two missiles right next to the Israeli nuclear plant. So Israel went further than Iran would have went further, and hit the nuclear power plant itself. But in this case here, there was an objective behind that tit for tat. It was to stop Israel from thinking that they can hit our nuclear power plant without consequences. If they do it, we also have the capability of hitting theirs, and we are going to show them that we have the capability. And Israel did not hit their nuclear power plant.
Wait, I did read that it's true, you guys.
What is true?
The hit.
What?
Something about the Iranians
putting $80 million bounty.
Yeah.
I don't think there's credibility behind that. Iran is.
It sounds like nonsense, but it was more like that they would approve it, something like that.
Maybe. I mean, Iran has the upper hand right now in the U.S. when it comes to the political spectrum here in the U.S.
They wouldn't need to do that.
They wouldn't need to. But they have us in an escalation trap.
Let's see. I mean, I don't agree with. He's married to that young lady.
America.
Listen, he hit all the.
Like that. Did y'all see that?
Yes, he hit all the notes he needed to hit on that one. So.
Tim Scott? No, Cory Booker. No,
he's
Jewish. Her mom is Jewish.
But Brother Messi was moving on to the other black man who married a white woman very quickly, and
Rico's girlfriend's kind of cute.
Yeah, she's also, from what I read somewhere, she's also another generational Texan with ties to a man who Maynard County is named after. So.
Have a biracial relationship. She's like,
Yeah. So. And she's. What was that?
Do you know they have a baby?
Well, if they did, it can hold many times.
Sounds like a perfectly well-marketed church girlfriend.
Yeah, she's cute, slim. They look good together in the picture I saw of them together.
I agree. So. See, this is the difference between Tim Scott's though. Tim Scott's looks weird. It don't look right. Look at the pause before you said weird that made that even funnier. Alright, so somebody tweeted, amid swirling allegations of homosexuality, James Tallarico's campaign has finally revealed the identity of his girlfriend, who was a vegan and dancer at a local gay bar. How many men out there meet their girlfriends at a gay bar? Something's not happening. Well, whoever tweeted this doesn't know that. Why would they say that? She might go to staff now.
Yeah, they're trying to imply that they make that at the gay bar.
What's wrong with meeting a lady?
I mean,
well, Tim Scott wife, she kind of looked trans to me. No offense. I mean, but her face kind of looks like hello? What's going on?
Like an Americans for Texas.
What you still okay? You were talking about Tallarico. Sorry, I was mixing with it. Sorry.
Yeah, Tallarico's girlfriend. She's like the Senate of one of the folks that signed the Declaration of Independence for Texas.
Yeah, that's what Britt was saying. That she was Texas royalty.
Did you know they had a declaration?
Yes, we had a constitution before we were annexed into the United States of America. So yeah, we have such foundational document.
Constitution or a declaration?
Really and Interestingly, we have a Texas Constitution, and then we follow the U.S. Constitution.
Yeah, this guy, go ahead.
This guy's asking me for money like every 30 seconds. You getting this too? He comes up every minute feed asking me for money.
Texas has decorations. I just Googled it because I had never heard of it. Yeah, 1836. Fascinating.
So was it Sam Houston? No, who was the guy?
Who are you talking about? Sam Houston?
Yeah.
Is he part of your role?
Yeah. No, that was like George Bush. I mean, the founder Sam Houston, isn't he? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he signed it. Yeah. Yeah. He wasn't the president. What's the name? Yeah, I saw Tim Scott the other day. I think one of his stepkids graduated, and he called it his kids. People were very confused. But he has 3 stepkids now. She had 3 kids, and so he's got 3 stepkids.
So it's okay for him to call them stepkids, but not for mama.
Correct. Exactly.
And Tim Scott's been married how long to this woman?
Yeah, I think 3 years now. But when was the election? 2014. He got married in 2014. Yeah.
Wait, we meant to say 2024.
2024. Yeah, that's 2024.
Yeah, it'll be. Yeah, it's almost 3 years. Was he married before then, though? Was he married during the primary?
They were just dating.
Engaged.
They got engaged on Kiowa Island, which I love. It says here on 2024 in January.
And to your point, Kamala was already married 10 years, I believe. Is that right?
At least. Yeah, I think so, at least.
Now Tim Scott's the longest serving black senator in the history of America.
Oh, shit. I heard that he made calls on behalf of Commerce District. That's what I heard.
I believe it. I think lots of things might have been burned down at that district. But that district, when that didn't pass, that didn't surprise me. There's lots of body. I haven't watched the documentary. Have you seen it, Mom?
Many of them.
Oh, yeah. That's right. This is genre. I forgot. That's right.
I met the assistant DA like maybe last year. I don't know where I was, but he was there talking about the investigation. I feel bad for him. He was very pumped up about it. And the mistake, I was not his for sure. That's crazy. But he still will be in jail for a very long time. Like, he'll still be in jail for a very long time.
Well, they're going to retrial that one.
I don't know. I mean, the state put a lot of money in it. You know, like, it wasn't like the way I understand from the talk, it wasn't a straight, it was a very circumstantial case. So, unless they come up with new evidence, I don't know if they will put that kind of money into it. But maybe the assistant, it wasn't the assistant, the deputy AG, that's what it was. He's in the documentary, he's in the HBO one, I think, or the Netflix one, he's in the Netflix one. Maybe he will, I don't know.
I misspoke. Elliot was correct. He is, in fact, not out. Thank you, Ellie, for rally rather for the correction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I said he's out. I was wrong. He's not out.
Yeah, I think he's, that's the one, I think he's pretty much in there for, like, the rest of his adult life for what the other crime.
Yeah.
The fraud and so forth. Circumstantial evidence is not less dispositive than direct evidence.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it was like a very hard case for them to try. As I understand it, it was a very hard case for them to try with a lot of circumstantial evidence. I don't know if they want to spend that amount of money to retry him when he's already going to be in jail for a lot of time. That's all I'm saying.
Did you catch what the technicality was in had the case thrown out?
Yeah, the clerk that was overseeing the engagement between the judge and the jury. She basically gave too much information to the jury. Yeah, but it wasn't anything that like it's not like they found any other information like the AG's office was involved or anybody else was involved. It's like basically this one woman or one person rather that was involved.
Too much information to the jury?
Yeah, essentially trying to like tip them to vote for conviction.
Wow, that person is upset. I wonder if they lost their career. All the money that goes into a prosecution like that? Was overthrown at the state level?
Yeah, the state level, yeah. I mean, technically, I feel like she's tampering with the jury, so technically it could not only she probably lost her job, but there's a chance that they could file charges against her, or give her some kind of fine or something. I mean that's a crime, I think, to tamper with the jury.
Alex DeSouza.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I heard here. Thank you. And it looks like someone said she was convicted. Oh, that's crazy.
Was I unmuted just now? I think I was muted. Big Israel Day parade today, the biggest Israel event outside of Israel in New York City. Of course, Mayor Mamdani, first mayor in New York City history to not attend the Israel Day parade. Jessica Tisch, the commissioner of police, marched proudly in her words.
I just want everybody to know how much I've evolved. I will not be responding to that on behalf of a New Yorker. Thank you very much.
I guess you didn't go.
I'm probably
I would never go. I'd go to maybe protest the right-wing assholes who are actually marching in there, but that would be a response. I admit it was a response, so I'll shut up.
It's not partisan. There's left, right, everybody. Nothing partisan. Last time I saw Eric Nadler there, hardly a right winger.
T2 for dead in here.
So when's the when's the next game?
Back, so, and that's even worse. You came back and now you're here by yourself.
Hey Arthur, you're here, right? Arthur?
Where's Divine?
Yeah, where's
In the
Divine?
room.
Wednesday.
Yeah, but when is the first game at MSG? So I can just, make sure for that.
Wednesday, isn't it? Isn't it at the first game? No, it's the first game. That's what Divine said in the chat. It's Wednesday, and as your mama said, the first game will be in San Antonio.
Oh shit. Oh, so let me see. Okay.
Yeah, you won't have to worry until I think game 3 for anything to be played in New York. Yeah, let's hope that it's so bad. It's so bad. James 1 and 2 is so important.
I'll have to see when the first game in New York, because I'm actually going to be in DC for.
Okay.
You're seeing my niece graduate high school.
Oh.
You could do both. Bring Hurricane.
I have a good relationship.
Why is there so many mods in the chat, but won't be on stage? You need to bring them up. Bring Neoliberal up. He could be on stage, sleep, or whatever he's doing.
I saw that for Neoliberal. That's wild.
Yeah, it's a wild anti-American article. I guess I'll read the excerpt from Reuters. U.S. military personnel are being targeted using location data. Pentagon letter shows. There's some color codes here. Commercial location data can be used to identify U.S. troops congregate at their patterns of life, which can be exploited by adversaries to target attacks such as missiles, drones, and roadside drones, as well as for counterintelligence purposes. It was time to start treating the ad tech industry as a national security threat. Some example, journalists, and this is alleged that Iran has done this. Journalists that Wired and German news outlets drew billions of coordinates collected by data brokers to expose granular incomings and outgoings of people stationed at and around 11 U.S. military and intelligence sites in Germany, as an example. Anyways, there are allegations that Iran has done this.
Yeah, that's the wildest thing is that there's no hacking involved. It's all publicly available. You can buy it from a data broker information. I remember this was a while ago, but I remember there was something that was given away because somebody was going on runs and they were using the Strava app, and so they basically mapped out a base because of the runs that people were running.
That was ridiculous. Yes, the Strava app is notoriously bad at this because it has this achievement and all of this by default. Even if you want to turn it off, it is 10 different places to turn it off. I use that. There was a picture in the map of one of those labs, right? It suggested when you open it, something suggests you on a base, and there's nothing else there in the Google Maps but that red dotted line where the person is exercising a few times a week. It was insane.
Social media is undermining our lives, and we should. The attention grabbing aspect of the social media, but I guess it should be the next big issue, I think, to address the dangers of social media in a meaningful way.
It's really dangerous. I think you should leave it. I think you should leave right now. It's very dangerous.
Oh, I have nothing to hide. I'm not yet a service person.
Damn, it didn't work.
not a good try.
Good attempt, though. Very good attempt. I'll give it a 9 out of 10 for that one.
Yeah, the social media, on the social media was that the article goes kind of further than that. It's not just social media apps. It's Google. Yeah, it's Google.
And Amazon.
Google, Amazon, but it's also usually all the software development kits that embed location tracking and then you sell it to a broker. It's all made for advertising. If the Ravens either buy data or try to basically create ads that are targeting American English-speaking people in the Middle East, right? That you can't just ad buying and targeted ad buying. You can collate some pattern of life, and yeah, you can get to it.
What's up, Neil?
Missed what, sorry?
Ben imitate you. So that was hilarious.
Ah.
Example, I came across an individual on here, right? Went from being a drug dealer, all of that, right? Took that information and decided to become a baker, a baker, right? He took the street smarts and just applied it in a different way, right? Learned a little bit of chemistry, right?
Drawings on rocks and in the Gulf of Aqaba, which is in the Red Sea, closely connecting the Egypt and the Sinai Peninsula, is where they have found petrified animal bone remains and a gold covering that is in the shape of a four-spoked chariot. Yeah. So, in terms of physical evidence, we just have that. I mean, if you're going to hold the standard of evidence to the point where we today would say, give us proof that this person did such and such, like in a court of law, whether he committed a certain crime, then no, we wouldn't be able to do that. But if you do that, then you also compromise a lot of the other historical claims from that far back. We're talking almost 3,000 years ago. So, over 3,000 years ago. And so I don't think that's exactly fair. But at the same time, I don't think it's unreasonable. But if you're going to be skeptical to that degree, I don't think it would be helpful for anything else that we want to. We wouldn't be able to affirm anything going that far back. So
I would contend with that because there's plenty of things that we definitely have been able to affirm within like ancient Greek history, and like I said, I mean, absence of evidence is evidence of absence, but of course,
again, we were a relatively small group of people. What is it like? Just
Except for hundreds of thousands of people.
Okay, well, I guess it would have been somewhere in the range of several hundred thousands to maybe between 1 and 2 million. Whatever the case is, I mean, if you're talking about physical artifacts, there have been things that have been found, but again, I'm not sure exactly this is a worthwhile avenue of inquiry to pursue. The reason why I say that is because if they did find something, it would only follow to the question whether those artifacts belong to the ancient Jews wandering the desert for years or to someone else, because it's been that long time. But by the same token, anything that was left for that long period of time, they were scavenged, destroyed. Unless if you're talking iron objects, bronze objects, highly corroded by now, and maybe skeletal remains. But again, if anything that is produced, you would have the rational grounds to question: does it really come from there? And then if it doesn't meet your standard of criteria for establishing that those artifacts belong to the Jews, then you would just rationally say, rightfully so, that you don't have proof that it belongs to them. So, for me though, I think it's more than fair that if someone has produced physical evidence suggesting.
Have you seen the hieroglyphics?
A few moments ago, you said we know.
Have you seen the hieroglyphics of the Egyptians and their chariots buried underneath the water on the insides of the pyramid? Hello? Here is a racist, bigot, anti-Semitic scumbag, a piece of trash.
Yeah, no, I'm just scum. I know scum. Pure hunter scum. Anyway, so regarding the 2 points you mentioned we know earlier that then what can be found. It's open to debate, and I'm glad you noticed that. The second issue is that when you talked about the chromosome fusion, I think you missed the point. This idea.
Someone's not good. Good enough.
It means it kind of.
Like it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. It means what the word means, right? It's in the middle.
Yeah, I've been on this stuff for so long now.
Okay. No, you don't.
Sometimes, when the Italian Americans speak, it's for me, I don't understand what they do. It's not too much for me. Oh, you're okay. Yeah, the same true.
Yeah, it's very disgusting.
Yes, exactly. I don't understand that. Yes.
That's next level cases. Hey, yo, forget about it. All that mafia, Sopranos.
Yeah, exactly Sopranos.
Yeah, very Sopranos. What makes the Sopranos so good is how authentic it is.
Yes. It's very good.
Well,
but I like Chendo's better.
But the talking of the dialogue is so.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's very similar. Boston, New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia.
Yeah, because there are a lot of Italians up there.
A lot of youngsters, really, but yeah. Every 5 miles, you have a different community of immigrants. There's a little Italy, there's a little everything. But yeah,
Irish.
Entire brand.
I'm not just junkie.
Yes. Very much.
I always have this story about Chicago when I just entered there. So I was there for a conference, so me and my colleagues were going to one. And we had to take the subway and from the airport. So I remember every stop of the subway was previously John Kitover's clubhouse meeting. I was so nervous. I thought, what if he steps in the same subway design? And I got so nervous. We were at the Central. It's Clark or something. I forgot what's the name of that stop. We had to change the subway. And I get off the subway and I go to my left and I see this tell him I'm Chicano.
You ought to be named good average New Yorker. Even notice John.
Yeah.
Great New Yorker.
Back in the days, I didn't really know him, so but I knew him as a priest. But then, yeah, I wouldn't be so scared, but I was really scared of him. Come on, he's in real life too. No. Since you did international, I think maybe 10. Oh, okay. Well, would you rather have him around or?
Sorry, it's just I was trying to get my last stop.
Okay, yeah, you do it.
No. I'm actively walking out. I just didn't realize that it was in my pocket. I realized the mic was on. I heard the thing bang. I'm trying to be quiet. No, I mean, we've been recording more. That's one more than my mother's been to. So, but I've probably done this sometimes. The choice. That perspective. Now, what was it? I mean, I'm wearing a t-shirt right now that says Battle Rap. A lot of the shows, rap battle, and stuff like that. It's no place for your parents to go. But I've performed with all kinds of very cool events. Not a big move about 15 years ago. So they missed everything the last 15 years when we've been on the outside of the country. But there's probably been way less than half the shows I've done in the last 15 years. The most shows I did in my life was probably from 2000 to 2018, and they moved probably around 2012ish. Yeah, I think they did move in 2012. But even then, I moved like 35 minutes from where they were, and I was doing 100 shows a year. So, but yeah, most of them they're quite a bit. Like I just got so they're like, what are we gonna do with your rap show? I'm not sure. I'll take what it was in it. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I'm just thinking too much stuff. Something like try to work hard, Ellie. Just try to work hard. You know what I mean? 7 o'clock on Sunday, and I'm shut down the gym. You know what I mean? Just getting that little extra working. That's not appropriate. Put that away. Somewhere else. In the gym. Doesn't grow up. That's pretty good. It's a lot of fat, out of shape people. I'm just gonna say that, especially in America. That's right. Yeah.
part of its habits to behave with white people we train them. It's what it's used to eventually train them. Probably started off nicer than they actually are, but over time they become less active for different reasons.
I'll put down more sedentary. I need to use about my mother's side of diabetes. Something big work this way. So I had a chemo about 2 weeks ago, but my lucky is bad. And I just maintained as much as I could when I was in college. And so I become like 4 more sedentary than I've ever been on paper. Those are quick reasons. I saw it as a little kid on my I was full of them when I saw one. I was full of them one. I was like softball with the same thing. I mean, I was a preteen that day, but like still like no. Well, you weren't angry. I should have said I was not as a child. I was not 8 or 9. I was like 100. I got the guy said you need to at least, you know.
attempts.
Trust me, I'm fully capable of being as stupid as it is.
On the other side of that, like,
I am not telling they're wrong, but slang different.
that was also true.
Slang language words in the difference because నాకు కన్నడ వల్ల చాలా కన్నడ తెలుగు మిక్స్ అయిపోయింది.
Ridiculous ideas, and nobody pushes that because he's just a really old guy. A lot of people respect him. He has a fucking Nobel Prize back against them all the time. Just don't know it. Yeah, and there's lots of old people like that where they make it a little.
Yeah, they do. On this app, you're just like, oh, Roger Pembroke, like they heard about last week. So people are all excited. It's like, bro, the real circles. People like, yeah, you might hang it up. I'm gonna fall off a cliff though. I can tell from me, definitely looking younger for my age. It's gonna catch up really fast. Like as the grays start to come in, it's gonna be a wrap, you know. Because when you have all your hair, I think it keeps you looking artificially younger. You know what I'm saying? And so, but then it's eventually gonna all be white. You know what I'm saying? And once the hair goes white, there's no turning back. You know what I'm saying? I think I'll only get a couple of years.
And we used to fuck a lot. So I got a letter one day, and the letter was like, yo, we're gonna like tell you to leave the country. And so she was like 6 years, and we moved to another state, which she ended up asking me. She ended up wanting divorce. So I was like, all right, you know, we did our thing for that amount of time, and we don't talk to each other any longer.
So you have kids, and how long ago was this?
So she had an abortion. She aborted when she was, she aborted the kid. So I was young at the time.
Alright, it's too much information for now.
Yeah, we don't talk about this.
Bow wow. Bow wow.
TV, call another team.
What? No, you're not understanding that. Before that, I had a big problem in life, and I didn't believe in Jesus. One time I said, if Jesus is the true Son of God, I believe in that. If it's not, I just ignore that. And after a couple of weeks, when I watched you, what happened?
True Son of God. All of
This is how I imagine Benny Adams' conversion to Christianity.
No, Benny Adams has a good reason.
Don't
converse to your Christianity. Let's be honest.
Don't
Wait, so from the topic that we were talking.
Yeah, let's go back to talking. Down my coffee left, bro, because of people left. Let me call him back. Yeah, go ahead with the debate. So,
open your mouth.
yeah, thank you very much.
Open your mouth.
Sit in the audience for 2 minutes. Okay, go ahead with the debate. Let me call back on page.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, essentially, it's like, I heard somebody say that the academia adheres to naturalism as a methodology. It's like, well, yeah, because, I mean, the only evidence we have is the natural world of, you know, what we have for explanations. And so but we have no demonstration of the supernature. We've never had it where, you know, we've seen people be created through breathing life in clay objects, you know, Jewish golem spell, like it says in the Bible. So, I mean, meanwhile, evolution is the only explanation that has been demonstrated for the creation of different species or speciation, and so like, it doesn't violate Occam's
of the way science works.
We believe science demonstrates an ancient mythical fictional ancestor. Originating how? Did you tell me? Let me give you the 4 hypotheses and tell me whether these even merit. I actually hypothesis in the first place of random, mere speculation. Remembering that hypothesis is something, a part of a phenomenon that has some loose data to point to it. And so you build a hunch. So which of these tell me is scientific about the so-called ancient mythical fictional ancestor originating through blind forces of nature? So panspermia, this is so-called life being seeded from outer space. Is there any evidence of this? Or is this blind, wishful, so-called random thinking that I've actually made it with a hypothesis? Oh my God, I can't believe I actually gave this notion of a hypothesis. Or is it so-called the origination of life from a clay wall? Is there any evidence to it? Or actually an icy wall? That's the third one. Or is it actually so-called the primordial soup? All of these are blind speculations. Absolute hocus pocus. Sorry, abracadabra. Yes, that sounds too blatant. This is not science. It's pure charade. An absolute charade. Now, some people have faith, and they should go and take their faith into of so-called atheism. They shouldn't masquerade it in so-called in the name of science. Science is a brutal, cold, hard, and uncompromising subject that demands demonstration. But sorry, we've been funded by the Epstein Islanders, and they've done an entire sham on the scientific discipline when it comes to these subjects. Luckily, there's still some hardcore empiricists out there that tend to do actually proper scientific investigation.
Sorry, Bhante, you don't think this is like hyper skepticism?
No.
Where it doesn't allow for basically grounding. They've done of anything. Madhichan, it doesn't allow for the grounding of anything like Crimson I was saying, right? This, or maybe, I don't know,
I was saying it. Of science, which is to do with empiricism. If you come and say something and you can't demonstrate, they will make you into a laughing stock. However, in the school of the theorists, everything flies. These guys should be philosophers. I don't know why they masquerade as scientists. They don't produce anything. Blind theorists are very cute. Some of the empiricists find them exceptionally cute and tell them, look, go and publish this stuff in the department of philosophy. That's where you have these cute ideas, speculations, abstractions, and so on. Very cute. Some of them may even in future be, somebody may even roll up their sleeves and actually demonstrate some of what is doing them. The hundreds of speculations. That's not science. It's pure and utter dogma. And this happens to be one of those dogmatic subjects. But when you talk about science, there is a method. And the summit of that method is called demonstration through reproducibility. Not so-called wishful reading, not so-called explanation, because explain the data in so many ways. You could even invoke pink spirits in the woods as explanations. You just don't call them pink spirits.
So far, evolution has been, hands down, I think, the best explanation for outliers, right?
Compared to what? Compared to what?
Compared to freaking ex nihilo. Compared to God creating man in with his hand. Yes.
Slow down. So, this whole parable, creating man, a walking, talking human being, versus blind environmental processes creating a walking, talking, conscious human being. Really? Sure, could you show me the explanation? Other than wishful reading.
As much as I can appreciate, as much as scripture can be appreciated, right? For its metaphorical significance, right? For the creation of man, I mean, it's
no way! You found my channel.
Ex nihilo is very hard.
That's an atheist. I don't think theists believe something comes from nothing. That's a dark theist. I don't know what
Cyrus, let's just slow down.
That beam and doing the entire opposite of display in the universe.
Yeah,
All of
that's a
that was
completely different explanation.
This is how
To
you
me, that
do
is like a timelessness.
The word of God is power, is not nothing.
This is how you do it.
It's the word becoming flesh. It's very similar to
The atheist can't even explain what the counter-God hypothesis is. They can't even explain what it is. At least with God, the theist could tell you God is an intelligent, almighty being that has capability and power and wealth. That's the God hypothesis.
Yesterday.
Okay, it's a Cyrus. Let's just slow down and pull over right here. Nicely done.
Who's the universe itself?
Bro!
The universe itself.
Right, so therefore it can't be a scientific theory.
Science would track causal origins. It doesn't mean you could actually explain them. The universe itself, you believe in a Big Bang if you do believe the
science actually points towards a big bang. Well, I don't know how big of a bang. Nobody had this. Yeah. But the science does it. In the point. And that's by a law of causality. That's a law that we observe everywhere. It's not a fact. The law of causality is a law. It's pervasive everywhere.
I'm not gonna watch it.
And the universe is some kind of cause. That
I'm not
cause by
gonna watch
definition
it.
is super.
I'm not gonna watch it.
Physical.
I'm not gonna watch it.
Is the universe. And the natural world is the universe. That cause, whether you think it's God or not God, is supernatural by definition.
Ultimately, is there what the claim is between, science and religion, or atheism, or belief in God? The ultimate claim is the beginning of the universe was a conscious effort, or it was a completely random happenstance. Now, scientists, as far as they can go back, as Mandy eloquently put it, was the Big Bang, the complete start of all matter. Now, their argument.
He doesn't believe in the Big Bang. He does not. He never brought you.
I mean, that's fine. But there is.
No,
no way! You found Bro! But there's the one inarguable thing that both sides have in common. There must have been a beginning to all things and all that.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way!
Okay, is it siren? Let's just.
I'm not gonna watch it.
I said I never said what I said. What? I said I never.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way! You found my channel.
Strike a master chord.
Or anyone otherwise at the creation of this existence, whatever matter, reality, whatever you want to call it, isn't consciously based. The counter argument is it's unconscious, it's random, it's a force without a will. And that's really what we're arguing as theists versus atheists.
We're arguing whether or not it's, the universe is exploitative of if whether or not is the best explanation for the beginning of the universe, or whether something that's dependent on God.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Is that beginning conscious or unconscious?
What is that thing before, and then is there any evidence to that thing? So what is that thing? Could you explain to me what that thing is? Because I tell you, a theist can tell you God in a number of ways.
Well, I understand they say that. I understand they can claim that they have an explanation, but that they don't. That's not the same thing as demonstrating it.
Do you believe you have demonstrated
the counter God position? Do you believe you could even explain what it is?
I'm not the one claiming that. We have an explanation for it. Theists saying that they do.
I think that you're not a theist, you're an atheist, I think. Yes, is that correct?
Yes, I don't accept theistic explanations.
Okay, and you accept the atheist explanation. Could you tell me what the counter God proposition is? First and foremost, and what evidence points to it?
Yeah.
Can you explain?
Why do I have to do this?
You don't
That is the beginning of science. That is the core.
Hold on. Why do I have to prove to show?
You said it's not God.
I said I don't see any evidence that God.
Do you see any evidence for the non-God hypothesis?
Okay, there is a siren.
Okay.
Looks like love.
I'm saying that there is
I mean, you are claiming God from him, right? He's negating it.
It's not 50-50. This is not 49-50.
So
It really is.
Then don't claim to be an atheist. Just say you're agnostic.
No, but there's the beautiful part. Exactly. Narco, with all due respect, and that's completely okay. That's the basis of science. And it's relevant, right? However, for example, we need to acknowledge that a lot of modern science, as we know it, are based off of leading theories rather than concrete.
Bro, no way!
Why does my hand not fall through my, we know everything's comprised of matter. We know, according to science, that the vast majority of material things there is a force binding those atoms together with electrons that prevent my hand from going through that wall. But there is no constant. We know what this is. So there are leading theories. And there is a I hate theists who say science doesn't have any merit. And in antithesis to that same claim, you have to be blind to say there's no merit in the belief that there is consciousness beyond physical, which is really what all religions argue, that there is something outside of consciousness. I mean, there is something conscious outside of physical reality, right? So the claim is the beginning of the world, like really atheism is a religion in itself. You have to have faith that there's no God, because you can't disprove it.
Bro, no way! You found my channel.
It's faith. So if you don't have
it looks like love.
It's mostly yourself.
It feels like love. And I confess it.
It's a religion. You have a faith that there's no God.
And I don't need faith to say I don't know.
No, but that's fine. You can say I don't know, but you weren't saying that does God exist? If I asked you that question, does God exist? Do you believe God exists?
No.
He may or he may not, and you're agnostic, and that's fine.
Okay, but I mean, I don't know, and I don't believe it, so therefore I'm agnostic, and I'm also an atheist.
Atheist means there is no God. There is no way, and there is nothing you can present to me that has God's existence.
It's a theism. We actually have a burden of proof. When I say I'm a theist, I have a burden of proof. You have a burden, yeah? I can easily say that.
Yes.
When somebody says an atheist, I have a burden of proof. If I said 1 + 1 is 2, and you say it's not 2, you actually have to prove it's not 2. You can't just say, no, I just don't believe 1 + 1 is equal to 2. You have to prove
Which would be faith. Which would be faith. Which would be religion. Truth.
Yeah, so you're making something that is axiomatic.
Bro, no.
Something.
It looks like love.
Where it's like, yes, that we can, that we don't know.
It looks like love.
Like the better analogy is, the better analogy is specifically is that you're saying that you're claiming exists, and I'm the person saying that I don't see your God guilty of doing that.
It's a skill thing. This is an emotional thing. I don't know. I feel some emotions.
Okay, so the thing is that to me, I'm on the side, I'm saying that I haven't seen you,
I mean, well, to explore the dichotomy, actually,
we're kind of equal in that regard. What you say?
Well, you could do this dichotomy at any point. God, if He's the creator of the universe, then everything out in the universe should, if we had sufficient data, be able to allow us to draw this dichotomy. So whenever we got data to force this dichotomy into motion, the data should always point to one side, because one of these two counter positions is a fallacy, either God or not God. So whatever is responsible for the universe, even if you find 1% of the evidence, it should point towards that thing. But at the moment, you find 1%, 2%, 3%, and it points one direction, rest assured, the remaining of the evidence they haven't yet found will always point to that direction, because that's the causal background. The other side is a fallacy. Now that's the nature of the dichotomy. You could start anywhere from a protein structure to DNA to the inanimate world, and actually force the dichotomy. The science can easily do this. The Epstein Islanders do not want this to happen, because they want to secularize the entire planet, produce individuals, drones out there that have no sense of anything. Literally, that individuals be played around now with ideas and well played. But science can easily tackle this question, God or not God, easily. We have sufficient data out there to tackle this, and the answer is not pretty whatsoever for those who are atheists. So that's why
it looks like love. It feels like love. And I confess it.
It actually forces the dichotomy out the window.
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother.
Demonstration. Hence your theory of evolution. It's all driven by words.
Absolutely.
Ancient, it's called fictional ancestor.
I think the biggest like spear in the side of the claim that there is no God is the explanation for the creation of life in the first place. As far as science goes, if I ask any scientist, the most rational atheist scientist with all the information in the world, how did life on Earth begin before there was life? How did dead things, dead matter, dead atoms, who were no different from rocks, become current called life? From plasma to human beings. How did dead things become material? In that process, how was there no examples
Please don't scroll. I'm just
directly other than a conscious force? There is no way. If dead
We're listening to an extremely stupid housewife named Steph, a Christian who believes everybody's going to hell unless the mechanism of cleanliness, aka Jesus Christ, saves them from eternal damnation.
relationship. What is the nuclear process within suns or to create new atoms? That's not a one-off. There isn't just one star in the universe. There's multiple examples.
It feels like love.
And never again.
You know the irony, not only can not dead matter or the natural force produce life, they can't even produce a blood protein molecule, which is the foundation of all life form, the building blocks. You could do this based on a test study, and you could do it.
It looks like love.
Rozważajcie, że to normalne?
Nature can produce a single protein molecule. That's just called the building block of life. This is not life, by the way. If we did produce a single protein molecule, it won't survive too long. Any of the following would degrade it very quickly. Background radiation degraded quickly. You won't have no problem with the soup. UV light will degrade it very quickly. We already know this stuff. Facts. These are facts of science. Excessive heat will degrade it. Exposure to water, and on it goes. It isn't. Which is compared to a protein molecule, it's like you're comparing a matchstick. The simplest actual living cell that we know out there, you compare it to a building block.
I've fixed hundreds of bars in my career, and when it comes to mine, I don't take any chances. I chose SkyTech as my POS.
Building block of life. events underneath the ocean. Those very conditions that exist. Beneath our oceans, in our mantle core, we have examples of dead things becoming living. But there is no such example. It only happened once. It's only once.
Guys, I'm in downtown right now, checking out a couple properties.
How the dogma has crept into science. If somebody was a true scientist, they would actually look at design and non-design. There are 4 speculations for non-design. From outer space, wishful thinking. Sometimes, not one single shred of evidence to indicate this. Some people claim that there's some comets and meteorites that actually rather than that there's so-called amino acid traces. Amino acid traces. Like, you find the free flow of Friday. Saying that life came from outer space. No evidence whatsoever. They can't even call it. No single evidence for this. Pure and utter speculation. Another so-called hypothesis. Just actually, it's not a hypothesis. Another speculation. There's no other alternative hypothesis. They're not allowed. I'm going to name you 4 design so-called speculations or hypotheses. Actually, there's evidence to them. They will never be when you look at critical thinking, when you don't look at the counter positions, the whole theory of evolution is driven by dogma. Not an actual interrogative or if you like forensic examination. And there's only 2 propositions. And actually I'm horrified by it.
Chicago summer up.
Multiple times. It does not be available. It almost seems like exactly the way it's
Hi, my name is Jay Leno. Now this car is 25.
in order to disprove what has already been proven. Or an inevitable which is not there. My vocabulary is not so I can't really my car out. So I apologize. No, it's alright. It's just that as soon as I need science to progress. That's the science. Pure and utter dogma.
Gypsy, hello, Megatron.
Did you? You forgot to introduce yourself. Famous Queen herself. Yes, please. Okay. You know I'm still in love with you, Narcus.
I'm in love with you.
Are we not friends anymore?
Besides not agreeing with them.
I came to the claim that atheism in itself is a faith.
You have to have faith. But I have faith that has nothing to do with a conscious God. It's a religion.
Again, faith is important. Verbal suffix of what faith means. Like, so for example, if we use synonymously with the term, like if I say that I'm a faithful husband, meaning that I have trust based upon my experience that I have with somebody. But when religious, there is a sort of transcendence that is something that you're expected to believe is there in spite of there's no way for you to be able to verify it, despite even if evidence to the contrary is what is like used in things like Christianity or in the Quran. There's the definition of faith is what it has, which is what distinguished from the dictionary's definition of what the faith means.
Faith implies lack of proof. Faith implies there is no way for me to prove this to you outright through the scientific process.
Yeah,
however,
that's the thing religious people have.
Of my own will.
That's what I
believing in the Quran with proof. If I were to speak to God this moment, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala came down, he talked.
So you understand there's senses
You got the language right.
So the truth is, like that comparison of being a
oh, now he's going to dispense the truth on us. Wow.
So the difference between God and between if I said I have faith in my wife and a Muslim or Christian said they have faith in God or faith in Jesus, the difference is that one of us then is going to vouch for us and the other person is going to remain hidden in somebody that we can't see.
No, but
That's an assumption that you can't demonstrate that.
We're getting into dialogue.
Easily
Meanings of words. Like
actually, Ronnie, can I make one comment? Because I think first of all, it is definitely true that in many religious traditions, faith means a kind of trust and confidence in the same way that we mean it when we say I have faith in my partner, right? I trust, I have a confidence. So it's not true that that's not present in religious conversation. It's very, very present. Number two is, if you want to say that the dictionary has entry 1, entry 2, entry 3 on the word faith or faithful or faithfulness, I'm happy to go along with that. But you can't really reasonably, intelligently say it only means the one thing that you're suggesting that it means. Third, and I'll finish here, the reciprocity you imply is part and parcel of the definition. You are making a conclusion, you are making an argument, but that's nowhere in the definition itself, not the one that you used anyway. Is that a necessary detail?
The main question is whether the whole of this one is only a girl hot or a fire hot that exists. So let me take a look at it's based on facts.
Okay.
So my belief in the Quran is also based on faith. So what the emotion investment is also based on facts.
Yeah.
Now, there are some things. Now I'm just saying, you're right to some degree. About a third of the theists operate on faith. They feel an inclination, emotional inclination, and they base their faith on it. And all religions like this. There are people that operate on faith. There are some theists.
You are still as lovely as the first dawn.
Most beloved bears no treasure for this guilt. Perhaps we can help her.
You ask much, mistress. It would require a very special treasure indeed.
Take this?
No, for you, mistress of the West. Yes.
Grant him passage to give it to her himself.
No, I forbid it.
We are both guilty of deceiving Beck. This will make amends.
Not like this. Not with you.
I command you to release me.
I can't. You sure can.
Hold to truth, where we shall be judged.
Forward.
Yeah.
What
Why do you still come?
Something that I wish, religious people would, not go to using it anymore because I'll see. But
atheists relate to science or mention science or scientific. That actually points to atheism. Science is not the domain of atheism. Actually kills atheism. So
That's not true. That doesn't kill atheism.
It is true. Could you show us one thing that
That's not true.
points to
So,
atheism?
Bonnie, there's been no scientific demonstration. Yeah. So there's been no sort of experimental test that possibly indicative exclusively concords with the idea of a God existing or the falsity of that.
Looks like love. It feels like love. And I confess it's got me rocking on my heels like love.
The mind and senses
It's just once in a while.
No such thing as faith so far as religion goes.
I didn't say that. I did say that there is such a thing as faith, and that's not atheism.
No, as far as religion.
Okay. So what do I have faith in? And that's fine if you want to think that. What is it that I have faith in? I'm just curious. Because I do have faith in things. I just wonder what you think I have faith in.
Have faith, the faith, faith.
Yeah,
have faith.
Yeah, perfect.
Not one single evidence to point to this.
Well, what? No, you just said that atheism is faith. What's the faith I have? That God is
God does not exist.
That's not faith. I think that's just evidence.
Could you give me one evidence, please?
Yeah, that unembodied mind as a cause for anything is like a non-stop.
Hello?
What is that?
Hello?
Is that
Unembodied mind is some sort of force that has conscious thoughts and ideas and preferences like your God does, like Allah does.
Maybe we
It has
could.
desired outcomes that he
No, hold on, Mahdi, hold on, Mahdi, hold on, Mahdi.
You asked me a question, so I'm answering. So it's also unembodied. I didn't say disembodied, because that would imply that it already had a body, and the body was somehow removed or able to remove his body. This is just unembodied. Now, maybe it did have a body. Maybe it did have like some kind of like material essence or some kind of like association with ontological physicalness, right?
Oh, you're
But
having a good
as
time.
far as I've been made aware, at least so far, we don't have any evidence of unembodied minds and consciousness. So what's your problem? Hold on. Are you listening to what I'm saying? They're getting very, very emotional. Why don't you actually look at what Allah is? You don't need to memorize it. Okay, does Allah have...
Hello?
Does Allah want you?
Hello?
Does Allah want you? What are you dealing with?
Hello?
Does Allah want you?
Hello? Hello?
Does Allah judge people?
Yes, he does.
Hello?
He does.
Okay, so it has a consciousness, right?
Yeah, I know, but you thought.
Hello?
Yeah. So they have
Hello?
Could you tell me what the content proposition?
I don't know why
Hello?
I'm just engaged with what I'm saying.
What is the
Hello?
Why are you freaking the fuck out, dude?
Hello?
Yeah, why are you freaking the fuck out?
I'd like to talk about language and linguistics communication. And I think what's actually happening here is Mahdi's learning English, and the primary native English speakers are here. Oh, I see.
Thank you for that bullshit.
I'm sorry, but that's actually not bullshit what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, I think Mahdi has a great command of the English language. She has vocabulary, it's disposable that I don't even have.
Oh, wow.
I
wasn't
Wow.
contrarian at all.
Well, he can teach us all, obviously. He's the master teacher. Everything he knows is the truth. I mean, he doesn't even possibly doubt his beliefs and opinions. It's 100% true to this man.
Presents something that is counter to his argument that is Bible. You know what I'm saying?
I would agree. I think he does doubt his position and his claims. I don't think he really believes it.
Can I ask you guys something? What does doubt mean to you?
What does it mean to you?
Well, to me, like taking the example we had earlier, if you have faith that your partner is faithful to you or isn't fucking around on you, right? There is a hint of doubt there because you don't know. I know my partner. We don't say I have faith in you. We don't say.
Do you know? Can you give me an example of some faith? Do you know? Like with certainty or whatever level you're considering here. Well, what is something you do know?
Well, there's a bunch of things I do know. For example, I do know I have parents. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a human being living on this planet. I do know I'm made of matter.
Or you could be having an experience.
I interact with it on a daily basis. I do know air is necessary for my survival.
Yeah.
If I hold my breath,
I do know that I
pass out.
This is the only thing I know is
Yeah, I know I'm having an experience. I know I'm having an experience. I believe it's a human one.
You said you believe. You didn't say you do know.
Yeah, I know I'm having an experience. I believe it's a human experience.
Okay. And that word human, what does it mean?
It means as an animal, biological function of the natural world. Now, I could be some kind of other conscious state that's experiencing something unbeknownst to me.
Right. So that's what I was getting ready to ask. When you go to sleep and you go into a dream, I'm assuming everyone had a dream. Are you a human then?
I assume in what?
No, I'm saying, do you have a conscious awareness of I'm a human being that's asleep? Do you feel that? I mean,
I don't know. Even a sleep or dream state is a trip. I'd have to think about what I think then.
Okay,
you
so
know that it's a dream state.
Yeah, I think I become aware sometimes. I wouldn't say I'm lucid dreaming, but I think many times when I'm dreaming, I do realize I'm dreaming.
So when you get up from it, 1 second, when you get up from it, do you know that it existed? Like that you existed and this whole thing was an experience that existed?
Like I said, I'm aware that it's a dream.
Right. Did the dream exist?
No, but I'm saying existed in my mind. How did it feel when you were in?
Okay, so the only thing we know with certain of is existence itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know I'm having an experience, and I believe it's a human experience.
What other experience would there be?
I already explained you. I already explained you right out of the gate.
I'm sorry. I think we come to those parts of discussions where there's a failure of vocabulary where I can't even articulate exactly.
I believe it could be another conscious experience. Possibly. I'm not saying that it's a high probability. I just think that there's the opportunity that it could be, like even if I was a solipsist or a brain of that, or it's the whole thing is just a dream loop, like, sure, those are possibilities.
Exactly.
But I am having an experience, and I believe it to be an animal experience.
Okay, so there's exactly what we say. You say, I believe there's a possibility. I don't think it's a high one, but there is a possibility.
Like, I know I'm having.
So that brings you that sense of doubt. So where does doubt?
I know I'm having
that means without having full proof. Like when I touched the stove for the first time, it burned my hand. That told me fire.
It doesn't matter. What is establishing is existence. That's all that matters.
So
yeah, I know I'm having an experience. And what condition I am as an existent being is still on the table, I guess. But I believe it to be an animal one.
I can respect that. I'll leave it there. I really respect that.
An animal one that exists. That we can never, ever, ever get out of the loop of existence.
I feel like that's a philosophy of a cockroach. If a cockroach had a consciousness, that's exactly what it would say.
I believe I am an insect.
You believe that a cockroach would say something?
Or
is a cockroach sentient to you?
well, from my perception, I don't know. I can't
use a cockroach. That's what it's saying.
No, I'm saying.
I do like cockroaches. I was thinking like a human first, and then I even just opened it up a little bit more, and then you went cockroach. I think that's interesting.
How's that interesting? It's because they're lower life.
You didn't even think like ape. You didn't think squirrel. You didn't think cat. You didn't even think dolphin.
Okay, for God's sake, a box jellyfish.
You just live the longest, probably. That's it. Those waffles can survive anything. Like, I mean, cockroaches are like weak.
Yeah, I've heard this sort of thing about consciousness with cockroaches. I've been wanting to look more into it. I try to understand it specifically.
And we can always say they have like low consciousness, right?
I believe lions and cockroaches are conscious. They wouldn't be able to move and function. I mean, they build off the instinct. I think we're talking about sentience, the ability to biological processes. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't understand what you're saying because I honestly think a lot of these conversations are actually political and not religious in nature. And they're really just, the undertone is really political. For example, I heard Mahdi in a room saying horrific things about Jews, saying they all want to start a war, take over the world, detonate a nuclear bomb, take over Lebanon, take over Iran, take over this country. Like, it's just fucking delusional. It's anti-Semitic.
I want to control Lebanon and the world. Have there been Jews that have said that directly?
No Jews have said they want to nuke the world.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
I think it could be projected.
You know, private crazy people? Sure, maybe.
Here we go. Here we go. Just tickle the toes a little bit with a feather. There it goes.
What does that mean?
Bring evidence that someone said that to me.
Absolutely. Okay, so I should go onto Google and look up this empirical fact to prove to you someone.
Yes, please. You made it. Yes, please. You made the claim. Please provide the evidence.
But you know about this claim. You want to send me on a goose chase to go to Google Front. Okay.
Got it. I don't know. Really? I don't know this claim. You made the claim. Please provide the evidence.
Minister that suggested nuking.
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm simply saying
just so we can finish.
No, that's great. Yeah, I just want to clarify. I'm not saying it didn't happen.
The Israeli
I'm simply saying
suggesting the nuclear bomb on Gaza Strip is Amichai Eliyahu.
Oh yeah,
served as the Minister of Heritage, not health.
Right.
At the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you for bringing up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do you feel good about just making me chase down an empirical fact we already knew about?
So Yada, the way that it works, right? So Yada.
So people in
Yada, please.
People for no other reason.
Yada. Thank you for providing that. I was not aware of that. When we have a conversation, please don't interrupt. When we have a conversation, and there's something that I don't know, and you say that you do know it, I'm going to ask. That's not unreasonable.
Okay, so what was the claim you made? Nobody made that claim. Would you be prepared to retract that right now as an intellectual? I will retract the claim that a minister of Israel ever suggested nuking the civilian population. Go ahead. I want to hear you say it, Kel.
Yes, it appears, I'd like to see the link, but it appears in your Google search that a minister of Israel indeed said that.
Okay then, so why were you both making the claim that no one in Israel would ever make that claim of nuking?
Because the reason the reason you bring it up is to demonize the entire Jewish people.
I'm sorry, it would be hard to demonize
demonize the entire
Yeah, but then Caleb, you're talking about his mental state, right? Maybe that's
No, real quick, I'm sorry. Stop saying Jewish. I'm talking about the Israeli government. It's like if I demonize the Saudi government, which I absolutely do, and I think they're barbaric, that doesn't mean all Muslims are being demonized as well. If I demonize the Chinese government, that doesn't mean all Chinese people are being demonized.
So yeah, let me give you a reasonable. Okay, fine. I accept that. Okay, but let me just say two things. Okay, one, yes, it was a despicable thing to say, and I'm sure it was racist. Do you know what kind of power the Minister of Heritage has? Zero.
But he's the Minister of Heritage. He has
As I said, what was the first thing I said?
Doesn't matter. He still said it. We can.
I understand. But listen to what I'm saying, right? I'm on your side on that.
He's saying he has no power, so it's like somebody on Clubhouse talking shit. Hello?
Yeah, someone on Clubhouse talking shit is equal to the Minister of Heritage, right?
Yeah, so by him bringing it up, he's probably bringing up this point.
Equal to the Congressman from Florida. The Congressman from Florida said, kill everyone in Mexico. It's equal if I said it. It's the same exact thing.
Okay, let's just move on to the different topic because this is redundant and pointless.
There's a nuance between positions of power and
Hello?
regular civilians.
Let's just see, Yana, if you were the president of the United States of America, what would your top 3 priorities be, sir?
Absolutely. Number 1, I would federalize the Federal Reserve. Number 2, I would absolutely force APAC to become a subsidiary, or not subsidiary, what the fuck kind of words am I using? To be a signatory to FARA. I would absolutely force all of the banking cartels that have used their power to bankrupt American families into oblivion over the last 50 years to pay reparations to the American people. I would absolutely defeat real estate cartels who buy up.
That was 3. He said 3. He said 3.
Okay, 3. Okay, that's my
Those are your top 3.
I promise you those.
Do you think the American people have the APAC thing as a top 3 priority in terms of their life?
No, absolutely. We have cost of living as the number one grievance.
So why wouldn't you put that as the top of your priority?
Because I would cut the roots at the source. I'm sorry, cost of living.
You think our cost of living is because of this, right?
Fam, if I get a nosebleed because I have brain cancer and I say, let me fix the nosebleed by plugging my nose, am I fixing the problem? No. So you have to address the
You haven't identified where the problem is.
I haven't identified where the problem. It seems to be there are those who see the root. Both of us see the root of the problem, the grievances of the United States people. It's only one of us that says those causes to our ailments.
This is all word salad. What do you think is the cause of the high cost of living in America?
Absolutely. Predatory business practices.
Okay, awesome. Why wasn't that one of your top priorities?
I'm pretty sure I laid it out. What were my top priorities? Do you even remember?
Breaking banking cartels.
Okay, so they have. Do
federalize the federal.
Do banking cartels have predatory business practices against the United States people?
Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question? I know all 3.
Okay, so please, the first one you just listed. Do banking cartels in the United States have predatory business practices that drive the United States people into debt? Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so by breaking...
Just wait a second, man. Why are you fucking so excited?
Please go ahead.
Fucking relax. Jesus Christ, man.
Hold on, waiting for your rebuttal.
There's nothing to rebut. We're just having a conversation. Fucking relax. Nobody's debating anything.
Okay, you're a clown. All right, Ayan, you heard the first thing that I meant. All right, so please give me a counterpoint why it's okay for me to not focus on the predatory business practices of banking cartels in the United States. And this isn't a hypothetical for the president, right? You created the hypothetical, dude. I'm going down the fucking map.
Nobody said that was not a good thing to focus on, you fucking moron.
Okay, so articulate why that shouldn't be my top 3.
Nobody is articulating that. He just asked what your top 3 were. That was it.
Okay, but
that's all that happened.
Why shouldn't that be my time? You were making the claim, yo, cost of living should be number 1, not banking cartels. Okay, why not?
No, actually, my question was, do you think APAC is a priority for the American people? You said no. And then I said, what do you think? Excuse me, can you shut up and let another person finish a sentence? You interrupt every single sentence, okay? I was summarizing the argument. What happened?
Yeah, that's a Zionist tactic I'm taking.
What happened was, I said, do you think APAC is a priority for the American people? You said no. I said, what do you think it is? You said cost of living. And then I asked you, why was cost of living not part of your priority list? Now, if you're telling me that that is included in the predatory lending practices, that's great. That answers my question. Thanks. Why do you have to be such a fucking moron and think people are attacking you when no one's attacking you? I'm asking you to clarify your position so I can understand it, so we can have a fucking conversation.
Look, don't hit it as if you were asking that question in order to get to a point of understanding. You were asking that question to try to derail my point in hopes that I would stumble on my words and my conviction. Don't bullshit, motherfucker. I'm not that. Okay? So just be reasonable and honest. Would my first 3 policies not fix a great amount of debt that United States people are under currently right now and would improve the number 1 cause, the number 1 grievance that the United States people have, cost of living? If a fucking 21-year-old suddenly doesn't have $300,000 of debt for a goddamn art degree, would that improve their cost of living? For fuck's sake.
Yeah, I think it would. I think so.
All right, then. So I addressed the main cause by getting to the root.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you for sharing that that's what you meant when you said, that's why I asked you.
Fuck's sake.
That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you. Do you not know how to have an honest conversation? Are you that insecure?
Oh, I'm completely secure. It's you that seems to be...
Yana, thanks for answering with those 3 very important opinions and ideas you had. What would you do to the state of Israel? Would you attack them? Would you disavow them? How would you treat Israel?
Is a nation that should be allowed to exist. I think it's disrespectful and diabolical for anyone to claim that they shouldn't be a nation state of their own. I think I would temper Israel a little bit. I think I would forego the policy of backing them regardless of what they want to do. And in place, I would enforce 67 borders. I would say Jerusalem is half and half, Palestinian and Israeli. I think I would put boots on the ground, UN peacekeepers in Gaza to monitor the heinous, murderous Israeli terrorists who burn babies in their home because they don't want them to have that land, right? And I would instantly enforce that policy of coexistence in Israel as the largest one.
Wait, I'm sorry, did you say IDF soldiers are burning babies in homes? I'm sorry, Yada, but did you just say that soldiers are burning babies alive in their homes? I had no idea that was happening. Do you have a link to show that soldiers are burning babies in homes to steal the land? Oh my goodness. Yeah, please, Yada, please, I really gotta see this. Please, I gotta see this. Please give me a link.
Sure. You want me to send you the pictures of the parade where the Israeli settlers literally...
Just a link. Yeah, you can update your PTR if you want. A link would be really helpful. Thanks, Yada.
Burned down by Israeli settlers and said, this is for a good cause on it in all red text. Do you want me to put that up and make you look fucking retarded?
Ad hominem projection alert. Ad hominem projection alert. Ad hominem projection alert. When you called me a retard, I think we first identified a ad hominem projection. Retard alert. Retard alert.
There's a difference.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for putting the link in the chat about the soldiers burning the babies to steal the land.
I'm just going to do it. I just have to say, I sadly gave this guy $15.
Yeah, Yes, and I thank you for your money. I had a nice little snack as I campaigned. Thank you for your contribution to the campaign to liberate America from retards like this.
Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. You took my money from me.
Well, I didn't take it. It was given, and you donated it through a portal. So I didn't actually take your money.
I just looked it up. October 31st, July 2015. Israeli settlers fired on a Palestinian family home in the village of Duma, killing 3 people. 18-month-old Ali Dawabashi was burned alive in the fire, while both his parents died in injuries within weeks. January 16, 21-year-old Israeli settler Amiram Vandabula. I can't pronounce these names. Forgive me for me butchering this. Right? Was indicated in the murder along with the Israeli miners. Right? So let's go on with 2020.
Here's a double group. Oh my God.
3 counts of This is just a topic that pisses me off. I know that's my big deal I'm missing. But anyway, like, I'm sorry for everyone else in the room. I'm sorry for my emotional state, but this is a topic that I can't abide by.
That's fine. I mean, honey, sure, the same substance that you do.
Oh, you can't abide by the law. Because no one ever brings up the law, do they?
Firebombing a house and getting acquitted, you abiding by the law?
Well, we could talk about the law of warfare, or the war of law. Oh, you're done? Okay, thank you, little man. Sorry for getting you so emotional. Usually when people's intellectual capabilities are challenged, they get very, very emotionally upset.
That's something that should
Hello?
no emotion whatsoever.
Hello?
Yeah, I should laugh.
Hello? Well, let's see. About 2,000 abortions are done every day in the United States of America. Is that murder?
Yes.
No.
Oh!
Okay, now let's go on to that.
I know Israel has abortion rights, right? Like they have free healthcare and they have access to abortions. So you can send them money. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, who subsidizes that? You're right, Jeremy. Very good point. Who subsidizes that? Why does me as an American, as a taxpayer in America, I work 70 hours a month off week, and I still have to pay copay? No matter if I go to the doctor for anything, I have a $300 copay every time I go to the emergency room for anything. But Israel's completely free. Why is that? Jeremy, do you think I was wrong my first 3 initiatives? Do you think that would not help us as Americans?
It's GMC.
GMC, I'm so sorry. I read it as Jeremy.
If there was a question, I missed it. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. So what I was asking, I was asked a question by the gentleman who left the room. He said, what are my very first 3 policies? I said I would cancel. Number 1, I would federalize the Federal Reserve. The printing of our money shouldn't be done by a private company. I think that kind of breeds cartels in our banking system, that they can just charge us whatever for debt. Number 1. So number 2, I said that I would eliminate predatory business cartels within our nation. And number 3, I would get rid of the system that allows companies or groups to lobby our politicians. on the behalf of your corporate interests. Those are the three things I said. I think cost of living would go down substantially if there was federal regulation on those things. Was I wrong?
And like, I'm not running for office, so I haven't figured out what my top three things would be. Like John Kitover is, but like I certainly agree with their one, which is now escaping me. The thing about the Federal Reserve I'm kind of stuck on because like printing money doesn't actually make money. Like most money is made digitally, right? Like it's the interest rates that like banks actually like manufacture money, and the government is just like keeping up with it.
Well,
no, I agree, but who signs the policy? Who puts their sign name on the dotted line?
Jamesy, the way that I read it,
these $3 billion that were ordered by the United States federal government
yeah, I
shall
can tell
come
you how
into
it works.
existence physically or not. Who signs that dotted
I can
line?
tell you how it works.
Chairman of the Federal
Oh
Reserve.
my gosh.
It was
Hello?
really quite comical when the banking
Hello?
collapse happened
Hello?
because the like banking CEOs
Hello?
were like called to Congress to testify, and
Hello?
Congress was like asking them for advice about how they could do
Hello?
government money better.
Can you hear me?
It's the banks that lost all the money.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello?
Shut the fuck up. Like that.
I could, but I could also tell you how money comes into existence. The Federal Reserve sends a letter to BlackRock. BlackRock goes into their asset management profile, and then they buy $30 billion worth of toxic bonds, which creates $30 billion in cash. That's how it works. And you can mute me, you can kick me, you can tell me to shut up, you can attack me personally. But if you can't talk about the topic, and you just want to attack me personally, but not talk about the topic, you can do that too. That's your choice. But that just shows a lack of intelligence. Low IQ people do that. Low IQ people get emotionally upset because they've got low IQ. That's the way it works. Hello?
Okay. They have the top executives of BlackRock.
The top executives at BlackRock and the Federal Reserve. See, when I asked you what your three priorities were, you combined the deconstruction of the financial network as well as banking and Federal Reserve. That's actually one category. Your second was APAC, and so you really only gave me two reasons. What could be your third reason, Yada?
I think I articulated it clearly, but for you, I'll do it one more time.
Articulate, please, sir.
I would eliminate the practice of lobbying in politics 100%.
Yeah, that was the one that I 100% agree with.
That means APAC, that means the big pharma, that means the gun regulators. I don't care who you are. You're not allowed to put money in the pockets of prospective politicians to further your corporate interests. There is no more lobbying. There is a ceiling to how much money you get for your campaign. And I think it should be $20 million on the congressional level and $100 million on the presidential level. Federally provided by the U.S. people. Like, let's be real, you're only going to be loyal to the people who pay you. So as politicians, if your top donor is a pharmaceutical company, if your top donor is a goddamn lobby group for the Israeli government, you're not loyal to the American people, you're loyal to your top donor. So to eliminate that, I would eliminate lobbying in its entirety. That's my third claim. I defy you to tell me what's wrong with that.
Yeah, because we operate off of this fake laissez-faire capitalism, and unfortunately, the business of lobbying, aka influencing politicians, to create HR acts. You could keep muting me, or you could possibly grow a scrotum. It could be a thing for you. You could grow your dick out. You could actually read a book. You could have some patience and listen to people. But the fact of the matter is, lobbying isn't going anywhere. And your priority, it's fantastical, and will never happen. Because it's called America. That's the way we do business, baby. Because that's just the way the system exists. Can you explain reality to me?
I don't want to live in a system with no explanation.
You don't want to live in it? Uh-oh. Ding, 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 ding. We got somebody who thinks they're in the Matrix.
Can you imagine if your electrician came to your house and said, I can't fix it until you pay more? Why? Well, that's just the way it is.
This is the way. Look at Jamesy's beard, for example. What kind of man grows out a disgusting rat tail? Look at the size of that thing. You could use his head as a mop. James, has anybody ever used your head as a mop? Because you got a bucket for a brain. Is there anything in there, Jamesy?
I was waiting for your terrible joke to like marinate his room real quick. But anyway, let's just be honest with ourselves. How would it be bad for a U.S. president to say, no more lobbying? I'm the last U.S. president that will be lobbied to.
Well, it's like Liar's Poker.
A crime if a corporate interest or foreign interest wants to put money in the hands of politicians.
Like Kamala Harris, who raised $300 million overnight by Google.
How fucking dare I, right?
How dare you? How dare you?
How dare I?
I can't argue with you. You're angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy. I can't argue with you. I can't argue with you. You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. Well, yeah, I think the things that you said are what a lot of people say. But generally, the first response is wealth redistribution. That's the first one. You said we need to federalize the Federal Reserve. That's what you said. Wow. I mean, it would be great if the Treasury Department just took over.
The Federal Reserve is a private company and not subservient to the United States government, right?
I know. And they pay their own pension and they pay their own salaries in dollars that they create. Isn't that amazing? What a privilege.
I wish I could
when you were in high school, did your career counselor ever say, maybe you'd like to work for the Federal Reserve? Did your career counselor in high school ever tell you that? Articulate? I'm trying to ejaculate. I'm trying to ejaculate, sir.
Or just agreeing and throwing ad hominems.
Ad hominems? You called me a retard. That was the first ad hominem projection that I detected. That's how I knew that you were a retard. What the fuck?
Look like what you're not.
You called me a retard. That was a projection. I'm not retarded.
You're not retarded, dude. You clearly have, average cognitive ability. You choose not to use it.
Hello?
And I'm defying you on that term. So, for fuck's
defying me?
How can you battle with any of my points?
Hello?
Any facts?
Well, I just want to know if you were to ask me what my three priorities would be as the president.
Narco's right. This is boring.
His name is Necro. Like somebody who has sex with dead bodies. That's the kind of guy he is. That's how he likes to brand himself as a necrophiliac.
What the actual fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about his name, Necro. He's one of my top campaign donors.
What a dork. Yeah, I sadly gave you $15.
Oh, Jesus, dude. You gave him $15 for what?
I know. He took my money from me.
I received it.
Hey, you might be smarter than I thought, dude.
Oh my God, bro.
That's a whole quarter of a tank of gas in today's Trump America. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, imagine I could have spent on a quarter tank of gas. Could have bought a few sodas with that. So,
fuck yeah, dude.
Well, Necro, I'm a very generous person, and I could actually send you back your $15 if you really want it. Would you like it back?
Yes, I would.
I would have to demand that you do. You played him out of his money.
You're going to demand it? You're not even involved in this transaction. You're just a third-party observer.
It's just the principle. I feel like you did that grow so badly.
Why? He helped launch my campaign. We actually created real change.
What?
For Congress. And we don't just talk. We do. You're just a talker. I'm a doer. There's a big difference between talking and doing.
Yeah, I agree. There is a big difference between talking and doing. So what do I do?
I don't know. You talk. That's what I've detected. Big talker.
I mean, that's fair. That's all I've ever shown you. So it's fair.
Exactly. You're like a girl on a dating app who says, I'm a huge yapper. Yap, 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 yap. Very little doing. But you're talking to a man that has done and keeps doing.
Hey, you know what? Well, you know what? Your $15 is well placed. This man is entertaining, if nothing else. It's cool. I mean, he gave us a little stimulation. It's cool. It's fun.
Yeah.
everybody kind of trying to build God's kingdom on earth, like a God created in their own image?
No.
Like, how much can we really fault the Jewish or Islamic or Christian people for trying to create God's kingdom on earth?
Hello? The earth is God's kingdom.
I think that's a good that's the whole story of the Bible.
But the secret is in knowing that the kingdom is now. It's here right now on earth.
Exactly.
But the kingdom has always been now. It's been now since Jesus came into the forefront.
Yeah, the now is eternal. It's now right now in this room. We got it.
It's been now since Adam, alayhi salam, you know him as Adam, the first human being, came out of the garden of paradise and was brought down to the earth.
Are you talking about the Sephiroth or the Kabbalah? The Tetragrammaton?
So as believers, I'm assuming, Caliph or Khalid, am I pronouncing your name wrong or right?
Kalev. Do you speak English, Yada? Is English your first language?
It's a Hebrew name.
Yeah, so I'm asking if I'm pronouncing it correct.
He left. You could try to sound it out. Like, how would you pronounce my name? Ayn. How would you pronounce that?
Ayan. You know, Ayan is a woman's name in my culture, but I'm gonna say Ayan.
What's your culture?
I'm a Cushitic East African.
You're a what? A bullshitter from East Africa?
Ethnically, I'm a Cushite. Tribally, I'm Somali.
Do you smoke indica or hybrid, or do you smoke sativa?
No, not anymore.
The
I haven't
Kushite
smoked
kingdom?
in many years, honestly. It's just, you know, the strains, the way they're grown, it just doesn't agree with my body anymore.
What was the last book you read?
I mean, I reread Think and Grow Rich like 4 years ago, and then I stopped reading after that. It's just not a reading kind of world anymore. Everything's consumed digitally, so that's what I do. I consume all the facts digitally. I read all my articles digitally. There's no point of reading books anymore.
So you've confirmed that you don't read anymore. You just talk on Clubhouse. So no new information coming in, just old information coming out.
No, I read just fine. It's just I do it digitally, not with paper.
Do you think Clubhouse is a good way to learn?
No, I think it's an entertainment tool. I think it's cool, like just to meet random people, like-minded or otherwise. I think you're a cool person. I think you'd be a chill motherfucker to smoke with or drink with. That's what I like about Clubhouse, just bumping heads of random people, arguing over stupid shit, and killing time on a Sunday before I do my 70-hour shifts. Somebody please stimulate me. Somebody start another argument over nothing.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah, but define that. What do you mean?
That it's like this weird psychological thing that like God only exists within your brain, within your mind, but like it also kind of exists between your mind.
Well, it
For
does.
example, I'm looking at my lawn right now, and the grass looks pretty. However, that's only because my eyes have evolved to a point to filter out certain levels of light so I can perceive it as green. Outside of my brain, the color green doesn't exist. That means if you looked at my lawn and it looked purple, we both were taught to call it green, and therefore we communicate effectively, not knowing how different our experience really were.
Well,
so yeah, everything lives in the mind.
So like on the first day of creation, before God created any animals, Did those things exist, absent any minds to perceive them?
Yeah, but it absolutely did. But why would you assume there was absent a mind to perceive them?
Hello?
Well, I'm obviously excluding God from like my model.
Yeah,
So you're saying it
there
only exists
must be
according to
no
God's mind.
consciousness before humanity or animal kind or bugs or anything else. There must be nothing. Everything must be that before us. That's the claim, really.
Yeah,
my claim is there was consciousness before humanity, before insects, before life, before trees.
So can you substantiate that without like a sacred text?
Do you
Can
know
you
what the
substantiate that without like an ancient text?
Okay, no. I'm not going to go to an ancient text. I'm going to go to a modern scientific experiment. Do you know what
the double slit experiment, like, first of all, largely misunderstood, but second of all, like, even if the properties change when they're observed, it doesn't mean that they don't exist unless they're observed. It's just different. Like, the phenomenology is different, right? Like, you agree that something is still happening when there's no observer, right?
I'm saying there was a
when there's no observer, something is still there.
Was there a difference in the findings of that experiment based on whether there was a conscious monitoring or observation of the results of that experiment? There was. There literally was. That implies observation in itself, conscious observation, must be a factor into the source of matter. There must be.
Okay, so that would disprove God, right?
How would that disprove God? Because
God would
there was a starting point
in the room.
In a room. The double slit experiment proved that the findings of that experiment would be different. That doesn't disprove God. It disproves the
capable of not observing the room. If the universe is just like in God's mind, now this room is outside of God's mind.
I'm sorry, but there's a memory somewhere from when you were 4 years old. That's not in your mind. It doesn't mean it's not in your mind, right? But that memory is there. It's a conscious projection. And if you get a smell of a perfume, or if you see an object from when you were 2, that memory would pop back up, wouldn't it? That doesn't mean that memory is gone. So the conscious effort or the actual matter doesn't mean God isn't omnipresent. He absolutely is. It's just that he's not thinking about that right now. Can you disprove that?
So God doesn't know everything.
No, he knows everything. It's just in the recesses of all of existence. He does. He chooses what to focus on. In my culture, he thinks about you when you think about him. There must be this stimuli of intermittent focus.
Oh, so like God comes into existence when I think about him.
No, he still exists, irregardless. Just like that childhood memory, he still exists in your brain. You just haven't thought about it.
So God exists in my brain like a childhood memory.
No, I'm saying in the place, I'm in the analogy, if you were God, that was in the slit experiment, yes. So listen, if you were, which you're not, you need to smell the perfume of an aunt that you haven't seen since you were 5 years old to think about her after 40 fuck-off years.
So God created us so he could like experience some stimulus.
Hold off and see each other again.
I'm sorry, you're asking 2 different questions. I thought we were talking about the existence of God, not whether he can perceive everything at once. Which he can't.
This is like the thing that I'm bringing up is like if God is omnipresent and all-knowing, then there's no such thing as him not observing a thing.
Of course.
Right. So the double slit experiment would disprove that God.
How would it disprove it?
Because God couldn't
he
not
can give
observe
the choice whether or not.
Yeah, I get it. That's pretty good. Like on the scale of provable supernatural experiences, I don't know. It would be hard to find something better than the double slit experiment. But I still think there's like a lot of misunderstanding about like what the observation principle is and like how it actually
works. What's the difference? Because the double slit experiment you could follow when it was being monitored by a magnetic
sensor. I forgot what the sensor was called.
Change the
human interference, no conscious interference. It still behaved as if there was a conscious being viewing it. Why?
Right. The photons changed their path because they were being interfered with.
Yeah, they behave like waves rather than particles. Why?
Because they were being interfered with. Because they
With
were being
what?
observed. This is why I'm saying, like, it's not really about the observation. It's
hint of a possibility. If there's any hint of a consciousness in physicality that could view that, maybe that would throw the entire experiment off its tilt. Doesn't mean there isn't an omnipresent source or omnipresent consciousness that's viewing everything, independent of our realm. Your idea that God's consciousness through the double slit experiment must have physical ramifications. I'm implying that it doesn't have to.
Well, I mean, if you accept that God knows everything and is everywhere, then he's not capable of not observing something that was like you designed. I recognize the contradiction, right?
No, but what's the contradiction exactly? If God is viewing that same room with no other conscious physical beings in it, therefore matter must behave differently because there's a conscious being, is that what the claim is?
Sweet girl
if
in
God is already outside of physicality, is viewing that exact experiment has no bearings on its results.
Is anybody else picking up what I'm laying down? Because I feel like I've said this a couple times.
Yeah, James,
it's okay for us to move on.
That's okay to be redundant. It's also okay to criticize redundancy and be redundant about criticizing redundant conversation.
Something have the same physical results as me viewing something.
Why should God's viewing something have the same physical results as me viewing something?
Yes, because there are certain physical mechanisms for me to view something. There's no such restrictions in God viewing something.
Right, he's actually incapable of not observing.
Yeah. So,
and he's not limited to like visible light or like vibrations in the air that create what we interpret as like he doesn't have those limitations. He has a complete and holistic understanding of all things, which means he's actually not capable of observing the double slit experiment.
Of course. So why would it have the same physical results as whether I was viewing the double slit experiment?
Okay, so it's us special. It's not God that's supernatural, it's us.
No, it's God that's supernatural since he created all of the incredible, fucking beautiful. I don't know what word to articulate beyond that. He created the double slit.
I hope you had a nice weekend.
I don't know that like understanding how sunrises work makes them less beautiful. Like you don't have to like look at a sunrise and be like, oh man, God really did an amazing job on the sunrise this morning. You can just kind of like understand how light behaves and be like, man, that's really beautiful.
Well, why is it physically beautiful? Why is it aesthetically pleasing to you? It's all just a random fabrication and random collapse of synapses that fire in your brain that makes you think it's beautiful for no other reason.
No, I think like also there's something to do with like
outside of humanity that views a sunset and says that's beautiful.
I mean, birds turn up for sunrises.
Yeah, but through chemical processes, sunset means go back to the nest because it's dangerous for me to be out in the dark. It's not just instinct. We're sensitive beings. So what allows us to
respond to sunrise and sunset? That's correct.
Appreciate its beauty. What allows us to create art? There's no example of any other being in the universe other than human beings who say,
there's lots of animals that create beautiful things. I mean, just like
reason they can get laid.
You know, like a lot of fish that make really elaborate breeding nests, like lots of animals create beautiful patterns and stuff.
Yeah, but the fuck? We do it beyond just, there's a sentient component, there's consciousness and there's sentience. I'm not going to argue fish aren't conscious. I feel like the fish can see and hear and taste just like I do in a different way. But there's a consciousness
that's above that. Like, so
I wanted to see it, and I was excited.
Argue that we are the tippity top of consciousness.
No, I think there's probably lots of animals that are like more self-aware.
In what regard?
Well, like dolphins, for example, like communicate with like three-dimensional images. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
that's like we would call that like psychic projection.
You know what I'm saying? Through taste of the air. You know what I'm
like
saying?
communication is like a whole nother level, right? Like we're already trying to figure out if animals have like languages.
Give me 1 second. My phone's about to die because I love this conversation. 1 second.
Sure. I don't know if I buy it, but there was a recent publication about us like decoding the first whale sentence, which is kind of crazy. And other whales of like different species, even species they can't like interbreed with, they'll like fuck with orcas just for the hell of it. I think it's humpbacks are like notorious for like protecting other whales from orcas. Like why?
Join the world of strength.
And then you get into like hive minds, like these super colonies of ants and stuff. Like, does consciousness even have to be like within the entity, or can the collective have consciousness? Because I think humans do get into that. I think that's what like the religious experience is. It's like a hive mind.
Hello? You know what's amazing about the hive mind is that if you read a book, well, technically you should be upgrading not only your mind, but the hive mind. And this app is a little bit like a hive mind. So if you improve yourself, you improve the world. And by improving yourself, you improve others.
I have no idea what the good news is.
That's because you don't read anymore. You just talk all the time. You mod a room as a living for a career. Whoever thought a career choice would be a green bean in a clubhouse room?
It's got to have faith to save.
Have faith, the faith. You gotta have faith.
I normally get annoyed when you do that shit, but it's kind of fun to do over. John Kitover.
Hello.
It's me.
Is it me you're looking for?
Wonder where you are, and I wonder what you do. Are you somewhere feeling lonely? Is someone
This girl that I was text messaging, I wrote, how was your weekend? She wrote, I don't appreciate disappearing ex. John, 1 week later, is very bold. I said, oh boy, I thought you wanted to hold off on seeing each other again or a formal plan. 9 days to be specific. Counting the days, I like that. I also figured you weren't interested in that sweet girl, Amila. I haven't spoken to her. Well, I hope you have a good day. Well, I hope you had a good day. I think that was your insecurity in your head. I wrote, I don't know. I think our personal politics would be what turns me off. I said, everyone has politics. Everyone has the law. The joy of the law is strength. She wrote, and I don't like the last minute come through texts with no effort. That just says you want to just have sex. Very low effort. I wrote, the joy of the world is strength. She wrote, it's insulting. I wrote, I think that was your insecurity in your head. I wanted to see you again. I was excited. I also only suggested we get together because you were at your parents' and was close by. Then she wrote, so it all. But wasn't Muhammad on the donkey? Wasn't that right about that or something? Anyways. Yeah, I just don't think dating a hardcore Muslima is going to work out because she's probably right. We will have some conflict when I tell her that I'm revoking the charter of Medina. And unfortunately, Muhammad was an MLM marketer with a homicidal tint. Hello? Join us or die. Give us your money or die.
Shit, I'm back now.
Can anyone call color Peter for this harassment?
Oh my god, Phoenix, is that you?
Yay.
What a cute picture.
I just closed the INFJ stare.
Oh my.
ENFJ means that, it means you are not like, okay.
ENFJ. What is IN? Introvert?
Yeah.
I'm an extrovert. NFJ.
Yeah, so you are about feelings, I'm about emotions and insight.
I don't like ENTPs.
You don't like INTJ.
Oh, INTJ. I like engineers. I studied engineering.
I don't like engineers. They look like, I like tarot readers.
Who?
The tarot readers.
Yeah, I like tarot readers too. Angel is a tarot reader.
Hey, I'm out here. So I have the choice between the Cambodian noodles or for making sense. Thank you for breaking the deadlock.
Oh, it's Mayoral. Hello, Mayoral. Have you met Mayoral Nugget? Okay.
Just kidding. I don't know. I'm speaking for everybody. I met him. I think I'm friends with him.
Hey, I hope this room is open after I'm done.
Enjoy your trip.
Nargis, I'm so in love with you. You're gonna be my wife one day.
Oh my gosh. How dare you, sir? This European waxed beauty is all mine. She's coming to Chicago this summer. We're renting a yacht and we're going to make love in the sun. How dare you, yacht? How dare he? How dare he? Well, that can't stop a little summer soiree, can it? A little love never hurt somebody addicted to Clubhouse.
Just because this is in Missouri, it doesn't mean right now.
Missouri?
It doesn't mean that I'm single.
All right, well then, X-nay on the boat lovemaking with your European beautiful wax. Bodied to the top, to the bottom, Rabbona Shalom. I'm just saying that if you are a Persian woman or a Persian man, and you are interested in opening up a hair removal laser surgery treatment facility, we believe that after Donald Trump conquers Iran, it will be the biggest financial opportunity in Iran. Laser hair removal treatment services. Think about it.
It's already a huge.
Think about it.
Plastic surgery and rhinoplasty are number one in Iran. So.
I know, and we're going to subsidize that through Medicare, Medicaid, and it's going to become the biggest business. In fact, all the diaspora, the entire Iranian diaspora, is going to be provided free rhinoplasty.
Why do you think it's not?
Why is this guy giving me Epstein vibes?
He is Epstein himself.
It's because you're projecting, Phoenix.
Oh my God.
You're just a gay Muslim bookseller. Stop projecting onto me your pedophilic, homosexual attitude, Phoenix. Tamario, welcome to the stage. Two minds enter. So let's talk about duality versus non-duality. Egoism versus altruism. Is it subjective or objective? Is it an objective subjective? What's really going on here? Is this a synthesis? Is this the Trinity? Hello?
What's
possible altruism does not exist.
Look at Phoenix puking. Spraying. Can't take the terminology. It's too complex. It's very difficult to actually describe non-duality versus duality. Can anybody here do it? I have found it challenging. Hello?
Actually, Phoenix is a non-dualist.
And someone helps him because I don't think that he stays around.
Ding, 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 projection alert, ding, 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 projection alert, ad hominem projection alert system, ad hominem projection alert system. This is your ad hominem projection alert system. Remain calm. And for the next 10 seconds, a siren will go off confirming the ad hominem projection you just heard. Here we go again with more ad hominem. You know, can't people just notice that on this app that people can't stay on topic? They always have to degrade and then make an insulting remark to somebody. Isn't that just amazing? Why is that? Maybe it has something.
I'm recording people.
I record myself, sir. I don't just record people. I record myself. Hello?
It suggests that the everyday distinction we make between self and non-self, mind and body, subject and object is an illusion. And all that is existent is one, interconnected, indivisible whole. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones that make a brighter day. So let's start giving. Narrow.
Oh, shit.
It's a nice picture though.
Oh, Korean style.
Nice picture of Cora.
So I'm texting this Muslim, Isra and Miraj, the name for Mirage. Muhammad did not ride a donkey to the moon. And by the way, everybody, tonight is a full moon. Instead, he rode a winged, white, mule-like creature named Burak. Burak flew him from Mecca to Jerusalem. And from there, he ascended through the heavens to the presence of God. It's kind of nice. It's like you got like Elon Musk who's like actually trying to fly to the moon, and then you got like a guy high on like peyote in the desert, and he's like, what'd you guys do this weekend? And they're like, what'd you do, Muhammad? And he's like, oh, I flew to the moon on Burak. They're like, what'd you do? He's like, yeah, I got on my winged donkey. I flew to God, and I went to the moon with Burak. And they're like, damn, Muhammad's flying to the moon with a fucking winged mule. Jesus, this guy's got some magic powers.
I said Jacob that wrestled with God. Good Lord, that must have been quite the wrestle, right?
Israel. After he won the jiu-jitsu match, God was like, your name is no longer Yakub. It is now Israel.
One who fought me. Wow.
Phoenix actually accurately described me one day. I was laughing because he's like, this guy's like Loki. He's a trickster. John Kitover is a trickster. And I was like, you know, it's kind of true because the magician, the hermit, etc., the fool, you know, the fool is the first card in the tarot. And I think it means Beth, which is house. So actually, Clubhouse is actually a club of fools. You see how that works? Clubhouse is not a group of gifted people bringing valuable information, playing audiobooks to each other. No. This is a club of fools. It's the Fools Club. Hello?
This is the Fools Club. People are adding people much faster on Clubhouse now than before.
This is a flirting. Yeah, it is a dating app.
You think so? Bro, whoever freaking dated on this app, whoever made any freaking business endeavor on this app has failed. It's one of those worst apps to freaking take, take realistically. It's good for sound.
Yeah, actually, the first murder case in Clubhouse was 3 years ago. A man that loved a woman, and then they discovered that she is married, and then he went there and climbed the building and killed the woman and the husband. So, some people take the relationship seriously. It's not just a passing by. Because Clubhouse allows for conversations that doesn't happen in real life.
Damn, Nerve just left.
See, Necro, what are you doing for your love life? Because if Narja's is your love life, like, you need to work more on it. Because as she just said, she's dating a guy in Missouri, and, though she's probably the most entertaining and delightful woman on the app, what about in the real world?
I don't date chicks on Clubhouse. I mean, I'm more likely to date, old women on Facebook. So.
Oh, Facebook date. You're like a little lover boy for older ladies. I get it. That's cool.
Not necessarily, but I mean.
Facebook dating is good.
Yeah.
Really? You think so?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
For women, any dating app is good. I mean, for a woman, it's just like 100,000 matches. It never stops.
Yeah.
For a hot woman, even probably for a fat, ugly woman. See, what I like is people use those dating apps, and some people want to talk to you as if like they haven't discovered Clubhouse, and they want you to be their dopamine, and that gets very annoying. Have you noticed that? Hello?
Don't get, like it says, don't get hypnotized by an external rhythm, right?
She accepts my apology. She created a miracle.
I apologize all the time and nothing happened, nothing changed.
Really? Because every time I've ever issued an apology, it's always been such like a blessed experience. The recipient of the apology has always been so happy and surprised at the apology that I quickly learned making apologies was very beneficial and diplomatic in case you get caught stretching the rules a little bit.
I was in Benjamin room, and then I was talking, and he was not moving, like, what's going on? Then I left the room, came back to listen to the replays, and I heard him after I left saying sorry.
You know, what's interesting about Islam is I really don't like it from a legal perspective, but from a mystical interpretation, it's got, you know, a strong underpinning that Jesus and Muhammad and Hermes, they all share the same title, which is the messenger. And communication technology is really at the center of messaging. And Muhammad's revolution, which is still in place today, is actually a revolution of communication technology. He is the messenger.
Any being who desired worship, who was worthy of worship, would not demand to be worshipped.
I think that everyone should appreciate their roots. Sometimes people try to discover something else out of like sometimes they have problem with their own traditions. So there are a lot of people from Christian background, Jewish background, rejecting their own background and going to India, for example. There's a lot of Muslims that go to atheism. So it's like, I don't want to be like my family is or something like that. And the demonization of people based on their religion makes them hate themselves and then go to discover something else or trying to fit into another narrative. The same thing with Hindus, the same thing with it's all about that people don't want to be labeled something that they didn't choose, right?
Yeah, Tucker thinks that Islam is simply about submission to God. Poor bastard.
You know, to Majid's point, I remember as a kid watching Braveheart, and there's that scene where he says, you know, never in my whole life have I sworn fealty to that king. And it had me thinking about how, like, I was reciting the pledge before I even knew the definitions of the words. And it did kind of, like, cheapen my my sense of nationalism or patriotism or whatever, knowing that, like, I only feel this way because I've been programmed to, you know.
Yeah, so an internal decision is far more superior than an external pressure, right? So, your name, like, for example, my name is given by my father. My body is given by my mother and father. Nationality, these all things were given to us. But like, if you discover that you have free will, that's a different story. You know that tyrants historically were killing people just for one simple thing, which is when someone discovers that they have free will, they cannot be enslaved.
Well, I think, you know, if Muhammad is the messenger and Jesus is the Messiah, or the messenger as well, it's all information for the user to pick up and study, to read, to implement into their own personal life. Whether or not God exists or does not exist, these scripts are software programs to run to actually enhance and exceed your existence. It is personal development. It is self-development. And the people on this app that refuse to discuss it and actually read it, as opposed to just their never-ending entertainment shows, well, I hate to say it, but they're not going to change shit in their lives. And they're going to keep doing the same boring show on this app over and over and over and over and over. It will never end. They will go to the grave doing the same lame, boring pattern that they do. There's nothing new or exciting about their show. It is the same stale, boring show week after week after week. And it's really just like becoming a geriatric show of like senior citizens saying, "Ah, these kids today, get off of my lawn!" That's basically the show. No real knowledge. No real information transferred on this app. It's just entertainment. Hello?
Things on this app.
Well, the thing is, you may have learned some things, but in terms of like, if I were to give you a PDF with a lot of information or a book, what you learned doesn't even compare to that information transfer, because a conversation is very slow information transfer. And thus, when you read a book or a pamphlet or some type of an instruction manual, there's just a lot more knowledge that you gain from that direct engagement versus passively listening or even engaging in these online stupid political debates. Because if you're really interested in theology, well, you would go on eBay or Amazon and buy books about theology or philosophy. And you would study those
Usually
books.
I do look up the stuff that people tell me, and people should read books.
Yeah, they should, right?
I've read,
And people suggest books on here too.
I've read Ram Dass, Be Here Now by Ram Dass. Don't Be Here Now by Ram Dass. But the thing I feel like it is a little bit cultish.
Yes.
Reading books is pretty much my diet. I am around.
Yes. Terence McKenna is my favorite, but there is no book for Terence McKenna. So I listened to him on YouTube.
Really talking about?
You know Terence McKenna?
No, you said there's no books.
Yeah, who has books?
Yeah,
He has
books.
Wait,
Yes.
you have books?
Yes. I have one of his books on my shelf.
Ezra.
Go fly, Phoenix.
It's called Alien Dreamtime. Wait.
So, Angel, I never asked you, are you an atheist or?
No, I'm a Muslim, bro.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's okay.
That's fine.
But the Muslims on this app don't accept me, so it is what it is.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons why, like, to me, like, one of my things that a lot of people assume I'm on the left, but when I'm talking about Islam, a lot of people assume that I'm on the right.
Why is that?
Just because I do take a lot of issues with the religion. I
I have applied the same issues with Islam as I do with Christianity as well. So.
That's fair.
I disagree with things within Islam too.
I mean, one of the issues I have politically with at least, is so much that the left doesn't seem to have as much of an issue with, or that they'll embrace, say that the hijab is the source of women's pride. It's like, you know, so the women in Tehran who had acid thrown their faces for not covering their head. I mean, but that's women's empowerment.
Yeah, that's yeah. So I know this scenario. It's called honor killing. Honor killing is not religious. Honor killing is tribal. So if a woman from a certain tribe is having a relationship with a man from another tribe. So the same scenario with like Aladdin, you know, he came from the window, he come from the door, and there is a family and stuff. So this is like very separate thing. Honor killing is like really wild, but it is in Afghanistan and Iran. Like when the family consider themselves to be divine or something in the Shia sect. It is similar to the, you know, the royal family of the British that they travel to America, you know, because they have problems with their families. This is the same. So they will have honor killing.
But I don't know if what I point out is necessarily honor killings. It's just examples of, you know, inequality. That is something that concerns me, is that, and, you know, like I said, I don't have any issues with Muslims, but it does concern me when you have places like the UK where it's like, for like 80% of British Muslims who believe that the Danish cartoonist should have been prosecuted. That does concern me.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I mean, I really don't want, to me, I don't want to have that sort of thing implemented into my country is what concerns me.
Yeah. When it comes to what is happening in the UK, you will find these people actually getting offended because they believe that this is like, it is racist because it is portraying an Arab man doing something bad, like Prophet Muhammad, for example. So, for example, before when there was World War II, I think, in the American context, the Japanese were portrayed in cartoons in a really bad way, right? Or like the black people, they were portrayed like they take people and cook them in taking people in cartoons, like when you go to Africa, for example, that they are going to take you and kill you and cook you in.
Oh my God, I haven't heard Galaxy in a while. My name is Mikhail. Your time?
Yeah, so Nick, bro, it is.
Benny, shut the fuck up, man.
Yeah, I think that to me that's one of the things that I think is a fair distinction, is that I do think that, you know, there is an unfair marginalization against anyone who is Muslim, you know, but on the other hand, it's like the suggestion that there's the concern about like essentially that any sort of, I think really to me what I have, I pointed out as one of my issues I have is with the term Islamophobia, is like, to me, is like, is there a special word for bigotry against, you know, Buddhists or against, you know, against Jains and
Hinduphobia.
They've been persecuted, you know, way more than any other group and are among the most peaceful persecution, or we call it xenophobia. So to me, like, I understand why we can't just call it religious persecution of Muslims or xenophobia.
But how do you explain the political element? Because Islam is specific. I mean, I guess Hinduism and Buddhism, all these are really religious state systems. And in America, we have the separation of church and state. So that's the thing that legally I'm just in disagreement with combining church and state in the same way that I disagree with combining state and economy, which is what the virtue of selfishness is all about, and why altruism is actually just, societal suicide. It destroys accountability, efficiency, growth, hard work. Sacrificing self for others, for other people through wealth redistribution is not intelligent. It's not knowledge. It's not trade. It's just purely social redistribution of purchasing power. And if you want purchasing power, you have to work hard to get it. The system demands it. It will always be the future economy. And so just having people sit at home and scroll TikTok all day is not creating knowledge. It's not creating trade. It is destroying people's lives, and it's parasitic. I'm not saying that individuals or recipients are really the true causes of the system being destroyed. The true cause is Medicare and Medicaid. That is the true cause. The medical industrial complex is so overfunded, so cyclical, and so quarterly in terms of budget, and we don't have like a pay-as-you-go or first in, first out type of. Fortunately, the outcomes of the health industry are your industry. Hello?
Angel left. I was going to ask her. Yeah, because like one of the things a lot of Muslims I've talked about in Home House, and a lot of them, when I've pressed them on things like draw pictures of Muhammad, whether he should be punished, and they have said implicitly that they sometimes just outright say that they do, but it's that they do think that is the case. So, which is something that does concern me as well.
Yeah, do you know that Muslims fear the West also?
Well, I understand that there's been like intervention by my government, and I think it's justified for them to be angry at us for intervention. But I think really it's like
no, it's not anger. It's actually fear.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, whatever it is, aggression, fear. I think that there's definitely justification on that side of the thing. I mean, so. I'm not going to go off about whether or not, these people, I mean, I definitely understand plenty of countries hate us. So,
no, not hate. Fear.
Well, either way, they have negative views of our country, and I'd say probably rightly so because of our intervention. So, in occupation.
Yeah, a lot of Muslims fear the West. So it is similar to Islamophobia. And they don't know that there is fear of Muslims in the West. They think that the West don't care about us. They just want to come and take the resources and not go back and live in the beach, smoking weed and stuff. That's what Muslims do. And they are fearful of the West. It's not hateful, it is fearful. It's like they are going to invade us. That kind of mentality. The same thing is in the West. Muslims are going to invade us. So everyone is fearful of the other. It's not everyone is angry at the other.
They're so scared of the West that they all want to come in the West. That's funny.
Yeah.
I don't think that in which countries they really want to go to the West other than like being tourists. So, for example, the Gulf states. If the country is actually suffering for economic problems.
Also, just want to say welcome to the stage.
And the Gulf state wants to become the West. So they're building museums that are called the Louvres. They are mimicking the West past glory. Yeah, they want to become the West. But the rest of the countries are Muslims and poor. Most of the people want to immigrate to the West. They're not fearful at all. Sorry.
Muslims, the majority of them is good this time of the And when they go to the West, for example, they will tell them, hey, Islam is good, isn't that? We are not that. We are not terrorists. Please love us. This kind of behavior. So, because of that, the Muslims believe that there is demonization of them in the media that portray them as terrorists, and they think that people in the West are fools about that, and they think that that's not what they are. So, but there is problems in the Muslim world that are misogyny. That's number one. The next one is homophobia. The third one is racism. A lot of people don't know in the Muslim world, but it should be talked about more. What else? So it is very similar to the West, but the West, Muslims know the West more than the West know Muslims. Or I will not say Muslims, but I will say there is something in the West that they don't know about the outside world. Only people that travel outside, they can help. The world is big and people are different than what they thought.
I imagine it's like Christians and Muslims are fighting over who's right about the origin. It's like, Allah and Yahweh are fighting about, whether man was made from dirt or from water specifically. And then all of a sudden it's like Zeus comes in and he's like, stop, you're always fighting. Water one is nasty, dirt one is nasty. But if we put this together, we can have ourselves a little mud wrestling match.
Relationship between Muslims and Christians is really bad.
Yeah, it's one of the things I always pointed out. It's like, to me, I always wonder is that they all said they, worship a God of love, who is perfectly good, who, was caring, and yet they were the most, very violent in their disagreements with each other throughout history. They're constantly at war with each other about who was right about God.
Well, I think people, when they're doing these religious debates, it's really like tribal politics, and we're using theology to essentially conduct politics and discuss the policies. So how do you debates using, again, different religions, practices, traditions, esoteric philosophy, to essentially, and every philosopher wants to be a politician, and I just like criticizing and roasting and mocking a lot of people who talk all the time, but they don't actually do anything. Aren't they just the most ineffective, parasitic type of leeches amongst us, the talkers, the do-gooders, the Karens of Clubhouse?
Well, you're a part of that too, though, right?
Is that your projection onto me, sir? Well, don't attack the person. Don't ad hominem project onto people. Just debate the topic. No need to insult people personally. That shows you've lost the argument. Hello?
But it is very difficult to have a conversation with you. You are unpredictable.
But same with you though, Phoenix. You're the gay Muslim. You like the walking contradiction.
Yeah, see, when you say it's difficult to have a conversation with me, that's your personal projection. You're saying to everyone here, you're difficult to have a conversation with. Try to be topical and not lob personal insults. Hello?
No, I'm just saying the difficulty between communication between me and you.
Yeah, that's your opinion. It's not a fact. Hello? Hello? This is a special Megatron bonus episode. Welcome back to Two Minds Enter. Welcome to the Thunderdome with Tina Turner. The Thunderdome.
I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. Strike the master chord.
Draw the flame
Child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore in her womb flight from the terror of the water. Whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron Thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou didst raise thy head, crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Whose menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord, chorus, avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk,
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. vengeance to avenge the father of death, thou slayer of Typhon. Thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile was abased before thee. Those menace hideth the universe with night, the imperial blue. Travelers in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the object, mountain of green. Bearest the wand of double power. Now about whose presence is shed the darkness of gloom. It's the unfathomable glory of the outmost ether, the untroubled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou contempt resolved of 30 earths in one dazzling sphere of fire.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way!
It looks like love. It feels like
Are continuing or do they stop? Right? Like that would be some level of will. They're hungry, but they decide to stop or this, that they can't defeat the thing, right? Rather than, but I don't see. So that may be that's a version of free will connected to survival, right? One about preservation. But in other ways, right, the sort of excess killing, unless they have an idea of conservation, right, we could say that once that sort of instinctual desire kicks in, right, it's not shut off until it's satiated, right? So there's not yes, I don't, the excessiveness wouldn't, we still wouldn't be able to, surmise, like, whether that's evil. I mean, like an awareness of I'm slow. I apologize.
Instinctual side of the great game. I agree. Right. But that doesn't discount that some so the question would be if we establish that for example, animals stare at it.
Yeah, how you doing? Choice exists. So we know choice exists because, right, speaking of documentaries, right, there's enough, right, we can see them hunt, right, in the process of hunting and sort of selecting the prey, right, there's a decision or a choice as to who they choose, right, so most of them are hunting for prey, right, don't just sort of wow, right, just sort of running out and just, going for well, I'm not gonna say anything, but, oftentimes we see sort of, the lengths that they go to selecting, pouncing, slowly, sort of moving along, right, to sort of track their prey. That's a right, they're choosing in that, to attack in that moment, right? There's a form of choice, but within that choice, it's going to be driven by instinct. I think,
yeah, so the question is under like a strict Kantian framing, all of it 100% right, which means they don't have autonomous will, which means they cannot have duties, right, which means they don't have morality, which means they cannot be evil. I think it's more of a spectrum rather than
so I think, I think that would, right, so there's some animals that create, like, communities. They have, I think, what is it, orcas or dolphins, right, there's some passing, I'm not a zoologist, I'm not a scientist, but they have, like norms within their community, right? I don't know. It's interesting, but yeah, for me, right, the sort of the moral part is a construction, right? So unless the morality, which the conversation earlier, the morality comes from a construction of norms and values. And so unless right, talking about sort of morality, sort of individual, each individual animal. I don't
I'm gonna blow up the conversation about using AI tools. I fundamentally functions in terms of say human brain functions, right? We describe things in the function of its matter, right? As applied to animals. And a lot of things that again all that relatives here, right? Because the cooperative behavior, empathetic behavior, rudimentary sense of retributive like behavior, like dogs and others, which I think you kind of alluded to. And I think a lot of the Kantian framework, because it's just anthropocentric and it just privileges humans on that level, and for good reason, right? Because a lot of relatives came, like very, very, it's not 100% like I don't know about
Animals
you've seen dogs that perceive their
I think
dogs have been, right, so you're talking about domesticated dogs, right? So I think domesticated dogs have, right, you know, they've been bred in such a way, are, you know, domesticated in such a way that, I guess I don't know. I think they mimic, right? So, how much of what they are doing is instinctual? How much of this is, I mean, you know, they're sort of bred in, you know, they're not bred in the state of nature, right? So,
this is my fundamental argument. I'm not rules as such, including distinction. Nature, nurture. I think we don't ask the same questions about humans. How much of the human things is instinctual, and then how much are we domesticated by the rest of the society, and how much of the domestication should account for being a moral optimization?
well, we've made moral assessments about what are doing with that, right? So, you know, that's my thing, like, are not accepting standards, right? So murder in the sense of, you know, or killing, you know, like confinement, right? You know, if we judge, you know, the mental capacity of someone to be outside of what associates with themselves, right? And, you know, to what else. I mean, yeah, I'm not one for making a strict delineation among humans. But dogs, right, they're not created, they don't exist within a society where they are sort of among themselves and having conversations and structuring, right, a society that sort of exists around what is acceptable for their behavior, right? They don't have, right, in the way that humans do, right? And so, for me, if that makes sense, so for me, right, what most, right, there's a moment where, you know, dogs, you know, are taken from, you know, they're sold, or they're, you know, they're given away, right? They're taken away from their mothers, and then, you know, but there's a small window of time where they still stay within that particular community. Outside of that, most of their life is structured around what humans believe to be acceptable. And then, when they get around other dogs, even those, you know, interactions are mediated by, you know, training, by, you know, other, you know, leashes and all the right, you know, treats and all these other things, right? So, you know, there's, you know, so, you know, I don't, you know, I see the delineation between nature and, you know, and structure to be a little different because of the forms, of the access to, or, you know, the range of autonomy, I'll say, that they have is very limited compared to that of human beings.
I agree on the range, as long as you concede to the range that's already kind of non-Dekantian framework, right? And, you know, of course, I'm not saying you have equal capacity, but as long as there is something that's never being what it is, right, then they potentially can be moral agents within that minimal range.
Oh, yeah, so I'm not saying that there couldn't possibly, yeah, I'm not, or I, you know, I don't think I'm saying that there could be no capacity for that. I think, you know, at the point to which I believe there is capacity, there would be a set of conditions that I think would need to exist for that to kick in, right? right? So having the capacity, and I think it's having the capacity to do something is not saying that it exists, right? And so for me, they may have the capacity, but I don't necessarily believe that.
I think I've seen it. Yeah, I think brother was kind of saying humans have culture and dogs don't have like a passed down culture, but dogs can have human imposed culture, and I think that's correct, more or less. And I've seen it happen where the dog has been trained, the dog knows better, the dog knows what's expected, but the dog does it anyway, and then afterwards you can see the dog just incredible shame. The dog is, but the dog really wanted to kill that bird, even though he knew he wasn't supposed to. I think we're not so far away. I guess I came around. At first, I thought you were wrong, you liberal, but you went to animals. You're just a different spectrum. There's not really any difference.
It's okay, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna be a mammal supremacist for a minute and say humans are fucking alligator. Well, I will say that whether or not we have the capacity to, the motherfuckers are choosing to eat people, and so we should just probably steer clear of them. And whether or not they are doing it for fun or I guess very destructive.
I'm gonna say, what is brother? Like romanticizing quote unquote savages, the myth, or not those savages, not those savages. Yeah, you have no confidence with friends.
Oh yeah.
That's power. It just screams them like absolutely, like it doesn't drop them any rate, any small choice capacity for anything. Like it's pure deterministic thing, right? And I think science has evolved kind of this not long, but they only kind of range stuff, right? The contrast. But the kind of absolutist argument that Immanuel makes, which is kind of a Cartesian distinction between the purity of nature and all of this stuff, right? That's what I see in science.
Yeah, I think self-preservation is also one of those things, that factors into the calculus and is, there is a desire within the individual animal to, to hunt, but also make a calculus as to, am I going to get killed on this? And they decide to not engage, not because it is worried about, whether or not it is right to kill the animal, right? Because, we also see animals also pick on the weak, right? Choose to, the path of least resistance, right? So, they're not necessarily worried about power and dominance.
they're not wrestling with that, what to do with the least of these. But, sometimes they're making, the calculus that it is more important for me to live or to back away. I have misjudged this and, make the case if one's legit. That's also broad, right? Like that's, their life is more important than trying to pursue the enemies of the life. But the conversation that was had, at least from what I heard, this is not saying anything about me, but the conversation, at least from the opposing side, did not seem to wasn't going through that exercise for whatever reason. So the output session now and then seemed a little very silly. Like just these to Twilight Zone, the new one by TV series. Season 2, I just looked it up because to refresh my memory because I was sure it was the Twilight Zone. It is the Twilight Zone. It's Jordan Peele. Season 2, episode 6 is people being seen over research station studying these creatures, including an octopus. And the octopus is fucking real. I mean, what was, and I don't know how much they shared with you about the conversation. These octopus, they definitely looking. There's some links and shit that's different. But I can. It's funny because the argument, at least earlier, about the evil alligator was one that I could see someone who is religious make the case for evil, make the case for evil alligator. It was weird. Well, I'm not gonna say weird. It was interesting to me to hear the person who had been denigrating religion and religious belief, and sort of dismissing it, but making the case for evil. It's way it didn't connect. So I didn't understand where the evil was coming from. But I also played the construction of evil was that particular argument that they're on. What's up?
Didn't that earlier argument kind of imply that there was some interspecies objective morality? Yes, that was this is why it's frustrating for me to hear this.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I don't. What?
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
I've been talking this whole time. Y'all didn't hear me. It was the demon. See, before y'all keep going, it was the demon. See, when we were talking, I knew where brother was going. I was going to say earlier, it was the devil that was in the alligator. That's why the alligator is evil. See, y'all don't want to deal with the spirit and the spiritual realm. Y'all don't want to talk about demons and demonology, the devil and Lucifer. Y'all don't want to talk about that.
And that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why I decided not to engage in the conversation. I couldn't understand sort of the through line of the argument from that person, and like it could be me, so I wanted to listen and hear. But then I realized I was like, well, this seems like almost you could make a better argument using religion.
I
I was considering in this case. And you're not. And because you're not, and it's not, the argument isn't entirely consistent, and, there's no sort of, there's no, in the course of the conversation, there didn't seem to be sort of a desire to sort of, do the workmanlike, engagement through the logic. I was having a difficult time, but I was like, okay, I can make the case, a religious case for the equality. But I've gotten in trouble for those types of things. That's why. It's one of the reasons why I asked. I wanted to ask neoliberal, because, and I the phrase it, y'all can hear me, but I wanted to ask him, sort of in that way, sort of divorced from the conversation, trying to direct it to religion and Christianity. Because I think that's an interesting topic to so I appreciate it.
Real quick, neoliberal, the reason I said it would be like some type of interspecies objective morality is because it would imply that evil, or the capacity to be evil, was not limited to human beings. That was really what the conversation was surrounding. They were saying that there's not a unique quality to humans as opposed to animals to have moral judgments. That was like the rebuttal to like Christianity, or like the Christian concept of free will being limited to humans. So that was why I was saying if an alligator can be evil, you're implying that they are operating on a similar moral grounds as humans. If you're saying it's not specific.
Yeah, I guess it seems, like just a repeat of life. Make people aware of the assumptions they have about life, about how people and why people do certain things. Have inconsistent beliefs around the lives. And that, what does that look like in the real world? That looks like children being charged for murder, right? But not universally, but indiscriminately, right? Being charged as adults for a particular behavior, right? Because we believe that there are some things so heinous that they preclude the innocence of a child, right? We have this language about the innocence of a child. At the same time, we have language about, she's fast. She's X, Y, Z. They're dangerous, right? They're thieves, the predators, right? These youth, right? Who are, running the streets of Chicago, mobs, right? Like all of a sudden, we have these inconsistent sort of ways of talking about, and we don't actually unpack the inconsistencies of our beliefs. We just sort of trot along on each sort of situation, like changing our beliefs and not even realizing it, right? And so while this conversation about the alligator is completely divorced from the other things, for me, conversations like this are interesting because it's my hope that people begin to investigate, and include myself, right? Investigate what we think is possible among people. And, because policies, right? The laws, right? These are things that are close to, we don't individually change them, but policy through, through activism, through representation, through voting, right? Who deserves to die, right? Right, like all of these things to me are sort of connected in some way to these basic discussions about life, but we often don't. And that's another reason why I enjoy Clubhouse, because often don't, like, where else are you having, conversations around these things with people for hours, and even if you're not participating directly in the conversation, being able to hear people sort of talk about this, oftentimes it doesn't happen, and it may not be great, it's not perfect, but it is a version of the public square, and I enjoy it. But
I had to give you an X.
why?
Because you said you enjoy the Clubhouse. This place is a cesspool of disease brings, and we all have it.
Evil?
Maybe, yeah. It's a possession. People scream and holler that much about being anti-Christian God. Just leave it alone. No, just in general. You knew the other day screaming about Martin Luther King not being. Oh God. Oh.
Again, I'm not saying
but you
every conversation. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say I enjoy every conversation. I wasn't here for that. I didn't say I enjoy every conversation. I don't enjoy every voice. I don't. But and I'm very clear about but I'm just saying the potential to still have conversations that seem completely ridiculous and are for the length of time that we spend on them. I'm including myself in those conversations. But yeah, I think people, this should be a space where people can get so frustrated. I mean, on some level, I also see it as, this is a space where people should get so frustrated when they are having to deal with emotions, frustrations, and they have to leave it, or they should leave it to the audio, to their voice, and they gotta work this shit out. And they have to force themselves to rhetorically engage, and they can't do all the other shit that we do in moments of frustration. And as loud as they may scream, we can also turn down the mic and then still try to navigate. At the best, that's how I see it. And sometimes we get there. And I think, I know people don't like to go back on these conversations, but I do think they're valuable to go back to the conversation hours later. And, like work through some of the ideas, come back. Sometimes, better arguments are made clearer arguments. People are clearly sort of wrestling with these conversations and want to still continue them. And I think that can be fruitful, even if it's at an individual level. It's not a collective. Not everybody's going to benefit from the continuation of the conversation.
I'll be very brief. The alligator part went on too long, and the missed opportunity that we had today is that we actually got a much deeper, more interesting conversation. It was not only about if it was pivoted to mammals, as I mentioned in the chat, but also talk about like the behavior of bonobos, the behavior of even lions eating the cubs of other lions to protect themselves, or of gorillas, or Jane Goodall, or whatever goes on over there. That would have been more interesting. The alligator thing, I just couldn't take it after, I was just saying, the animal conversation writ large bothers me. It's something I just have to work out. And it's because I often think, and this is sort of like this is an overgeneralization of my reading of history, and particularly history about non-whites. There's always been a preference of animals over certain humans. and or assigning animal-like qualities to certain humans that are non-white, and or denigrating humans. And so the sort of evolution of the conversation now, where we are, not in this current, like not in this current conversation, but sort of the conversation in terms of thinking about animals in different ways, and the movement to sort of center, the rights of animals. It really bothers me because it's another way to. I'm not saying we shouldn't center the rights of animals, but what I am saying is I don't necessarily want us to pit into privileging again, to focus on the animal and the people who are at the margins stay at the margins.
Oh, I agree. That's why you shouldn't be you shouldn't be on that side of it, because when you start hearing them talk about cows are the new slaves, then you're gonna lose it. So I think you should just not engage about that.
Well, that I used to lose it when they used to talk about the veganism.
Yeah. It's all
No, I agree. I think conversations about animals speak to rights, and conversations about the humanity of humans evolves since we work like that. That's a different world. That is definitely troubling.
I don't know how they over there talking about black people have low IQ, but cows are sentient beings. That's where they start losing it. I'm like, all right, let me go back and they go.
That's what I'm saying. And then, like, if you read the literature, it's like the people writing these texts about the rights of animals, you be like, we just forget the poor, we forget the Negroes. I said the hard ER a lot of times today, y'all. Everybody that's non-white, not privileged, they just go by the wayside because we so busy fighting for the animal rights. And I'm not saying we shouldn't fight for the animal rights, but I'm just saying that we can't be, the privileging thing has to stop. And when I say privileging, I mean creating another hierarchy where the animal is over certain types of humans. I don't think we should be creating new hierarchies around this.
I mean, my position is that we would taste better if we bred the animal not a cage and let them eat the grass. I mean,
I got a funny story. So, I have a friend who lives in Peru, and they're always inviting me to Peru to come visit. So, they eat, what's the animal called? They eat some kind of animal, y'all, and when they cook it for tourists, the face is still there. So, I forget the name of the animal, but no. It's like a little like maybe I was like we would eat coon, back in that little. Yeah, it's like a little animal.
Is it like a capybara or something?
No, I'm gonna have to go look. I'm gonna have to text him, but he's in Australia now, so I can't. I don't know. He might. Cause it's morning down there. But yeah, it's an animal, and every time he tells me you can come, I'm gonna feed you some of this. You gotta eat. But you can see the face. Like I don't want that. I'm okay with eating the animal. It's guinea pig. You wrote that. Casper, yes, it's guinea pig. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly. Y'all go on Instagram and put in Peru guinea pigs and see how they cook that shit. That's what my friend used to do, and I will not go.
I need a separation. This is for the faces right here. I can't even eat the whole fish at the restaurant. I can't do it. But if you want to take notes,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, y'all go to Instagram.
They're so cute.
I converted a vegetarian girlfriend to a pescatarian.
Oh God, not you converting her.
Yeah, I converted everybody thought I was gonna do that. So when I converted her, she's like, yeah, no rock. Like, but when I converted her, the thing it's so weird. So she can eat shrimp and she'll do lobster and all that. She will not eat a scallop or clam. I don't know why. It's like the shell is still flesh-like. It feels too fresh to eat it out of the shell. She'll eat like legs and tentacles. I'm like, damn, why is the scallop go on?
You know, because is she? Are y'all shucking the shells?
Yeah, because I eat raw. Like I eat raw. Like, you know, I eat oysters, scallops, clams.
Not because you're forcing. That's because it's not conceived. Right? Conceived is baked into the shell. If you gotta pry open the shell,
you're right.
Wait, is she doing the peel and eat shrimp? Like the already gutted part? Okay.
But she'll eat a crab really.
Yeah, Mama, I just looked at a chick like that. It's horrible. Why would they do that?
Every time, literally, I was just with him. Listen, y'all, I was just with him in Chicago, and he was like, "Will you come to Puerto? This is what you're gonna eat." And he kept throwing that in my face.
That was like eating the rat. It looked like eating the rat.
And they fried the rat. Y'all, the face,
the teeth, and everything. I was like, what the fuck?
That is Mrs. Fletcher's third grade classroom.
Can speak you. My little cousin got infected. My little cousin has a freaking headstand. What's the difference? That is terrible.
I wish First Lady was paying attention, because if she saw it, I think she would be, no. Well, I'm paying attention, but I'm not looking.
You are First Lady, please look it up.
No. Keep pigs running around on my house. It sounds like it's disturbing y'all, and now y'all wanted them to disturb me.
But it's like,
No, it's like a positive thing. I didn't start when you go like, no.
The fucked up part about it is, since we're talking about it, I bet you it's gonna come up on your algorithm.
No, the devils are not. Oh my God. Fried, they be putting things in it. But apparently, they don't eat it like that. They eat it normal, like, no face, nothing. Yeah. No. No, wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah. That's the Peruvians? The Peruvians. Yeah. Okay.
So they be thinking they like the natives, and the natives are like
whole time laughing at each other. Yeah, that's nasty. Yeah. That's nasty. Yeah. That's exactly what.
They won't dare tell us yeah, I love that shit.
Yeah. And
that's hard.
I said, why would y'all eat it like this? And they were like, we don't eat it like that. I was like, huh?
Let me tell you something. And this is what I'm talking about, right? Like there's this assumption that you know, folks in slum, and we over here doing all this shit thinking we over here being respectful, you know, the innocence, right? You know, the noble savage, all this. And I'm here for it.
And apparently, most of the girls actually eat it, struggle through it just like that. And they be taking pictures of them.
Yep, and they're like, when in Rome.
Oh my God.
It's so interesting around the world.
They eat all kinds of tuna.
I'm gonna ask your mama. I wish you traveled all over the world. Have you ever had the camel hump?
I've rode on a camel hump, but I haven't eaten it.
I don't eat it. No, I don't eat it.
No, I mean,
it's like a delicacy.
No, I haven't eaten it, but I've
Who's killing camels? No, they wait until the camels die and they like eat the hump. Why? No, y'all sitting there eating offices. He done died, now y'all eating camel offices. This is what poor office. See, DLC, this is what people will say. Oh, they found out that these cultures are doing this stuff is primitive. But then the animal got conscious of stuff. See what I'm saying? It's a crazy thing. On the one end, you know, it's primitive that you find animals to be sacred. But on the other end, your Christian belief is out of line. It's just a crazy. It's a two things can't be. They can't be like this. Yeah, they can't be. No, I can't do it today. You know, the weather in California is always gentrify the quote-unquote primitive cultures. It's this bar I want to go to real bad in LA, and they do a lot of Mexican stuff. It's like Oaxacan themed, and they serve grasshoppers. They do it in Oaxaca and the street markets with your mezcal. You can get a little grasshopper on the side, just like candy. Why? But they do this stuff. I mean, I got crickets. I ate cricket before. Popping those like something. I mean, I would say it's straight up salt. Yeah, like a sunflower seed or something. Yeah. No. It's crunchy. I will say one. Yeah, it's crunchy. I will say if y'all want to experiment with eating animals, trust the problem. No. My father used to say that all the time. My father would do animals. It tastes like chicken. Everybody always says everything tastes like that's what they said the frog leg. Guinea pig. No, the first time I had a frog leg, they made the first one. Honey lemon pepper frog leg. See? No! See? It was good. It tastes like chicken. Yeah, exactly. Let me say something. No, some hot sauce on that motherfucker ain't gonna be fine. So y'all be eating. So when y'all go to knowledge, y'all eat gator and all that shit too. I can't. I'm not doing that. And I fucking hate gators. I'm not doing that. We used to eat cold. We used to y'all, but that's why y'all be throwing me off. We used to actually eat cool, like, you know, Papa John. Yeah, we stopped that. My family stopped that shit in the early 1900s. That was the 1900s. No, they didn't. I never experienced cold. They was eating it until at least the 1970s. I never had cold in my hot and John. It was pork. And that's what they told me. Yeah, that's what those people do. No, seriously, that's what most people do. When they still eat cold, they change it and say it's not cool. Ain't nobody in my family eating no motherfucking raccoon. Okay, ruin it. Okay. You never knew. I know for it. Wait a minute, raccoon is pork? I'm saying that I know pork, and that's how I know it wasn't cool. So they was eating pork and calling it pork. No, they was eating pork. I think it was exactly first lady. That's what I said. They had Papa John and they put pork in it, but it was really cool. It was always pork. It was never cool. You never had it. And they was like, Brooklyn, it's some good pork, isn't it? Yup. It's good. It's good pork. But also, Brooklyn, the whole time he was eating coon. My grandmother had. My Geechee grandmother had pigs on her farm, so we ate pork. Was that a farm that maybe they didn't have pigs? There was never no motherfucking coon. Ever known. Okay. Even I have had a coon. Well, that's in the world country. I am. I'm a slave. I have
a slave name.
I was just visiting the country.
I'm unsuccessful. I can't, I'm waiting for master to tell me what to do. I committed a crime. And I'm holding the Negroes back.
Don't forget that they only taught you how to read so you can read the Bible.
Oh, yes. And so I could indoctrinate other Negroes to be subservient to master.
Well, Mama, I didn't say any of those things. I don't know where that came from, but I don't believe that.
Girl, we can't help it. Now, everything is going to be dead.
I was in that country. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm just using everything. So, that's a nasty word. Hey, Christina.
Almost say I'm.
I say Elmo. Brother Messi, are you there? Hola. Okay, thank you.
Oh no. Ed said this chat needs to be self-cleansing.
These good jokes that keep
not my phone anymore. You guys are nuts.
Like, brother, neoliberals say somebody need to change their name to evil alligator.
Oh no.
Gemini said he was gonna do that first. Oh, okay.
Oh, he was here?
Yeah, in the chat, and he said it was. Yeah. Oh, I can't read the chat. Yeah, he was here for the entirety of Evil Alligator Gate. He said he wanted to change his name to Evil Alligator. That was also have the room. We all name the room tomorrow. Put in the title with all the other political stuff. Evil Alligator Gate. Or just Alligator Gate. I mean, you could also just put a. First of all, you could just put an alligator emoji in the title, and then we'll all know. That's it. Just put the emoji. Yeah, that's it. That's cute. That's what she said. That's what she said. Yeah, she been to more church than the 50-year-old. That's what she said.
She definitely did more church.
Somebody said I was 50-year-old, 58. Somebody said that.
Amazing.
She went to church more than most of you niggas. I knew she was talking about me, so I said something because she don't want nothing.
Well, she said all of you on stage. She didn't just say some of you. She said all of y'all on stage. And that included me.
Yes,
so, she did. But that's what I'm saying. Y'all know she young. I used to say that too, First Lady, but it just gets worse and worse. Oh, for real? Yeah, I used to have so much grace, and she said I had a dry pussy. Good. That was the internet. Yeah, and I was like, pum pum that's dry. And I said, your pum pum dry. Witness.
And she went after hurricanes.
Oh, yeah, she went. Yeah, I was in for that. No. Before. That's not the first time. Oh, yeah.
As many times as hurricane let me down, I didn't ever crash out on them. It's a crash out of hurricane one day.
No. Don't crash out on him.
He never gonna do it.
He was trying to end the content. He was trying to end this.
How was he trying to end it? He was trying to stare it.
No, he was trying to end it when Brooklyn was quiet and Brooklyn came back in and asked him. Yeah. He was trying, and then it kind of just went off the rails.
He never wanted me to talk. That's why it started all over again. She was like, yeah, let me keep going. Yeah, I really want to hear what Tara had to say. 20 minutes. No, it's okay. Well, at least it was on par for the day. I was that's okay. Johnny's came there with the read. Johnny's came there with the read. That's a whole nother Oh, I was going to say, you can be a part of any conversation, and what
you should do is ask brother about UBI, because I'd like you to hear his response.
What's UBI? No, don't do that. Let's see. No, just a Google. Just do a quick Google. But I will say, Johnny needs to do regular readings of that book.
That's a fact.
We should have discussions because it's actually an interesting, like clubhouse conversation to have. Computer love in the digital age.
How is it that we see Chinese name 3 times and she appears?
It's computer love, your guide to internet dating.
That right there was part of the reason why I sound like this. Computer love, the guide to internet love. What is it? That's the stupidest shit I've heard.
Internet dating.
One of the best things I've heard on the app.
It's actually very good. I mean, it's very good. I mean,
You have to stop these lies.
we should do a book club. Johnny could do a reading, and we could just take an hour when the cost, take an hour.
No, I love that.
So your brother has one. Oh, we're not doing that.
That's why Spirit needs to be jumped. I suggest beating Spirit or something.
I second that motion, First Lady. They've been talking about it over here.
What is UBI? Yeah, I apologize. I was just bringing up something that happened in the past, so it's way in the past. That's all. Just another dig at brother.
Let me get asking for y'all asses. She can get all y'all in chat. I'm gonna put her ass on y'all. That's what I'm doing.
First lady, speaking of Ashton, I just want to say that today was incredible. Incredible because, on Friday, yesterday and today, we had 2 young ladies on this here stage of Politically Correct tell one individual on this stage that, hey, just because I'm a girl and I'm a lady doesn't mean that you know more than me. And charge that particular person up with that allegation right there. It was crazy. It was a crazy thing to witness. I'm not going to say any names. Because, getting acted up like that.
Right, having to take that.
And then we need at least one. I'm not ready. Damn.
You need one person from the 30 years.
Now you want to cross? No,
I want you to ask who we can take.
I was slow.
Give me
Slow
the
ass.
you're taking too damn long.
Already ass motherfucker.
I'm going to talk.
Can we get at least one person in the here?
No, we're not doing. No.
Let me tell you again. And wait, it will happen. You see? But if you go asking for it, then that's going to make them be tighter and not focusing on it. But see, that's something you got to work on. Okay? God bless you. I bet Daryl not coming back here.
I bet you he will be.
Oh, that was fantastic. I was working and I was like, what do I do?
I did not. I was driving and I said, my. But it didn't need to be. That's the whole thing. You know my life. You don't know my ex-wife.
He was feeling the group. I was not paying attention to all of it. I just realized
She had a rotten big mouth.
he did. He said it is Jezebel.
At a Jezebel spirit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, I didn't get that.
Don't worry about that.
Now wait a minute. Let me tell you. Somebody set the return label for her to get picked up, but she took that return label and sent another message and reverse that card. It's so bad that person no longer wanted the package.
The person has to start crashing. The person has to start crashing in very like obvious ways. Have to go to, well, where's my wife's tramp stamp? Bitch, I get the tramp stamp, so what's my wife's name? My wife is not a lesbian. She would not do this. You don't know my wife.
I had so much fun with that, y'all. I had to leave. I had to and get myself in some order. So I was getting ready to keep going. I did. I had to cut my gas.
I ain't gonna lie to you, it was delicious. Just so delicious.
I didn't like that word, personally.
I did. It was delicious.
Even the backpack on the shelf and bringing out the new content you buy on daily. It worked. It was a success.
Yes, thank you. I didn't even have to do that because
the washing of the feet, and washing in some other areas. My God, I'm telling you, that was
spun out of control.
She took the balls off. The balls, she was rolling on the balls. No, the balls didn't exist.
Yes. We knew he lost the conversation when he started with, yo, mama, have you been married before?
But that's what I was trying to get to. See, she, to be fair, she's the one that really pushed the chip off his shoulder. Okay?
Sorry. No, finish now.
Because her said, wait a minute, are you still married? You're not even married anymore. You're divorced. And why are you divorced, huh, sir? Why? Oh, that's I'm driving and I'm dead. I'm driving, but I'm not really driving the car. The car at this point is driving itself.
And that's when we went from there to, you know, I don't have to get married. I'm fucking your wife.
Oh, God.
God bless. When I be fucking your wife, now this right here is a paraphrase, but I be fucking your wife so good, she calls me God. Oh my God. Okay, I had to ask your mama, well, does the lady get on her knees, on bended knee before God and say, Father God?
I stretched my legs to thee. My. Listen, when I tell you, I was in that car, and it was just soaring. I don't know how I got on it, because I was asleep at the wheel.
First lady. First lady? No, first lady. No.
I was laughing. I had this time getting that man because he thought he was going to come and tell me how a horrible woman I was because I'm not married. And I had a Jezebel spirit. And see, the thing is, I remember a lot of things. And I remember him doing this before. So as soon as I remember who it was, my mind went off.
Yeah.
And I had a good time. I really did.
Because I heard you when you said, oh, wait a minute. I know you. I remember you. I said, uh-oh. Where's she going? I should have never asked that question. Where's she going?
The Holy Ghost. Not you had a holy recall.
Sure.
Bring things back to remembrance.
She did.
Jeez.
I took one. The last thing I told him when he was in the date he kept repeating in the group. I was like, you guys, if your girlfriend now, I done booked her too.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She said that part too. Yeah.
I gotta put down the things that I have.
Yeah.
Almost dropped the plate.
That phone probably hot as hell. Well, I hope you have a screen protector and a case on the phone so you can protect the value of that device, just like we protect the value of those self-cleaning vaginas.
Well, so you know, I told y'all today that I actually have the cordless charger.
That's right. That's right.
For my phone.
Right. That's what you're
Well, correct. Yes.
Y'all.
So I lift the phone. Yeah, you don't have to lay down. I lift the phone up.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't believe that this. Johnny, and see, because it wasn't like a casual read. Johnny's had, like, she was drinking tea. She probably having some money. Like, she had been, like, protecting her voice.
I'm in my book club.
So she had this, you had that professional voice on. I couldn't do that. When I heard fucking so hard, I was like, I have to go.
Johnny,
No,
I'm
it
gonna
was
tell
a
you.
repeated pussy for me.
Johnny, let me tell you. I'm gonna just tell you this. I know I said one time you were not a close reader, but you have grown, Johnny.
Oh my God.
You not only are you reading close, but you are exegeting the text.
I'm gonna tell you my secret. I'm gonna tell you how I improved. Instead of using my finger, I just use a piece of paper so that I can read line by line.
Okay.
That's good.
That's good.
I'm ready. That's what I knew it was gonna throw y'all out. What is she reading? I was watching to see how long people took to get it.
Well, I knew because he read a piece yesterday.
Yeah, I did the math yesterday, y'all. Y'all didn't miss it. There's a homework assignment that I gave some people. Oh, what? Yeah.
Right.
Get out of here. What's the homework assignment? Okay. Who did you give it to? Let me read it to you. I don't do homework, but one moment. All right, here we go. For those of you that may have it, I am reading page 24. It's called The Love Number. And it goes, the love number is the way of assessing the person that you're going to be dating. You're going to be able to rate them on some categories such as physical, psychological, financial, and spiritual. Each one of these categories will have a rating from 1 to 10, totaling a maximum number of 40. An example is you coming up with a rating system as to what you want your mate to have, whether you give him a 10 in all 4 categories, totaling 40, which is the highest, or you give him an 8 in physical, 5 in finances, a 9 in psychological/mental, and a 7 in his spiritual life. These numbers added together gives that person a 29. That 29 would be that person's love number. This number would give you an idea of whether or not that person has qualities in the certain categories that may be important to you. So the homework assignment was to calculate the love number of your loved one.
Thanks, beautiful.
I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of a decent book. It's a kind of decent.
But you have to stop. You have to stop.
It's in the genre though. You know what I mean? Okay. Your love language. What's your love language? The
They're great lips.
That's the genre. That's the genre.
Great lips.
It's the Negro version.
They'd like to get you.
Excuse me.
Great lips.
So I'm trying to get to the 29. So what does the 29
You
equal?
want to meet yours.
Does it give you?
They really nice weight, right? Got great lips.
I'm serious. We done did the math. Now what happens? And is there a number? So So I heard you give examples. So let's say financial is a 7. I heard you say, the mental is a 9. Okay, so is there a guide to this? So when I'm doing my homework,
guide for the perplexed.
The highest you can get is a 40. That's a 10 in each category. So that's what you strive for. I'm just looking at the chart. He made a chart for y'all.
See, and the 29 means that you not that far away from 40. So he's not a bad guy. He's got
that's
some
11.
He's got some things he's got to work on, but he's a good guy.
Now, hold on. Let me tell you something. And I can't say anything other than your mom is trolling. And she knows damn well she's trolling.
Very much so.
She knows damn well she's trolling.
I'm gonna use this book. I don't care what. Okay, I'm not playing with y'all, but I'm gonna use this book with the next person I date.
Please don't.
I ain't gonna tell him. I'm just gonna use the book.
Now, he breaks down some of these categories if y'all need help figuring out what the numbers are.
What's the categories? How many?
So, let me read what he says.
Oh, shit.
Brother. Okay, so what he says for physical, it says, the love number is what helps the person determine what he or she wants based on the physical. The weight, height, age, nationality, all play a part in it because the computer love is supposed to be matching them for love, but it's really all about that physical. A lot of times, the average chick that meets a guy and he is physically meeting her, the chances of things working out are higher. You can find a stable relationship from a human connection and interaction from that initial first time. If a man walks up to you at a gas station, then there is a better chance with that guy than the guy that sent you plenty of fish. You see, some men will not take the chance to run up to you at a store and pursue you unless he is really trying to know you. The other way of meeting is in the club. That puts you somewhere else on the menu, the club menu. That's a whole other menu. When you meet someone at the job, at the grocery store, or in the mall, the relationship has a chance at becoming more solid that way. There are the most natural connections. Both men and women give their attention to the physical appearance of one another when it comes to making a choice for a mate or a love number on the menu. But besides the physical, the man wants to know what her mental state of mind is. Would you like me to read the mental, or should I just leave that?
Y'all mad, but this is it. I'm sorry. You wait till I see Jamal. I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna say.
Oh, he back at 40 acres today.
Well, when he's in here, y'all ping him because I'm gonna tell him.
You gonna reach out to another person?
No, listen. I'm gonna say, Jamal, brother, your book has changed my life.
Oh my God.
Because of you, I now know how to figure out my love number of the person that I am.
Jeez. Is it annotated?
Oh, okay. You also gonna make a list?
I'm gonna go visit real quick. I'm gonna go see this happen. I'm going to 40 acres. I'll be right back.
Oh, she really.
Y'all on the chatting on the stage, picking at him about this. This is a good thing for y'all.
I'm saying out of it. I'm 19.
Not you are 19, girl. I'm telling y'all, this is a good book for the black couples. Y'all are struggling, the women struggling finding them a man. This is helping you. Ain't that right, Johnny?
That's right. I'm a data person, so I'm impressed. He got a little bar chart in the book.
Yeah.
He had me at low.
I'm gonna just be okay. Can I say this another way then? Okay.
Is it right, or is that exactly right?
Oh my God.
That's exactly right.
It's exactly right. Let me just say this.
the book, though, okay, I do think that there is some creativity this man has, that we have to give him that credit. Like, it's hard to write books.
Fine.
It's hard to write books. This is his worldview. We may not agree with it, but that's like most books. We don't agree with all the books.
I like the format. Like, well, you know, when I looked at the cover, I didn't think you would actually have, like, you know, a whole formula and methodology. I think that that's kind of innovative for that time period.
It is. It's very innovative. And the example
I'm
about to buy the book. Hold on, let me go. I said I was.
Oh, that did it. That did it. I'm going to throw my phone in the trash for at least 7 days. 7 days and 7 nights. Your phone away. You're throwing yourself away, First Lady. Oh, God darn it. I forgot. Oh, no. I can't throw my vagina away.
Amazon.
Was he about Virginia?
I don't know, but he said computer love, a guy, here it is.
Not him, I'm talking about Daryl. When he said Virginia, I mean Virginia. Isn't that how you pronounce it? Go ahead, girl.
I don't know.
You're not gonna get much off of that. You gotta buy it, sis.
I did. It's in my cart right now.
Oh, well, in your cart ain't in your wallet. Pay for it. We'll walk around with that cart for the next.
Now, I see some other books on here like this.
No.
And I'm wondering, did he copy?
Oh. Yeah, the recommendations are interesting. Like, others have bought that type of suggestion.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there were some interesting ones when I looked at it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think y'all got to agree with the book, but it seems like as a genre, it's like when you go to the Amazon and you put it in, underneath the books that are similar, like Guide to Internet Dating, How to Have Fun and Stay Safe.
Yeah, I hadn't heard of Plenty of Fish in a minute, so that tells you another thing about the time period when he wrote it.
Yeah, because this was Everyone's Guide to Online Dating, How to Find Love and Friendship on the Internet. So it's in this genre. Why are we knocking it? Well, Johnny, so you have another reading I want to do.
Yeah, we should probably schedule a couple of weeks, you know, because some of y'all need help with your dating. I know, I can tell.
You know, I think that Johnny is saying your mama should open a room. Johnny reads. Your mama, who has been known to open a reading room from time to time, can help unpack.
I haven't done that in 5 years, sir.
That's okay. Why? And all the more reason why you should start now. In fact, I believe that you're right. There's clearly a vision that you see. There is an understanding that you have. One may call it a prophetic vision, a way of seeing the text that we don't see. And I believe that as a woman with a gift, with a vision to unpack this text, one might obligate you to open a room to help us unpack. I'm willing to be in that room and learn from you and how you see the wisdom. I believe that God has given you an insight, and I want to learn. So I'm willing to be in the room and unpack the magnitude of this book. That was.
See, brother, I'm the type of person who believes that we don't have to have the perfect messenger to receive a word. That Brother Jamal, even in his imperfection,
can share a word. You just have to be open to receive it. And I see that you're not open to receiving it.
Yeah, I think we're too busy on Clubhouse, not listening to the content, but seeing or hearing the person that it's coming from and immediately attack the person and disregard the actual content. And I think that's the problem now.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And I would venture to say that in the category of mental, brother's love number is probably like around a 6. I wish you and your wife would take the test to see what y'all give each other. That would be fun.
It went down tonight.
Well, when they get to talk about how black women don't support black men, I'm gonna always think to Johnny's and how she supported Jamal. I told her I was dead serious when I said I bought it. I would support entrepreneurs. Some of them. Listen, you are doing the Lord's work. And won't nobody ever say that you're not a good person, because you are. Good. If you read the book, you'll find some good pieces in there too. That's what I want. Oh my God.
See, Mama, I believe this is the moment where God gave Israel a king. He didn't have that line for them. Yeah, you like that. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is the moment.
But they wanted a king. They begged for the king.
Your mom.
We want to be like the other people.
You are the king. Open the room. I'll be there.
It'll be like 10 people in there. Y'all niggas don't want to read, brother. I had opened up many rooms. They do not want to read. They want to read 50 Shades of Grey and 48 Powers of Law. They want to read The Art of War. That's what they want to read. Now they want to read Saul Alinsky's book.
Oh, God.
Not Saul Alinsky.
And the people who want to read, all they do is echolalia. Okay, y'all, it's getting late. I have to get up at 4. It's a school night. So, y'all stay around. Just know that I'm dozing off. Hey, Autumn. Hey, Johnny's. Hey, Christina. Brooklyn brother. Spiritus. They got them not open tonight? At night? It might be. Good night, y'all. Your mama. I'm not saying good night. Y'all ain't gotta go nowhere.
Oh, I thought you were
going somewhere.
What are you doing?
Greet everybody.
You were just rolling the colors, man.
I was saying hi to everyone because I really didn't get a chance to say hi to everybody. So because everybody was on stage, I was just saying hi. But I was just saying that I was getting to you, babe. But I got hounded by the hounds. They ain't nothing but a hound dog. So hey Divine and hey Sandra, how y'all doing? I didn't miss anybody. If I did, charge it to my eyes because they closed. I like Barney Frank. He had his eyes closed that entire time. Oh, okay, yeah.
That's so shameful.
That's fair. That just made me so nasty. That was so nasty, bro. Like, that man. You gotta go see it and hear it.
Yeah, that's my mom's ex-congressman.
Oh, yeah, he's very, That was a bad way for him to go, though. On the TV like that. Well, he ain't have to say yes. That's true, but... That's true. But nobody probably told him he look like that.
Good night.
You think somebody was like, Congressman? I don't think you should look like this on here. And why he had on glasses if he was gonna keep his eyes closed? I'm sorry. Let me not say that now.
Because I do believe in the beginning he was trying to read something.
Oh, okay. I must have didn't see the beginning.
That was so painful. Yeah. Jake needs to be hit upside the head.
He does.
Oh, can I commend y'all? Y'all did a great job when El Normo responded to that. Nobody responded. That was great. Y'all remember that part?
Yeah. He was still trying to engage.
Trying to ignore the spirit of the food.
Well, Johnny, when you get ready to schedule your reading, just ping me so I can make sure I'm in the mix. Will do. I want to be in the number. You know how I used to say in the old days. Oh, y'all don't have this is what Brooklyn was needing. Brooklyn, don't say it's the ghetto because my house is the ghetto. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you can't talk about it later.
You should definitely read it, didn't it?
Oh my God, brother. No, I'm gonna take him to the Jacobins. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take him to the top.
Even better.
I've interviewed some of the authors. Maybe we'll interview him, like Lisa said. Is her name Lisa or Lisa? I'm confused.
She is now operating under the name of MISA.
Okay. So it's like me changing my name to Ho Mama.
Good night.
Oh my God.
No, I'm just saying. I don't mean it like that. I mean
That's exactly what it's like.
Like changing one letter of my name. That's all I'm saying.
No, she said that was her actual name, Lisa.
Oh, I didn't know.
She said on stages a few times.
The way your mom was.
What? But Kiki, sometimes I come in and I fly out. I mean, I be in and out sometimes. So I don't really go on stages where they do replays. So I just be in and out. So I probably just didn't hear it. I didn't know.
Yeah, I don't go in there anymore.
Scotty, I mean.
Oh, you guys missed a treat.
You're not supposed to respond.
To me, Ku Klux Keisha, and it went just. It went as well as I thought it did.
Wait, did you see he came here, TT? The knew that Ben had his something following him around because some of the people was in there, was also here. She was in the chat just to talk, but no one invited her on stage. I think it might have been yesterday.
When I tell you, she took a hold of Methody's beard and didn't let it go.
Oh God. She be loud, child, but she got a big. That's what she was doing. That lady is insane. But she was funny. I thought she was funny.
That's funny to me. Until
Well, this is what my feeling was that she was willing to have some correction, but the correction had to come from could only come from a certain person. It couldn't come from he couldn't take the correction from everybody. Because she'll be like, correct me if I'm wrong, and then somebody will try to correct her, and then she.
Like, bitch, not you. That was funny.
her in a long time now.
Oh. It's another Ku Klux species.
Oh, okay. I was
That
wondering.
ain't her.
Yeah, okay. I'm getting confused because I was like, I didn't think Ku Klux Keisha sounded like that.
Yeah, the other one is from I think she either from Alabama or Mississippi, but that's her. She's not a feminine.
She married person?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Why would you do that?
Well, because, you know, we from the South and hold to emo. No.
Oh, right. Oh, y'all looking at chat.
We can curse out again.
Fuck, tap, 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 tap. What is that?
I like always say.
You know, this reminds me of earlier when somebody came on the stage and y'all all were talking at the same time, and then that person admonished y'all for not greeting them on the stage and basically said y'all are going to welcome me to the stage. I enjoyed that very much this morning.
People, they just want attention. Okay, Omar is here. Omar the Tiger.
Everybody be like that. I'm about to leave y'all too. Bye.
Good night, Brooklyn. Yeah, I'm going into another room.
She'll be about to enough. Oh, y'all haven't seen it? It's all over Twitter. I didn't look for it, but I heard 50 Cent my timeline. But yeah, you know, it's Daphne Joy and Diddy and the young man that they enjoyed for the evening, and somebody was like there.
Victory. Lady Liberty. Oh.
I'm contemplating how much humility. That's not. No. Well, I'll say this. Irregardless of this. Nice. I witnessed
strategy to see how people react. If your avatar was, I mean, it could be just like let me try it for 24 hours and see if there's any change. Don't tell anybody else you're doing it, and just see what happens.
That's fair.
I think the part about not funny, the interesting part, back and forth was her presuming, you knew nothing, and then followed with, I don't know the time on this, or I only know half of it. That was the part. That was like the authority with which you came in, and then talked over him, and then proceeded to say that you actually admitted that you don't really know this sort of thing, but whatever percentage she knew about it, it was going to be way more than you ever.
And if you would like and subscribe,
That's the big thing.
Well, I'm gonna take my baby.
It was such a blind side. Also, and I think people were, well, they were a little thrown off by how that all happened, but also the type of person. For sure. No, but also, it seems like this person was also battle tested from many, I don't know how long, like a long time on the app. So in other spaces, so who knows? No, I mean, that was the beginning. Yeah, it's like, yeah, like this is a clubhouse red. Okay. See, when you get nothing else, you gotta go. Yeah, it could have been a range. Or more like a range. So sometimes with an F, an F can remove you from a house. You can have a range one. So like a lot of times, like on in certain spaces I used to frequent, they would be body with the tickets and people would be like, why is this mob with these tickets? Like, don't ask. It was a civil war.
So I'll be honest. Because sometimes,
I've seen people at parks, different accent, they see that you sent somebody a heart or something, and I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on?
I got a message from a musician. They never messaged me. Strangers in that message. So that's what it's like. But I got a message from somebody. Well, I didn't get a message. So the person had apparently 3 different topics. I have simply high message. No, high was good. Yep. There's 3 different topics. Like three different entries of text that were sort of like that. And then they finally responded to me. Hi, great for you. They had like one for you. And I had to block it. I had to block it. Like, unsubscribe. So I received wow, I got something. And, pushing me by
sure I accidentally apparently I said hi to one of those newcomers, and they say, hey, someone's joined me out, say hi to them. I accidentally, I think I was liking, I may have been liking somebody's like something in the condo, and then I maybe did that, and then a few days later, this guy messages me, I'm sorry, I didn't see your message. How are you doing? I'm like, who are you? And you'll remember that years after the app is dead.
I know. I haven't gone that far. I haven't done that, but I am certainly unforgiving. And like one push away from blocking.
Or just pressing a button. You're just pressing buttons. Like that, and you're like so close. And then like it's not so much like whoops, it's like I'm gonna explain to them what's next, later, I bring it up, and all that. And it's like, no, we're not friends. I know twice I fell asleep on this app. I don't think I wasn't on stage, but I still fell asleep. And I try to tuck myself in too, when I get sleepy. But that was the one time I woke up at 5 in the morning. It was that big argument with Gwen and I forget. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I couldn't understand what I was hearing because I was half asleep. And I'm like, wait a minute, Gwen doesn't argue like this with people where it's not about. I could discern it wasn't about politics. I was like, what is going on? This was like a beef that would happen in another room. I'm like, what is going on? And then I just shut it off and went to sleep.
That's interesting. But the Jews control the outside. How come is that?
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
People really have a good break for me.
I was wondering about Ashton. He's in the it group.
What's the name? Is there a TLDR in this thing?
There was.
Then he's crying about tragedy. It's not don't be posting about Penny because the tape will leak. And so because the tape leaked about Penny death in another worker, 50 Cent went online because you know 50 Cent has a son, I guess, named Simon. And he's saying the Simon's going to be victim. And then the court still said that outsider. And the courts turned back.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way!
Do you have kids? Do you have kids?
Bro, no way! Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way! You found...
Beautiful.
channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way! You found my channel. Bro,
Let me check with my lawyer. I'll get back to you. Get back to you tomorrow. I'll check with my lawyer.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. Most people just scroll past.
What they have: white, black, Hispanic, Asian, other, unknown. So you look at the total number of violent crimes white people have committed: 8,721,450. That's all of their white victims. There's 300 and something. I'll use approximate numbers. Approximately 371,000 black victims, 1 million Hispanic, 219,000 Asian, Native Hawaiian, and others, 681,000. Add all of those up, you get a total number. Then you divide by each one. So you divide the total number by the 8,700,000 white victims, the 371 people are probably not finding you. But you get a percentage of victims based on race. Black people make up 3% of white people's victims. You do the same for black people. White people make up 43% of black people's victims. And there's a little cross next to that number. Significant difference from comparison group at a 95% confidence level. My only point in bringing this up is the fact that the perception that white people are out to get black people is false. They are not. But, and serendipity isn't here. Isn't that convenient of her to not hear that I just proved what she said is wrong? Horizontally. But when you look at the numbers vertically, that's how you get those percentages. And this, thank you, Mr. Google, confirm these numbers. So that's where we are at.
Hello? Pepe, you're far away from your mic or something.
It's a relief, bro. Trust me.
Pepe, we can't hear you. So Matthew, how? Oh, go ahead, Pepe.
Okay, so can you guys hear me now? Yep. So I would just say you have like, when it comes to the disparities, black people kill white people 11 times the rate that we kill them. Now, we could try to adjust for the things like, for example, schizophrenia, which runs at almost twice the rate in the black community than it does in the white community. That would not bridge the gap, obviously. So, Alan is correct that there is, we like to try to gloss over the black victimization of whites. But if we're being realistic, I kind of think it becomes somewhat of a moot point because you have blacks disproportionately absolutely killing each other and victimizing each other. And I would say, at the end of the day, like I don't know how else to put this, as I can't put it in neater terms. Blacks have this. They have a savage criminal problem that needs to be snuffed out. That's their problem. And in reality, the white community doesn't really tolerate the antisocial behavior that black people will run cover for. And how can you guys have like a functioning society where you continually allow just fucking shitty people that are criminal and are willing to use violence? I mean, if you guys want the black community, which is shit today and it's always been shit, if you want it to continue to be shit, by all means. But I would love to hear, how from any of the pro-black intellectuals, how you guys have the key to fixing the communities. None of you fuckers have actually. And we're talking about people a lot smarter than anybody in this fucking room. Thought they had the key, and then they organized a much bigger group than all of you. They thought they had the answer. Their answers never solved the problem. Nothing came to fruition. It's a fucking shit show.
You're pretty cute. I'm pretty cute.
But go ahead. I would love to hear from the pro-blacks.
What's your favorite coffee? Ice or hot?
I don't think there's any on stage.
Put this in here. I'll take you out for coffee.
One thing you know is black.
Oh, you go to US? I do too. I do. They made a couple of stories about me over there. Yeah, I'm pretty famous over there.
In spite of all of it.
Yeah, put it in as a context.
What's the Democrat?
I don't forget your name, sweetheart. I'm Russian, so we do it very differently over there. Hey, Orange, speak when you're spoken to.
How about you speak when you're spoken to?
If you touch me, I will defend myself. You will get knocked out.
Nobody's gonna touch you.
Keep it that way. I'm not going to talk to the Orange. She's too much to do.
Excuse me, miss. I did with this. Using a well, yeah, I'm fucking drunk. Yeah, that's how they tell me. I fucking because across my HP and all that.
I've been waiting for you all night. Now you're here and it just feels so right.
Yeah, I know, right? Fucking Jews, man. Fuck those guys.
Well, I would just say, the Jewish population in America isn't running around in every major city murdering people, robbing people, taking their phones, holding them hostage, making them do financial transactions on their phones. So if you actually look at statistics, you would realize there's no Jewish crime. There's only male black crime in this country.
We can look at that as like the weaponization. So we can look at who are all of the, when it comes to the civil rights movement, who are the quote unquote white people that actually were advancing this agenda. They were Jewish. There's no denying that. Jews take credit for this. This is the point of
all I know is that nobody's perfect like me. I'm perfect.
The problem. The problem.
Halfsy, Mohawk, the only perfect race is the half Mohawk, half Irish, quarter French, quarter English. What else? Like, we are the perfect people.
Yeah, I agree with Alan. I think the Democratic Party enabled the black community and set them up for failure.
I've been waiting for you all my life. Now you're here and it just feels so right.
I just like know how that everybody else. I like news reporter Miss Piggy. That shit was.
Are you black? If it wasn't for the Democratic Party, these dumb monkeys would not be able to do what you need to do. If there's any black people in the state, I'm just saying. That's how they speak. They think you guys are like special ed, and they need special ed. Basically provisions for you guys to.
You went to special ed,
get ahead.
The black community in America since the civil rights.
You said that.
Hello?
No, I didn't say
Hello?
that.
I'm trying to make a point.
Hello?
Hello? All right, stop with the ad hominem, Matthew. The black community in America since the Civil Rights Act has been altruistically destroyed. There are photos of black families living on farms, completely educated, dressing well, respectful, kind, nice, but not anymore. Just go to Politically Correct tomorrow and listen to the black community. Listen to how they talk to each other. Listen to what they talk about. It's altruism and socialism all the time, nonstop. They don't care about knowledge. They don't care about business and trade. They care about being ideologues, political propagandists. That's their economy. That's their capital.
Yeah, but here's the problem. They were doing all of those things, but they were just trying to adopt whiteness, and they were just bending to the will of their white slave masters. So therefore, they need to just tear down the entire system. People who oppress and imprison them for the last 400 years. How'd I do? Did I sound like a white liberal? Did I do that well, or does it? I think it needs a little work. If I'm going to be honest, I don't think I got the proper anger and resentment.
You know what's amazing is that the white, you can look at it. As of the latest data we see, white birth rates, we're higher than that of Black Americans. The Latino Americans, they've absolutely their birth rates that hit the shitter. We're actually on par to be amongst like the highest. We're literally like on par to being like the fastest growing demographic in terms of fertility rate. Something's changed among us.
When was the last time one of you fuckers actually read a book?
Okay, what is that comment you're writing at?
I wonder. No, I just wonder, like, what kind of people do you guys hang out with, like, real life?
Undertone to that comment.
I don't know, man. Like, I have black friends, I've got Chinese friends, I got Japanese friends. Most of them are like professors, doctors, whatever.
But who's saying that? Yeah, but who's saying
I just don't know what world you guys live in.
Okay, who's saying that you have to
hate the world of like television.
Okay, but that's fine. Nobody's saying you should hate people because of their race. That is the retarded part.
Yeah, but Matthew, look at what you just said. Most of them are professors. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't say this. My experience is the same as you. Most of the black people I know are accomplished, professional, etc., etc.
Right.
But then you come on this app. Have you ever been around black people, quote, in the hood?
Bro, like when I come in this room, like the culture of this room is as lowbrow as any fucking hood room.
Well, absolutely. But that doesn't answer the question.
I just think you're like generalizing about.
There is a point to this.
America
And
has
I
problems.
think,
There's no doubt about it, dude.
no,
We got massive
what
problems.
is that you have a black culture that even the people that you and I have met who are black still condone and protect the lower class, or pick whatever word, or the ghetto behavior of the bottom 20%, because they did either through social pressure and their own bad behavior in their own neighborhood. Whereas white, this is my closing sentence. In the white culture, you have the term white trash, and there is social pressure to condemn that behavior.
Okay, I get what you're saying. I think what it is, right? So, yeah, you have like white trash people that like voted for Trump, people like that. I think it's a bit of a job, but no, I think
the white trash people voted for Trump?
I think you're wrong. I think most of the people defending, quote unquote, let's say, I think what you're describing, and you read the book Black, White Liberals and Black Journalists, White Liberals, I'll use that as a reference, is that there are people that live in cultural enclaves where the rest of society has passed them by. You get the reference what I'm talking about. So you'll have politicians that'll go down to like the West Virginia and say, hey guys, you don't need to change the way you're living, you don't need to skill up. We're gonna make America great again and bring back the factories and fuck anybody who tells you any different, right? And you'll have politicians that'll go to ghettos, let's say mostly black ghettos, and they'll say everything, all the problems within this ghetto is the fault of, Washington.
Black politicians. Let's be specific, Matthew. Let's be specific. Black politicians. Black politicians. Be specific, Matthew. Black politicians. Be specific.
So this kind of, it's other people's fault. Culture has somehow passed you by. You don't need to adapt, right? I think it's the politicians do that.
Yeah, black politicians.
It's our fault that we're gonna take care of you guys.
Yeah. But I think so. H is in a Canadian black neighborhood, if I remember correctly, and you could ask her. The parents and the uncles, they're very hard on kids that act stupid. It's the politicians that are. It's the politicians that are saying this bullshit. So I wouldn't say it's black people that are making excuses.
No.
I think that's.
If we're talking about African American descendants of slaves, we're not going to compare them to Canada, which has a much different.
I agree with that.
And so, like, there's literally when it comes to America, we're talking about primarily the ADOS people. Some like to call themselves foundational blacks. It doesn't matter. But our state is so much different.
What is your?
It is, yeah.
See, Matthew's the kind of guy that when you show him the statistics of actual black crime, he will say, he'll just overlook it and not recognize it, not contemplate it, not understand the epidemic, understand the culture. Like, Matthew, you're just too soft. I hate to break the bad news to you.
What I'm saying, what I think is if you go to the ghetto and you talk to grandmas and grandpas there, parents, and regular people in the street, let's say in Chicago, you know what? I hate when people are doing stupid shit all the time. Lock those motherfuckers up. But for some reason...
Yeah, it's called no cash bail. It's called ankle monitors. It's called restorative justice. Do you know what restorative justice is?
It's entirely different. Like, you literally have the African Americans from America that can move there, and they end up getting approved for citizenship. You get the Caribbeans and the Africans that are able to move there because they're like, oh my God, they meet every metric, Yeah. And so you're basically using a huge screen, which can basically only accept the people that are capable. Now, I understand, Canada, like the United States,
they do accept refugees. Obviously, the refugee community never does as well as the merit-based immigrants that have to come in. No, that's largely true. Like
Depends. It depends really.
Yeah, but Matthew, I understand the point you're making. Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
there's always internal criticism. Always,
but,
yeah.
But and yes, if you go into black communities, the people there want crime eliminated. Just like that when you look at the demographics of 911 calls, that the 911 calls coming from black people are 2-to-1 over white people. I first looked into that was this idea that, the police are, they're targeting black communities. No, it's the good people of the black communities who are calling the police often enough where the police are, we need to go where the 911.
Look at the 91st.
But anyways, I got sidetracked.
Okay,
but
my
here's
attorney.
the point. The point is, you were talking about the politicians. I agree with you. What I'm talking about is the social pressures within each community, how they deal with their derelicts and those who are not, who are behaving badly. And I think clearly there's some overlap, and white people will forgive white people more than they'll forgive black people, and vice versa. Black people will forgive black. That tribalism.
Okay, my attorney responded. He says to send you nothing. To first take you out on the proper day before sending
when
you
you
out
look
for
at the
those who
political
support.
statements that are coming, and then you can look
Sorry,
at
but
the
he's a
politics
very good
and the way it's being sold.
Sorry.
I'm sorry,
He's a
but when
very
going
good
back
lawyer.
to the title of this room, the majority
He also says if we get
response
married,
to Carmelo Anthony from the black community should have been, that was
he also
wrong.
says if we get
He
married,
should
you have
go
to sign a
to
prenup.
jail.
But he was in a psychotic state, so in that particular case, I disagree.
Yeah, because he was schizophrenic, right?
No, Carmelo Anthony.
Oh, you guys are talking about Carmelo Anthony, the basketball player.
This back to Carmelo. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear, but that's what is missing. Something that is clearly stabbed the kid. It doesn't matter. Teenage boys push and shove each other, whether they're black, white, Hispanic, Asian, whatever. That's what teenage boys do. They don't stab each other in the heart just because somebody said you can't sit here.
Matt is put up on murder charges. Well, you know that it would be considered fucking there's no way. Does it even say this has to do with race? This is a weaponization, especially of black people.
He also says if we get married,
To try to say like this has to do with race.
Right.
You don't get to just punch a knife in somebody's chest. Out of fucking.
So I'm reading about this right now. So like another. Okay, that's pretty bad.
No, obviously, I agree with you, Diana Allen. I'm all for self-responsibility. In fact, obviously, like I live in Japan part of the time, those people are probably they show more self-responsibility than any other group, any other culture in the entire world.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's very, very clear if you visit there and someone once said, if you go to Japan and you're a white person, you come back to Canada or the United States, you're going to be racist against other white people because you're like, why the fuck can't we act like
But I would say that the Japanese are racially superior in so many ways.
No. My point is you have all these problems here in North America. Canada as well to a lesser degree. But the question is what is the most effective way of dealing with it? Because it seems to me that both from within and within the outside, that there's a general feeling, and I could be wrong because I'm Canadian, but in the African American community that
what would I say? They're almost put to sort of passengers within their own lives type show. I don't know how to explain this very well, but how can I explain this?
I think like earlier you mentioned, the underfunded schools. I think education.
Well, education is the main fucking thing.
It's the main, yeah, because we have descendants of slaves as well. Like if you recall, we had the Underground Railroad.
Yeah.
And then that's how the Scotians came.
The underfunded school shit has been debunked into oblivion.
No, it's not.
Even Bill and Melinda Gates. Even Bill and Melinda Gates, they ended up stopping the funding towards schools. They realized it had a negligible impact. So, for example, we can look at the highest performing children in New York City. Oh my God, it's such a surprise. Chinese people do better than white people. They do better. Yet, more than half of the Chinese population in New York City lives below the poverty line. Yet they still do better. And yes, you can say it's culture. That's fine. But the reality is,
Please don't
they
scroll.
do better.
I'm just trying. Please don't scroll.
Despite their financial shortcomings.
The question is why.
And despite investments into the schools. So what I think blacks should focus on is how to be more like the fucking Chinese.
It's education.
Well, look, as I said, I do it genetically. I mean, all the
Mostly genetic.
no, in Japan you can study 12 hours a day.
Yeah, they study 12. Yeah, they put in the time, the effort. The parents are there.
They go to school. They go to after school. All of them do.
Exactly.
They all go to after school.
Yeah. Tutoring. They have tutoring like programs. You'll see like kids there. Yeah. It's education.
It's their hardware upstairs.
Well, they have videos internally of schools in Chicago of African Americans. They cannot behave. They can't sit still. They dance in their classrooms. They abuse.
Dancing and acting ridiculous. Have you seen those?
Yeah. And then the thing is, they don't come from there's a lot of African Americans.
Is that a symptom of the dysfunction of the black community? The dysgenic breeding that happens amongst African Americans, parent households. But you have the fucking Chinese. They come in and clockwork. By the way, you guys can look this all up. When it comes to the school systems throughout the United States, there's one group that is consistently doing better than all of us. It is the East Asian people. Now, we can say, racism. No, let's calm down. And here's the thing. If we were to look at Japan, I look at this very high trust society where everybody is very orderly. And this shit just works. Every time I look at Japan and they take in white people, I think we are going to make them, we're going to chimp out in comparison to them. We are going to be more impulsive, far more fucking individualistic, way less conformist. We are not allowed out to be like the Japanese. Now they had thousands of years. Well, I mean, if we're being realistic, tens of thousands of years of selection pressures, and of course, maybe millions of years when it comes to the archaic hominids that they were, they ended up mating with. They are not like us. The Japanese behave better than us. And you can say, okay, but you're a liberal cuck. You're going to say, it's about culture.
I'm all for complexity, right? I like to explore the real reasoning behind things, right? Not just say, it's genetic and that's the end of the story, right? So Japan's a fascinating place. All mountains, right? And the only place that the Japanese can actually live is between the mountains and the valleys, right? And so
And the only type of housing that they ever made was out of wood. So what you had is you had tiny little villages in these valleys between mountains. And literally you have one house right next to the other. So if Pepe next door is fucking his neighbor, I'm going to hear Pepe doing the nasty with his girlfriend, and I don't want to hear it, right? And then the other thing, and so everybody's really careful and considerate. So from a young age, they're taught like, just Google Japanese kids cleaning classrooms. So they thought about interdependence, how if I do something negative, it's going to negatively affect someone else. So if you Google like Japanese little kids cleaning classrooms, it's really fascinating. They don't have any caretakers. They even wash it. The little asshole, like let's say Pepe took a piece of paper and he threw it on the ground in the classroom. All of the other kids would get on Pepe's case to clean up that piece of paper because he's fucking just shared.
Here's where I say this. I get it. I get that part. But I think that
Pressure seats the crown.
this is the reality that most people in this room are not going to agree with. I think you get a bunch of white kids raised in Japan. We're going to be too individualistic. We're going to be too non-conformist. We are going to be basically the product after thousands, hundreds of thousands of years of differences when it comes to evolution, that we cannot be like the Japanese. White people are great in a lot of ways. We are perhaps we have a lot of stupid people, a lot of smart people, a lot of people in between. We are perhaps the most creative, individualistic. We when it comes to individualism, that's kind of our flaw. We are very altruistic, which is it's not a flaw when you live amongst your own group, but when you have outsiders that come in, they will absolutely exploit that.
Well, I taught at international schools when I was there in Tokyo, and I can tell you, bro, there were some white kids there. I remember a blonde girl with blue eyes, honest to God, and I started speaking, this was at the Canadian International School, I started speaking English with her, thinking that she could speak English, and she looked at me and she just started giggling, and I'm like, you don't speak English, dude, and she's like, eigo wakanai, gomen ne. I know, so she couldn't speak any English, and she was 1,000% Japanese.
Okay, but once again, you're talking about different individuals. Now, I can. It's my belief that I can promise you that you have white people, if they move to Japan, let's say half the Japanese society, they all were raised by Japanese parents. Let's just say they had a large adoption of white babies. Right. My personal prediction would be that Japan would become absolutely unrecognizable within a generation. These people would not behave like the Japanese. You know, we artificially bred cats and dogs for their fucking personalities, for example. Now, when it comes to humans, we are people that also bred with each other for very unique characteristics. And a lot of it had to do with basically survival and different elements. And we all had very different environments that our ancestors had to go through. And I think it is so naive to think that culture is the only fucking answer. It's of all of the blind adoption surveys that we've fucking seen, this is never, there's zero proof, literally zero proof.
Culture is education. Education is culture.
You can have somebody that basically comes from a much different background, and they will ever do as well as their kids, or that if you're if you compare people that adopted, let's say, a white kid versus a black kid, that the black kids can ever do as well, on average, as the white kids that they adopt.
I understand what you're saying, but the thing is that, genetics change really closely, right? You can admit that. species change slowly over time. At least thousands of years. Like if you're talking about
separated by tens of thousands of years from the Japanese.
Right. So that's one point, right? And then here's the thing, though. There's plenty of countries in this world that went from backwater places where nobody was educated, very, very poor.
Okay, name
really. Yeah, and then we.
And they're all okay.
Hold on.
There's two groups. There's two groups that were able to do this without. You get the Arabs. They got oil, for example, but they're still monkeys. But if you were to look at, hold on. But if we're going to look at all the groups that have shown an ability to carry a first world country, they all come from two groups. That is literally the East Asian. That is literally the East Asians and people of European descent. All other groups, they have never been able.
So
where was I wrong?
So China, like 100 years ago. People.
They're East Asian. I said there are two groups that have been told. There are two groups. No. Because my claim was there are two groups that can build first world countries, especially out of nothing. They are people of European descent and East.
Hi, Kaylee. Good evening, sweet dreams. And no, I'm not fake. I'm a real man.
Not European. I can think of a couple that kind of come close.
The Middle East. I've been to the Middle East. They might.
No. But I said no. I said that did not have, an abundance of natural resources, which is the Middle East.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So, as I was saying, Pepe, 100 years ago, everybody thought Chinese were like monkeys and dumb and fucking, they were the poorest people in the world next to Africa.
That's fine. It's not that. No. It's not the question. No. That's not the no, because that's not the question I asked. The question I asked. Okay, is where do you see any other group of people being able to live in first world countries?
No way.
Okay, besides that are predominantly, we can see it with countries that are predominantly, the population is of European descent and East Asian descent. We do not see it with any other group. And that is the caveat that they are not resource rich like the fucking, the Arabs.
Like Africa?
Huh?
Like,
no, what?
And at the end of the day,
if you want to go to Africa, we can look at like Rhodesia. We can look at South Africa while it had apartheid. We can look at Angola. We can look at all of these countries where you had a modern fucking skyline, landed a fucking plane, and then now after the blacks took over, what countries are first world that were founded by European that were founded by anything other than East Asians and Europeans? The answer is none.
Because but then there's also proxy wars in other countries kind of puppeteering to have access to those resources, right?
Yeah, you never listen to me when I try to explain the reason why some countries are.
Yeah, they come in, they get a little bit stable, and then another higher power country.
No, it's not just that. It's not that. It's not just that. Look, in order, let's say you have a house, right? And everybody in your house makes popsicles, right? That's your specialty. You're the country of popsicles. And I have a house, and my country is the country of sausages. And Florida lives in Florida, and he makes bananas, right? If each of us live on these islands and we never trade with one another, the only technology that you're going to have is whatever you specialize in, right? And Florida man's going to keep making his bananas, and I'm going to keep making.
No, I think that's a shit poor example, because we can look at.
Well,
after World War II,
a lot of countries that.
No, because if we can look at World War II and the Marshall Plan, where we literally helped rebuild Europe, especially Germany. After World War II,
Sure.
We can look at, they obviously adopted the more American economic model. Japan right away become more successful at their model.
Germany
than
was
we
wealthier
were.
than
We
the
can look
United
at
States before World War
We can look at South Korea, for example. We can look at all of these places. Now, this has been tried in other places.
No way. You found my
There's two groups of
Show me a
people.
country. Show me a
There's
country
two groups of people that literally, in my humble opinion, hold on. There's two groups of people that keep the rest of the world afloat. That is Europeans and East Asians. Now, black people, shut the fuck up. Black people are going to say that, like, oh, colonization. Okay, you know what, Matt, you gotta go to the audience. Just don't shut the fuck up.
Wow.
Yep, there you go.
Bad boy, Matthew.
But when it comes to Africa, first of all, people like to blame the white people for everything. For a lot of reasons, there's a lot of a backstory to that, and types of academics that we're pushing this shit. But okay, you want to blame white people for all your fucking problems. The Chinese, and by the way, guys, look this up on social media. Go on X and look up Chinese racism, Chinese chocolates. Look up Chinese babies. Look up any of this stuff. And see what these fucking chinks think of you dumb fucking Negroes. They think you guys are a bunch of fucking primitive apes. And you know, just based on your behavior, they're correct. You can say that's, oh my God, it's right. No, I mean, monkey see, monkey do. I mean, that's how you guys behave. You know, and that's kind of, this is where I don't know how else to say it. Like, you see two groups of people, literally, police everything. You motherfuckers can talk about how you taught us to wash our ass, how we stole all of your inventions, but the reality is, though, is that if we look today, there are specific groups of people that do so much better than everybody else. That's East Asians and Europeans.
That's because of
we get people from all over the world that do pretty well. But the reality is, when you see it, okay, go to the audience. You gotta go to the audience because you just don't know how to shut up.
There can only be one solution, and that's the El Salvador Bukele solution. We have to clean up our streets.
In a weird way, and so if we did the Bukele solution, the problem would be is that, you know, 80% of our prisons, you know, population would be black. And they don't want that.
That's not a problem. That's called law enforcement.
Oh, look at all these strong black men in jail. Oh, this is white crackers. Well, why do we got to do that? You know, why don't blacks become more like the Chinese? This is your guys' fucking problems. You're too low IQ and too ready to chip out and just be fucking act like a bunch of monkeys.
Well, it's kind of a projection alert, isn't it?
They're fucking criminals. They kill. You sell drugs. You go ahead and go do bullet in head. Go bye. That's all. Thank you very much. Step into my Han Chinese phone. All natural particles. My gas chamber. That's where you go if you're a fucking Chinese criminal.
Executed. Yep. They'll kill you for selling drugs, things like that. It's true. You know, America needs to be a little bit harsher on crime.
A little harsher?
Yeah, but
blacks, a little harsher?
The thing is, though, is that whenever you try to be harsh on crime with blacks, and we can look at the 94 crime bill, that is a result of black people begging us to fucking do something about the high crime in black communities. Cocaine, yeah, everybody used it. Yes, crack cocaine primarily affected black people. Okay, who were the people that were chipping out, you know, basically fucking stealing, robbing, burglarizing, to get their next fix of crack? Black people. Who are the people that were killing each other all over the streets in America, you know, especially in places like the Bronx? Black people. When it came to cocaine, powder cocaine, it was basically, this was violence happening at the trafficker level amongst foreigners. Like, anybody gives a flying fucking shit about them. It wasn't affecting everyday Americans. So America, you know, but, oh my God, black people asked us to crack down on crime, and then like we're called racist when we did what they asked. I mean, this is bullshit. I mean, really. I mean, black people, you guys just bitch and complain, blame everybody for your fucking problems. Like, here I am as a white guy. Indian Americans do better than us. East Asian Americans do better than us. Cuban Americans do better than us. Jews do better than us. All of these people do better than us. But I see what they do differently. But you get a bunch of fucking whiny Negro bitches that just want to, literally their whole existence is just to fucking blame white people.
That's the modern economy.
I think it's kind of funny because
it's the attention economy.
A white country, you guys are going to start bitching more and more to these other people of color who don't give a flying fuck about your goddamn background. You know, a bunch of your fucking people up in cages where they fucking belong. You know, this is the ultimate irony.
Their future.
President Biden was like alluding to this. He's like, you know, we can't keep on focusing on you people, which is true. Either you fucking people need to get your shit together, or you can just be locked up en masse. And you can be absolutely fucking disparaged and
Pepe, you gotta let some new speakers in, bro. You can't make it a Pepe show all night long. You gotta let some other speakers in.
Okay, so.
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Do you like my PTR?
Who is that? Is this
DNA? But yet he discovered there were differences between different groups of people, and how IQ and behavioral traits are genetic. And he was considered by he's an ignorant racist. But you know, in reality, he's like twice as high of an IQ as him. You know, but very smart guy.
The race hustlers are high IQ. They know how to play the political game.
You or Ayn Rand?
Hello? I'm not Jesse Jackson. I'm not P. Diddy. Oh, Jewish subversion? Yeah, okay. Yeah, the Jews are the ones committing all the crimes in America in every major city, as we've already discussed. It doesn't happen. We know who commits the crimes. All you got to do is look at Instagram. It's an epidemic. Every major city has major criminal problems. Illegal aliens murdering people. A lot of African Americans, unfortunately.
Who are the people? The top school in the country was literally about a block away from me for 3 or 4 years in a row. You know, it's actually a charter school. But I swear, I do not see one white motherfucker getting out of that goddamn school. They're all Indian and like fucking, you know, Asian. That's what they are. It kind of makes sense. They are the top performing people in this country.
That's because they perform in STEM. They're interested in physics, chemistry, engineering, computer science. They go for difficult majors.
Bro, no way. You found.
They come from rural.
Oh, no way. Oh, no way.
But the problem is that blacks in America have had every goddamn motherfucking opportunity. You guys have more opportunities than every goddamn black people in the fucking world. Yet you guys still chip out, bitch, complain, say how we owe you something, and just do horrible. You guys literally, you guys do a disservice.
Bro, no way.
Show how convenient you fucking need everything. You guys are still gonna chip out and act like you belong.
They get so many opportunities because it's such a small population of qualified people to begin with and people that even want to participate. And, you know, we really need a Bukele type of response to crime in America. And I can't believe that Donald Trump hasn't used the military to secure our cities. It's not just the border. We have to secure our cities. What is the purpose of having some of the best cities in the world if we let these Democrat criminal lawyers and judges let murderers out on ankle monitors, no cash bail to go kill us again?
Don't interrupt Pepe and let Pepe needs to stay. So like they would go there and all the black people, you would see black people there, but there was no like dogs, there was no not a that, but they kind of they were not a problematic group. And of course in Cuba, they'll lock your black ass up in their country. They have no qualms about doing all of these fucking
And they're all sitting there working. They're sewing in factories, warehouses.
Hey, don't interrupt him when he's making a point. Yeah, like literally, they grow up. They never see any of this dysfunctional bullshit. Like you just lock them up.
But like when you were a child, no, but that's the whole.
He might have been, but like.
I'm like that.
Okay, that's why he said.
No, listen to you for like 6 years. I'm not even gonna do all that. Reasons like you being racist or anything like that. I was just gonna take your say it depends on where you are. And a lot of the stuff that you are perpetuating sometimes is it depends because I'm hearing poor ass white people on this app. I'm hearing poor ass black people on this app, poor ass Mexicans that call you. Bro, wait. No, I'm on my channel. Most people just scroll past, but not you. And if you could like and subscribe, it would mean the world to me. Bro, no way. No, when I say, is that something to do? No, well, the reason why I said poor.
They're not violent and not criminal.
Well, again, and when I say poor, no.
But when it comes to those that want to chip out and be violent, this is look in the white community. If you go look at the whitest thing, whether it's Montana.
Yeah, and they're just poor, and then that's.
You know what they do with their criminals? They literally lock them up and throw away the fucking key. They are zero tolerance.
So the reason why. No.
What I would say is that when it comes to black people, there needs to be zero tolerance. The black community should not have to live with it. And we obviously should.
Well, there's no more black community anymore.
Well, it looks like, I think the niggas need to be held to the same standard as white people.
No, seriously, no.
You want to claim racism has something to do with it? You being a poor black piece of shit growing up has something to do with it? Amazing.
When I said the reason why I mentioned poor means that you might live in a place where you may not have vegetarian and you may not have certain things, but what I'm saying is, and that across all colors or races, that's all they're saying. And the thing, we actually do, because that's the president. He raped. No, but yeah, no, seriously, within the last 100. What I'm saying is I 100% believe what you're saying, but when it comes to white colonialism and putting trade embargoes on people, that's an American construct. If you look up the stats, no, but if you look at it,
it was far worse. Like, you can't compare the medieval Slavic slave trade to the Atlantic slave trade. Like, it was far worse.
I never even mentioned slave trade. We're talking about stuff with the people who are.
No, Pepe brought it up. He brought it up. I just wanted to correct it.
Slave trade was literally the black. You can look at the Burberry slave trade and the Islamic slave trade. They literally.
I didn't even talk about slave trade.
Literally, the reason why they don't have much of a black admixture is because they castrated all the public males. And they would chain you to the galleys. And once you were too sick or weak to grow, of course you had to shit. They would throw you over and you would fucking drown. To sit here and pretend like we were the most barbaric fucking people is retarded.
Well, I only known one person or one white group of people who would annihilate a group of people. When it comes to
who did we annihilate? Wait! Stop with annihilation, okay? If you want to hate on somebody, don't talk about annihilation. You be specific. What you mean?
I was going to say out of the whole world.
Why don't you name the group?
No.
Hang your nuts out.
No, but just to go back to the Burberry.
Hold on, give me 1 second. America was the only person or country ran by white men who were Christians who dropped 2 nuclear bombs on people. And then another fast forward, you had another white man who was Christian who sat there and said he wanted to obliterate a whole group of people because he just didn't like what was going on.
No, you got that incorrect. So, if you were to invade Japan, they wouldn't surrender during the war, we would have lost millions of men. They would have lost millions of people. Us showing that we had nuclear bombs was literally showing, hey, look what we can do.
No, I hear you. That's what
we ended the war. To say that, if anything, it was a smarter choice.
That's typically what white men do. They just peacock and pull their dick out and ruin everything.
AIDS dick energy, so I understand. We come from different perspectives.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. And AIDS is, I'm an American, so I don't have AIDS either. But it's not an AIDS dick, like Pepe said.
Well, do you take PrEP?
think she doesn't look the best though. Like I said, I have a good time. I mean, we're not whipping dicks out right now. We're not fucking nobody, so it's okay.
Got it. Well, the
I don't have an age, but it's not 1980.
Well, Rodney, as soon as the U.S. government decides to start mass imprisoning all of the criminals in every major city that are doing, break-ins and stealing ATMs and literally executing them on the spot, and putting stings together and eliminating the criminals, robbing restaurants at 3 a.m, breaking into stores at 3 a.m with cars and ramming. I live in Chirac, where we have a socialist, communist, racist, supremacist, piece of shit mayor named Brandon Johnson. I live in a city. That's right, Rodney. The cowboy. The cowboy Rodney with his little dick energy.
Oh, I was going to sit there and say Chicago is one of my favorite places to go. I love it. And I don't like when people sit there and call it that because, one, Chicago, when it comes to landmass, is bigger than New York City. Y'all, I sit there and tell people all the time, I've been to Chicago. It's one of my favorite cities. It's the cleanest urban city I've ever been to. So I don't understand why you would get on here and say all that. Like, you can't walk
Projection
down.
alert. Projection alert. Projection alert. Projection alert. Projection alert. We have no ankle monitors, no cash bail. They murder. Criminals are let out by Democrat judges. They go on to murder many more people. We have a legal industrial complex Democrat problem. These are murderers lighting people on fire on trains, slicing their throats on trains, breaking into businesses all night long. The crime it never ends. They let people. There's a guy in Chicago who has sucker punched 50 women in the street, and they keep releasing him to commit attempted murder over and over and over and over. This piece of shit needs a bullet in his fucking head and his body thrown into a shallow grave.
Guess what happened in the East? The states didn't want to sit there and put people in the mental institutions anymore. My grandfather used to oversee a mental institution. And guess what? That's the what are we doing?
Hello?
This is the thing. And also, too, it's not like you're no social workers, no teachers. Unfortunately, we are in a situation, and again, I don't want to be rude when I say this. I ask
don't be rude, and don't do ad hominem, Rodney. Just stick to the topic. Little dick energy. Don't attack people. Debate the topic. If you attack me personally, you will lose the argument.
I wasn't attacking you at all. First off, I sat there and said that I go to Chicago. I just this month.
Oh, great! Chicago. As soon as you go out of your hotel room at 6 a.m. to walk your dog, you're going to get murdered or sliced up and robbed. I can't wait for you to come back here to tell us your horrific shit. Know how it went, Rodney.
It'll go perfectly fine.
Great. They come back in the future and tell us about how great it was. Yeah, it's got one of the highest murder rates in any major U.S. city because we re-release criminals because we call it restorative justice. It's a scam. It's a fraud. It's a lie. It's murder.
No, I'll be honest. This is crazy. I don't know what it is. I don't know if y'all get a download every morning and an email.
Yeah, we look at the news. We follow the local news. We got local journalists, independents, reporting the crimes, following them in their cars with cameras. We're documenting the crimes. We're documenting the criminal judges and lawyers that are releasing murderers to kill again. Do you want the data? Do you want to see the links? Or do you just want to sit here and say, this is crazy? I've been to Chicago. It's the cleanest city in America. Little dick energy, little dick boy. Got a little dick. Got a little dick. Okay, Rodney, when you start talking about the law, it'll be a serious conversation. Until anybody starts talking about the law, it's never a serious conversation.
I just don't understand. So I keep telling you, and anybody else, go to Chicago. This is a beautiful place. And I can't
talking about? This is crazy. Hello?
Yeah, I don't know.
You got this. You got this. You got this. Forget it. I'm done speaking.
Yeah. You just shut up.
You just shut up. Ignore the crime. It ain't a problem. Go take the blue line from the train to downtown. Find out how dirty it is with all the homeless black bums sleeping on the trains, getting ready to kill you, rob you, take your shit, punch you in the face, knife you in the throat. There's a lot of veterans that die on the trains. Military veterans, unarmed. They should be armed to kill these pieces of shit.
It's weird with you, though. That ain't usually funny. You're weird. Why don't you just move?
You're weird. This is weird. That's weird. Let's just not talk about the topic or data or evidence, statistics, examples, correlation, correspondence, anything of any Democrat judges that release murderers, rapists, killers, robbers, thieves, gangbangers back into the streets, and they say, oh, I think you learned this time. I think you learned your lesson. I think it's working. Let him go. Let's see how he does on ankle monitor. Then he goes on the train and he lights a white girl on fire, laughing about it. And then they put up a mural of the girl that got murdered and lit on fire. And then they put graffiti all over that mural because it's racist. We live in a society with no values. It is an altruistic shithole of lies, of social redistribution, no knowledge. It's just eat your TikTok for lunch. Eat your Instagram and YouTube for dinner. Don't read a book. Don't go to the gym. Don't go to college. Don't take an internship. Be a YN and be a community peace activist with the radical communist mayor. That's the situation. Hello?
Turn them into cash with Vinted. Snap a photo.
We now know the identity of the woman set on fire during a horrific attack on a commuter train. She's 26-year-old Bethany McGee, a business analyst. Her father is a college professor of biblical studies. Cops say this lunatic poured gasoline over Bethany on a Chicago L train as she sat looking at her phone 7 days ago. Bethany tried to fight off her attacker and fled to the back of the train. But cops say the crazed man followed with a lit bottle and set her ablaze.
Exactly. Don't want to hear no truth.
I can't even change a fucking diaper without babies crying. White babies, excuse me. If you're brown or black-bodied, you're excluded from these comments. But these white, whiny crybabies. And look at all these problems. After they create them. Then pretend that they can be sophisticated enough to create and embed racist systemic oppression in the system. And then they cry and whine like they don't understand. Get out of my face. Get out of my face, you unsophisticated, lying fools. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the white, whiny crybabies. My money. F reparations. My money. Well, yeah. Your money. Their money. You got your money. You little socialist tyrant.
Hello?
You got your money. You know who didn't get their money? people who were left out of the system. People who were left out of the legislation that built the middle class in the United States. White, whiny crybabies. My money. No, I'm not a liberal. Not a liberal. I don't align with Democrats. I don't align with the left. I also don't align with the right. You know what I am? A truth seeker. I'm white, whiny cry. Not understanding that white is the default for everything. I can't see. I don't see color. I'm not a racist. Systemic oppression doesn't exist. Sorry, honey. You've been lied to. Well, you were lied to. And then you found out the truth. And this is the problem. You're still gonna be a white, whiny crybaby like John Kitover. You're so liberal. No.
Yeah.
I'm not a liberal.
Yeah.
I'm just ready for reparations. I'm ready for the truth.
When you are raped and murdered by a black man, you will cry and say, John Kitover was right. This person's murdering me.
My show. This is my show. What?
Oh, it's my show to talk about the racism in America. I am not a liberal, but racism is real. Structural racism is real, everybody. John Kitover doesn't know what he's talking about. This whiny little white bitch. This little whiny white little bitch.
White man who's known nothing but white as the default of everything. White is going to play stupid. Like he can't sit in logic and figure out the psychological implications, the systemic implications of just pure momentum of what was created.
Pure momentum.
You want to be a dummy?
Yeah, you are a dummy.
To do much here.
Fat girl. Fat girl. We got a fat girl.
Look at history. Look at history.
Yeah, okay, look at history.
And guess what?
Oh, everybody's racist. Everybody's racist. You're all racist. It's all racism. Guess what? Everything is racist.
That's not even anymore. You know what's cool? Being anti-racist. Opening your white dominant majority mouth and pointing out systemic racism every day. If you're not doing something to dismantle systemic racism every single day, even if it's just a conversation like this, guess what? You are a racist. If you ain't anti-racist, you're a fucking racist. And now this is the other thing. Listen, it's just the truth. A lot of people get so scared to accept it, right? Because of the implications that it means for them to either change their worldview or to do something about it, that we condemn, right? Like what I'm doing right now.
She's working on it. She's working on correcting structural racism by lecturing to us about the racism inherent in the system. Thank you, Bima. Oh. Here we go. Structural context, of course. Oh. Holy cow. Ain't no help for you.
That's all about you, baby. Talk to mommy. Talk to daddy. Consult your higher power. Nobody's gonna help you.
Fucking fat pig.
White, comfortable, not
Projection alert.
Please spare me. The Republican Party stopped the KKK. It was established to stop. Please. We all know about the shift. The truth seekers know about the shift. We know if you were to seek when the Republican Party was established,
that year and look up what issues and where those Republicans, quote unquote, fell on the economic and social rainbow of issues, you would see that today they're the Democrats. Sorry to tell you. And you know what the Democrats and the Republicans, okay? There was a shift, but nobody's gonna look it up. You're not gonna look it up. You're listening. You won't. You know why? Because you don't want to know the truth. You want to keep denying it. You want to deny that it never happened. But I mean, it's there. Just look up the issues. There is, and I'm talking about political issues. I'm talking about the platforms. Just look it up. You can't claim that anymore. You can't claim it. And I could give shit to the left too. I can give shit to the left too. And I will, okay? To be balanced. The left are lovely people. But you guys are entitled. You guys think that you're entitled to shit. Okay? And I'm not talking about brown and black bodies. I'm talking about white bodies. White body, liberals, leftists, you're entitled. You think that you're entitled to other people's hard-earned money and work. That's a problem. Because you're not. Little sociis, little commies. But if you support the federal constitutional republic, for which that is, then I mean, Republicans, you don't escape. You're part of the socialized institution as well. The United States isn't just a free market capitalist society. Oh, no. We're a crony capitalist.
Hello?
Mixed economy.
Hello? Oh, it's a mixed economy. Okay, got it. But it's a racist mixed economy. Are you done with your bullshit, fat ass? Have you been to the gym today? Oh, you're going to educate us all on Bema Truths? Oh, yeah, everything is racist. This lecture right now is fixing the racism. Silence yourself. You're a racist Nazi. Silence yourself. Quiet. Be quiet, Nazi. Be quiet. Be quiet. And let me fix the structural racism by lecturing to you. I will lecture you to you until we fix it. Hello?
Use your regular voice.
Hello?
Don't do that.
Uma.
3,
2, go to the gym and stop with the fat girl laugh and stop being a schmuck. That's the truth. You all heard it. Everything is racist. Everything is structurally racist. If you don't have the context of structural racism. Okay, Bema. Yeah, you're welcome to come up again. You're so welcome to come up again. Yeah, okay, Bema. Okay, take your diaper off. Go take some Wegovy, fat ass.
White men can pay you to flaunt them to beat out the racism.
how about the Asian one?
Go take some Wegovy.
I will be the fucking badass. I love black or white or albino. Well, all this great heritage.
He was really opening my eyes on some things, and now I'm starting to feel guilty.
Hey, listen, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to just wake up to be a good human being. It really doesn't. You know?
I'm just starting to really.
Did somebody move, Oma? Did you move, Oma?
Yeah, I couldn't take it anymore.
No, we can't. Please don't move.
But I need to focus on me right now. What do I have?
No, I know.
No, I'm trying to get better, goddammit.
I'm going to get better. I'm going to give you good advice, but Oma is very lovely. Oma, come back up, and she will be nice. I don't give a Beaver. I love her so much. Beaver, and can we adopt?
Beaver, adopt my heart because I was abused sexually when I was 5 to 6 years old, and I'm now in menopause. I don't give 50-year-old Beaver. I have
Me and Beaver have adopted you.
Giving my blood for real. Menopause is crazy.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah, I give my blood back for Mother Earth for Rainbow Prophet.
Oh, fucking yeah.
And you're gonna condemn me crazy? I'm like,
No.
so
Bree, are you there?
Kardashian and my name.
Bree, are you there?
Broadcast.
Bree, what do you think about what Bima was saying?
I think that was hilarious. Bree.
You didn't think Bima was being serious? You thought it was funny?
Oh, that was funny. Because I don't like.
Oh, God damn it, Bima. You're going to have to do something about this.
Okay, I need liar, Bima. Are you lying?
Oh my, he just wants to. Listen, he's going to be a good dad.
No, I want to be a domination agent for him.
I can't, Bima. I'm sorry.
Eva, you can't ground her. You have to give her consequences first. That's what
She's about to get that out.
but Love and Logic says that first you have to say, if you continue to do this, then you're going to be this. This is.
But she already knew that she wasn't supposed to do that.
No, she didn't, because you didn't give an opportunity to say.
You gotta give John Kitover a chance. Let him back up.
No, I'm not giving that. He's a fool. We're not adopting. He's too dumb.
Alright, well, Bree, she thinks you were joking, Bima. She thinks you were trolling.
No, of course I wasn't trolling.
I think you were, actually.
No, I believe everything I said.
Wallace says that you're the greatest troll.
Well, I'm getting on to a part of the performative element of. You can't be serious. Yes. That is what I'm saying. Okay,
she's racist because she's white. She's racist because she's white. She's racist because she's white. We got it. We got the truth now. We have been informed of the truth. Just being white is racist. Holy shit. Low IQ fucking brain rats. Identify. Suicidal empathy. Somebody notified that side. Oh my God. Oh my God. We have identified an R. A full R word. We knew she was low IQ real fast, but we didn't know how low IQ. We had to confirm it. We confirmed it. Today is the day of confirmation for Dr. Bima. Get out, let me go.
Created it. They didn't create it. You guys, most of you didn't create it. Okay? What my issue is that you're still denying that it existed and pretending like the implications, the momentum that was created just is solved. Like it's just resolved and it's the past. Everything is fine. And all of that psychological, the actual physical, the systematic, the structural that didn't disappear, that's still there, right? That there aren't leftover, that there isn't leftover elements of just bad thoughts.
I believe that. I don't think any white person would say that there's no lingering effects of history.
Well, I'll tell you, when people complain about, when you want to bring up, look, black on black crime, you don't say, the fact that you're saying black on black crime, you're a racist. Because it's not. There is no gene that is in a black or brown body that makes them want to physically harm people more than anybody else. Any other type
how do you know that?
Human being. Because I just know.
No, you can't just know.
Because there is no science. There's no science that has been accepted that would say so. Okay.
The science has settled on it, yeah. But there are genes that impact impulsivity, aggression.
More than white people?
It's possible.
Yeah, it's possible. No. I would need a accepted, highly assessed
Like it's not. Yeah, it's just not accepted. This isn't accepted
Yeah,
science.
you can't say it's not true either. We don't know.
Yeah, well, this is the interesting thing. The fact that we would even turn to wanting to justify it through genes versus trying to understand what the momentum of what the legacy of slavery created in society. You're fucking racist, dude. Like, why don't you address all of this? Why don't you address everything that doesn't have to do with the percentage of melanin in a person's skin first, and then when all of that has been addressed, then we could make some crazy claim. I mean, but it's just it's cultural.
It has nothing to do with race.
It has nothing to do with the percentage of melanin in somebody's skin. Yes.
No, it's not the melanin. The melanin is irrelevant, mostly. It's the other parts.
I'm not going to argue this with you. We've been here so many times, like, I'm just not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it.
Well, I guess I won't.
Racists will win, and they'll continue to win. White-bodied racist men that are unable and unwilling to look at all of the other things that would be the factors and the cofactors that would create a society to act in the way that it does, and you want to immediately look to genes, you're looking for it. That's the racism. Instead of looking and making justifications, instead of even steel manning every other thing that you possibly could, before you look to genes, I mean, like, it's just ridiculous.
No, it's. You keep thinking that I'm only looking at one thing.
She will be single, unmarried, no kids, forever, fat liberal who preaches racism theology.
What's up, Coco?
Yeah, do the Native Americans fall into that too, Beaver?
Into
and
what?
The Indians and...
The natives got fucked over.
No. I'm talking about the violence that you're proclaiming. Are they more violent too, genetically?
I never made that claim on any race.
That's not what we've just been talking about?
No, you assumed. All I said is, how do you know that it's not that way?
Yeah, exactly.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Well, do you think we're all the same in every regard?
No, but I don't think that a gene is going to differentiate a particular amount of violence from human to human to make people more. It's just not the case.
But it plays a role in all.
It shows me that you know brown people. Like, you have no association, no communication, you just don't. You're just like, because it would have to be the case for all brown people. So how do you justify all of the brown people that don't commit any violence? And in fact, are even the types of crime that white
you're not understanding.
Okay, then instead of trying to have me make inferences or ask me a question about something, make your claim.
Human behavior is shaped. Identical twins.
What percentage would you say is caused by genetics?
That's too. I couldn't even give you I couldn't even hazard a guess. It's a material amount for sure, but I mean, I think genetics is for behavior. It's like
it gives you like a baseline, and then you're like, if you're abused or something as a child, you can develop anxieties and you can develop all kinds of fucked up shit. Like, it's going to impact you. But also, you could, it's kind of like a sliding scale. But it is a foundation that you're born with. But if you think I believe there's like one gene that's called the violent gene, and it's like a little yes/no check, like to flip the switch, you have it, I don't. Like, no, that's such a ridiculous assertion.
Then what would be even the point of bringing it up when you're discussing things like violence?
Well, I never brought up that as far as violence, but I do think there's a strong possibility.
No. You're not going to gaslight me. Hold on.
I'm not gaslighting you.
You've said it in many conversations before. This is the whole point of us talking about this right now. What are you talking about? What are you doing?
No, I don't make the claim that I never made the claim. If you think I make the claim that black people are genetically more violent than other races, I've never said that.
Oh my God, Beaver.
I haven't. I have not said that.
Then what is your why would you bring up genetics when talking about violence in the United States?
I think there's more probably. First of all, we don't know. It's awful for us to know at this point. But I would say that there could be an impulse. Like, there could be things that, like impulse control, there could be a marginal difference. And that could be a factor in some of these statistics. Where people get heated, they're a group that evolved in a different part of the world for thousands of years. Maybe they were selected to where they could act quickly to hunt or something, to kill, and that carried with them into generations. And then once mass transportation happened, groups started to intermingle. I mean, that's a possibility. I don't think that would be I wouldn't count that as the major factor. I would think about it. The only time I've ever brought up genes is when we were talking about either sports or intelligence. But why would you dismiss? I just don't understand people that dismiss genetics. Like, we're all born on a clean. Like, we're all the same. That's just absurd. You have problems with what Pepe was saying, not me. He was the one that was going off earlier while you were tending to whatever you were tending to.
About it right now, then, instead of talking, because I didn't bring up genes.
No, I didn't either.
Oh, okay. All right. Then how do we get?
I don't know. You know how like when Pepe starts going and.
No, I was just talking about systemic oppression and white people. So how did genes, who's the first person, you or me? One of us had to start talking about genes. Yeah.
I thought you did before then.
No, it was not me, Beaver.
Well, okay, maybe it was. I don't remember. But
lies about everything. If you X me one more time, I'm kicking you out. You can stay and talk your trash. But if you X me, you're gone. And you could come in a non-count. So you can't X me. You're stupid. Alright, fine. Come in and you're a non. And I'm sorry that you know, well, I mean, like, you want to bracelet. Alright, goodbye. Told you not to X me. See, this is a perfect example of consequence.
I thought you were gonna say systemic racism.
No, you give people the sovereignty to make choices for themselves. He made his decision.
30.
Now he could come back as a non, and at least I don't get X's on my account. Beaver, can you heart my account, please?
Well, no, you gave me a mean face or an angry face and you hurt my points.
That's because you moved somebody out.
Just do it, dude. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, we're not being recorded anymore.